Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is gone!
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Save $100 on the Craftsman V20 6-tool Power Tool Combo Kit, now at $199. No matter what the project is, Craftsman's high-quality, high-performance products empower you to build on. Stop by your nearest Lowe's store and check out the full line of Craftsman tools today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Amazon has everything for every kind of Father's Day. Whether that's a waffle maker for his beloved breakfast in bed,
Come to Papa.
or new pickleball paddles for some friendly father-son competition.
Come to Papa! Yeah!
Or gifts like a steel shaker for his signature Dad Hatton cocktail.
Come to Papa.
From cookware to sports gear, shop everything for Father's Day on Amazon.
On my podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, we share the keys to succeed in business and in life. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
Broadcasting from the WEEI studios. Powered by Verizon. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. An Odyssey sports station.
This hour of Afternoons is brought to you by Jackson Lumber and Millwork.
I kind of like have a thing where talk about my personal life with people I don't know personally. I'm pretty sure everybody here, men and women, are great people, but you know what I'm saying? I kind of keep my personal life personal.
I think this goes without saying that we would love every player to be here and during the voluntary portion of the off season. His time here that I've been able to be around him and that our coach is, and he's learning. I think he's rehabbing. He's one of those players that's on a different plan, so he's going back and forth from different tempos.
This is WEEI Afternoons.
With Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy-Stevens,
and three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson on WEEI.
The curious case of Stefan Diggs. Hired gun or here to help win? Does he have his heart in it after all?
You got to do this.
Taking a check.
I'm interrupting because you got to do this in the Rod Sterling voice. The curious case.
The curious case of Stefan Diggs. Is his heart actually in it, or is he nothing more than a hired gun of the gridiron?
I can just see you smoking as you do this. Well done.
How did you know? Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Mego. Appreciate that. Of course, this is the WEEI Afternoon Show coming to you from our Ford Fenway Clubhouse studio. And, of course, if I had the read right here in front of me, there it is right there. I've got it. This is the W Afternoon Show brought to you. We're broadcasting live. 3, 2, 1. Rob Bradfart. WEEI Afternoons is broadcasting live from the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio. And it's brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and F-Series. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. Ford, we make trucks. That's not actually there. I just threw that in there.
Rob Bradford.
All right, so regarding Stefan Diggs, yesterday Tom Curran said, looks good. However, he's giving off mercenary/hired gun energy. Like, this obviously wouldn't have been his first choice. He got a contract offer. It was with the Patriots. He took it, spoiler alert. Said that he and his representation had conversations with others. I could also tell you, yeah, anybody could make that up if they want to. I imagine some people called. Houston, curiously, doesn't re-sign him as well. They don't want him back in Buffalo. He ain't going to Minnesota. But there was one team with a dire need for an alpha, for a wide receiver one, and someone to also teach the rest of the kids how to play the position, improve their game, and do it well. So actually, at the end of the day, it kind of made sense that Stefan Diggs came here. But since signing the deal, Mego, he does look to be further along in his rehabilitation from a non-contact ACL last October than anyone would have anticipated. But with it has already come the baggage of, surprise, I'm on a boat partying with some frisky ladies and my superstar international hip-hop star girlfriend, making noise for all the wrong reasons thus far. Again, to me, you get a mulligan, it's water under the bridge, so long as he stays committed and is here more, and he's making noise in New England for his play and his instruction on and off the field, as opposed to social media videos, Met galas, and other stuff that gets him talked to by the organization. Everything thus far doesn't bother me. I wonder, do you think he can get a clear vote and carry on in a positive way?
I think all indications to me right now, Mike Giardi's right in what he just talked to us about. They're disappointed in the way that he's approached the role so far. And it's not about the boat party necessarily and the video out there, but it's about not being around physically the facility.
Yeah.
And when he is there, when we've gotten to see him as media, he looks great. He looks healthy. He looks ready to play, or at least on pace to play week 1. And he's very engaged. He's very energetic. He's dabbing up Efton Chisholm, the undrafted free agent on the side. And Chisholm talked to us after practice and said, man, in meetings, Diggs just drops gems. That dude has been in the league for so much longer than you appreciate, and he has such a wealth of knowledge on top of the skill set that he brings. So they want him there. But when a reporter goes into that press conference and asks about Steph Diggs' dedication specifically, and you get that answer from Vrabel, we want everyone here during voluntary workouts. Like, that's what we want. I think that is a very clear answer about where they are with Steph Diggs. You're not giving us enough, dude. And you may have your play do the talking for us when we get into the season. If you're healthy and you're ready to go, you clear the physical, you're out there, you rack up somewhere between 800 and 1,000 yards, everybody will be happy. But we also need you to buy in because you're a big dog on this team and you got a group of receivers that were an absolute head case mess last year. And they're looking to somebody from direction. And the first direction you're giving is that you're not here unless you have to be. And it's not worth $200,000 for you to be here 27 out of 32 days. I think that's a rough start. And I want Diggs to do well. I'm a Diggs fan. I love his style of play. I want to see him out there. It just sounds like the Patriots really want to see him out there too, even when he doesn't have to be there.
What do you say, Dan?
How much leash do you think he has at this point, and how much is that influenced by the fact that the rest of the wide receiver room is a cluster at this point?
What do you mean by leash?
A leash in terms of we have to have conversations about you may not be on the roster come opening night.
I don't think that. I think that's so far off.
Really?
That's so far off.
That would be
this
cutting
guy.
off their nose to spite their face, something wicked. They need him. I mean, he needed them, obviously, but they needed him even more.
Yeah, look, I do think that they need him more. I do. The lack of talent on this team is galling. Still. Like, I know we talk about everything defensively, but if you look at a wide receiver / tight end room anywhere else in the league, the Patriots without Steph Diggs would be at the very bottom, like clear-cut last team in the league. You need this guy healthy. You need him out there. The biggest thing of all, though, is that you need him committed. And we talk about this stuff as kind of like untangible, soft stuff. Oh, is he a leader? Does he have the personality? Whatever. Like, some of it is... Is everyone going to buy into the Vrabel thing? You got guys like Morgan Moses, he's buying into it. He's going to be a walking example. Even somebody like Garrett Bradbury, total makeup of that way. But it's different if you have a Steph Diggs buying into it. And somebody like Pop Douglas is watching that. And somebody like Keyshawn Boutte is watching that. And those guys are on your roster. I think it sets a tone. And you need him there to do that.
Especially when you have a coach and a coaching staff in Vrabel, where the biggest thing that we've been told since he was hired was there was going to be a culture shift. We're
removing entitlement and we're returning accountability to the room. And literally, who could potentially come in more entitled than a multi-$100 million wide receiver who's dating one of the most famous women on planet Earth and comes in with this pet like, hey, I wore like a Lion King looking outfit to the Met Gala. Like I'm a very handsome man. I'm accomplished. I'm rich. And I've been to the playoffs. I've almost made it to the Super Bowl. So I guess there could be a level of entitlement or expectation with Steph Diggs, but Mike Vrabel wants him to come in here, this guy recovering from an ACL, this guy with $69 million on the line to be earned over this 3-year deal, and say, hey, guy, get back there and earn it. And if you do, everyone else will follow suit. That's to your point, Mego. Like Pop Douglas and Jalen Polk and Kayshon Boutte and Efton Chisholm and all these guys are going to be like, well, if our top dog doesn't think that we have a chance this year and we're not worth coming back for voluntary, let alone mandatory meetings and practices and dialing it in, like you said, why should I have to? But if they see him working twice as hard as them, that's why I was comfortable with them paying him the amount of money they did, because he gets to stand up on the sideline, in the meeting room, in the huddle, and say, like, guys, all y'all MFers can get in line because the targets come through me, and if you want them, you're going to have to earn them past me.
And I don't think we're talking about a situation, just to be clear, where it's like they're cutting ties with Steph Diggs because they don't like his approach. I don't think that those are the stakes, but the stakes maybe become something like this physical that we're looking at, where it's a leverage point for the team. $12 million.
It's a big deal coming up.
To wait and see, if he's going to be healthy through the summer and have this physical later. How much of that does you get into this push-pull where then Diggs is like, dude, like I'm so much stronger than everybody else in your room, and you treat me like this, like I'm a pro. I'm 31 years old. I'm a grown man. Like I'm not some kid just walking off the bus from college. All due respect. I think that it's a really delicate tightrope for them.
But maybe Dan, he has to like Vrabel knows what an accomplished veteran Steph Diggs is, and he brought him in for a reason. But maybe he wants him to come in and not like earn it all over again, but at least come in and like start setting the right example early on.
Yeah, show the fact that nobody, as we are trying to reset things with this franchise, nobody is set up X amount more for success than a rookie or a second-year player, or a hard day's work for a veteran is worth just as much as a hard day's work for an Efton Chisholm or a Pop Douglas or somebody who doesn't have quite the same resume. And that's the reason I ask you the question about the leash and whether they would even entertain that conversation if it gets to the point where they feel like Diggs is undermining what the Vrabel coaching staff is trying to impart on this team, just given how they are so different from what the Mayo regime was giving these guys in terms of leeway.
617-779-7937. Jump in and talk some Pats, some Steph Diggs, and more with us. Like our friend Paul, who is all the way out in Westfield. What's up, Paul?
Well, from the two Musketeers and the Megabyte Biz, happy birthday and Father's Day to our super producer, Stiz. You guys are hilarious. Lots of stuff to talk about.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, thank you, Paul. We appreciate that very much. What do you got? What do you got on the Patriots front for me, my guy?
You're all right. If he screws up, you're not going to see him around. Mego's right. I love Mego's guaranteed last place team without him, but without someone with experience and ability that people forget that when he did show up, he lost to $200,000 because he just wasn't ready after the recovery and not getting early time. So that cost him $200,000 not to get those days in. But when he did show up, he was running around as fast or faster than everyone, and he was able to help them go from an uncomfortable new situation and direct term explain it. It's like having a free coach on the field. And this is important. And Mego, when you said something very smart about how you're supposed to bring them up and give them time experience, you never bring them up to give them time experience. The answer is simply this. When, for example, they went to look at a shortstop named Mariano Rivera, they said they heard he can pitch. And the scout said, where is he? And he walked up, and normally 8 to 10 pitches, and Rivera threw 3. And the scout said, sign him immediately, because he clearly had something that would survive. And if they don't think, especially with the pitcher, if they come up and get shelled, you just cost us a lot.
Right. Thank you very much for the call. Appreciate that, Paul.
That was quite the journey.
I wasn't expecting to. We were right in the middle of Dig Sylvania, and then we took a left-hand turn to Mariano Rivera Boulevard.
Was he calling from like the bottom of the ocean?
I think he was on the Titan Explorer, yes.
Long question, good question.
How about the second part?
A veteran and learned Boston sports fan, indeed, all the way out there in Western Mass. We appreciate the passion, but we sometimes we try to stay on track. Let's see if we can't get back on track with Steve in Northborough. Hi, Steve. How are you?
Hey there. How's it going? Hey, Mego. It's Steve from Northborough. Always love the Jones and Mego show. Hey, real quick, if we could just kind of take our crazy hats on, like, can we just look at, like, maybe the best case scenario, like a Washington last year? Like, just what do you guys think if everything goes right, if Will Campbell can block and everything goes well? Like, give me, like, your best case, in your opinion, scenario. I'd love to hear it. Thank you very much.
I appreciate the call. So, Steve, I've gone on the record and said 10-7, I think, would be a beyond ideal season. That involves competitive games, meaningful games all throughout the season, through the holidays and into January, with a possible sniff at a wild card spot.
Okay. I think it's beyond that. Honestly, like, we can say 10 games, 11 games, 8 games. Do you think that they could win a playoff game? Do you think that, to me, that's the bar?
No,
if you're
I can't tell
talking
you
about,
that yet.
If you're talking about something, the difference between, like, hey, what's the highest bar you can reach? Can you be something like Washington last year, who gets all the way to conference championship? Like, can you win a playoff game? Because I think that's where we saw that 21 team get utterly exposed. Was, oh my God. Ooh. You know, they had a nice little stretch in that season. It wasn't just them going up against the Bills. I think there were probably, 75% of the teams that were in the playoff that year were going to expose them.
You, Andy, and I did a 3-hour radio show before Wild Card Saturday. I think it was like 1 to 4, and then there was the 4 o'clock game, and the Pats were on that night at 8. And I was so fired up, and I was trying to talk myself into how and why they could win, because I'm just being, I'm little Nick.
Well, they had one in a hurricane.
Yeah, right?
Oh,
and
he's such a homer. He's such a homer.
Such a homer.
At least it was a little more justified back then.
Like, there's two, Mac Jones threw 3 passes. He completed 2. They ran, 60-something times. Why can't they play like that again? And you and Hart were like, Guy, this is going to be messy tonight. You're like, and I was so bummed. I was like, why were they being so mean to me? Why were they being so negative that day? Turns out later on that night, and your final score, 47-14, and it wasn't that close. They didn't make them punt for a second straight game in a row. That was brutal. That team was such a paper tiger, and I still want a documentary to be made about what happened to the 2021 Patriots after they went into the bye at 9-4 and came out 10-7, a shell of themselves. Dan, I think this team can be 10-7, maybe even 11-6 if all things go right. But aren't we banking most of that faith on the defense and not so much on the offense, which we still don't necessarily know that much about and haven't seen operate as smoothly or impress as quickly as the defense?
Yeah, I think of the facets of this team that you're trying to base your optimism off of. It's your defense first, and something you've called attention to. I think it's your run game that intrigues a lot of people as well, and the fact that you have
a power run team this year,
right,
with play action passing and some McDaniels-esque trickeration is the best case scenario for me on offense to slow play the Drake May learning curve.
A number of guys that can do different things within the McDaniels offense, and guys who will limit your mistakes, and maybe if that's just taking a little pressure off of Ramondre Stevenson or mixing it up in some capacity. But yes, I think the true X factor that could take a 7-8 win season to maybe into those 10, 11, even 12. I think Taylor Kyle said 13 win seasons.
He's walked it back. He says 12 now.
He's down to 12.
He'll be on BST with me tonight, and he just reiterated via email 12 wins.
Brag. So 12 and 5.
Working Friday nights, huge brag.
Okay.
Well, it's on TV.
On TV.
Oh my God, we're on Twitch right now.
Okay.
Same.
Yeah.
The internet is the new TV.
That's what I heard. And did you hear earlier? Stiz?
Grow up, Fitzy. You're an afternoon drive.
The selfie is the new autograph. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. I got a million fun toys that they can play with.
And then you
toys
hear from
to
Rob
trains
Bradford.
to video games. It's the biggest toy store there is. Dan Ball.
Your passing game is the one thing that jumps it up to the point where I think we are Mego talking about a team that can potentially win a playoff game.
That the how far this team goes, I don't think hinges on the defense or the running game. I think it completely hinges on, you're right, the passing game. How quickly does
Steph Diggs?
Yeah, does Steph Diggs deliver? Going back to the first point of the hour, does Steph Diggs deliver? Does he lead? Is he actually fully healed? Does he clear the physical? Do some other receivers fall in line behind him? Can Drake May handle the McDaniels offense? Does he limit the turnovers? Can Will Campbell block for him?
Right.
All these variables and permutations that are basically centered around this passing offense right now. That's where I think the most questions lie at this point. Let's go one more call real quick before we catch you guys up on trending sports news and beyond. Jay is up in God's country in the 207. Jay, what's going on in Maine, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Fitz? Thanks for taking the call.
Always.
I just wanted to say, as a Giants fan, this boat scandal has my PTSD really going. But at the end of the day, Steph Diggs is a professional, and, I think we can look past everything that he's done, but he made Case Keenum look like prime Roethlisberger. He revived Kirk Cousins from Washington, and he really elevated Josh Allen from an incredible physical talent to a potential MVP candidate. So I think long-term, worst-case scenario, Steph's just going to instill some confidence in a young Drake May and really set you guys up for success. But anyway, enjoy your guys' weekend. Thanks for taking the call.
All right, there we go. Let's end on a Pat's positive note like that. Like maybe the Stefan Diggs, the wide receiver one that elevates the quarterback's game to the next level or helps him unlock that next level. Could it be that maybe that's another one of the reasons why they signed Steph Diggs, so he can have the Josh Allen, Case Keenum, the Case Keenum, Josh Allen, CJ Stroud.
You're right there.
But
you just have a stroke on
I had a Rob Bradford. Because I tried to call him Chase Keenum. Everyone's allowed one, okay? He called him Mark Giardi. She said Rob Bradford. Now I said Chase Keenum. Are you good?
Flag stip. Yeah. Remember that one from the last time you guys were together?
The flag stip station.
That's right.
As long as we're having fun, I hope it carries through the speakers. On the flag stip station.
There we go.
There it is.
That's
the
one.
Hey, kids that are watching through the glass right now, one day when you grow up, try to be a professional, not like this guy here at the microphone.
Go to law school.
Yeah, go to law school. Go to medical school. Don't do this. This is way.
Mom agrees.
Mom's laughing.
Like,
she's like, no, that's good. Get a real job. Exactly.
What's our Yankee jersey percentage out here? We had a lot of Mets when they
over
were
50% thus far. Look at this guy.
And you can't take your eyes off his mom.
Oh, Will Fleming, my goodness. I would say so far, I've seen more than 50% Yankees jerseys.
Ugh, at America's most beloved ballpark.
I think they're going to, and Torrey Hunter's hurt. I think they're going to be pretty well represented here tonight. This guy's nodding his head. You got to deal with Garret Crochet tonight, guy. We got the big pig on the mound. We got a big one going against Yarbrough.
Oink, oink.
Yes.
Never forget.
And sadly, no Marcelo Meyer in the lineup.
Nope.
617's up, and now they're letting the fans in. Have a great time, buddy. I hope you go home with a loss. 617-779-7937.
Oink, oink.
It's your telephone number. When we come back, we'll get into some of these finals that we've been talking about. The NBA finals, the NHL finals. Are they good enough to get everyone to tune back in because the ratings are down, but the level of engagement, play, and excitement seems to be up? All that and more streaming towards the 5 o'clock hour here on WEEI Afternoons. And now let us present you with the best in trending sports news, courtesy of Dan Ball.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
All right, here's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. Brought to you by Northeastern Savings Bank. The Red Sox open up a 3-game series at Fenway Park against the Yankees tonight. First pitch of Game 1 is set for 7:10. Garret Crochet will start opposite Ryan Yarbrough on the mound this evening. Here's your lineup for tonight. Rob Refsnyder will start in left field, in for Jaron Duran. Then it's Rafael Devers, your DH. Romy, my homie Gonzalez at first base with Carlos Narvaez, your catcher. Roman Anthony is in right field. Trevor Story at short. Abraham Toro at third. Cedon Rafaela in center. And then Christian Campbell at second base, and he is batting ninth. You can listen to tonight's game on WEEI FM 93.7 and across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's perfecting the art of fresh. Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian Arcan is tonight at 6:10, and Will Fleming and Sean McDonough will have the call of the game. In the Stanley Cup Finals, the Oilers came back to defeat the Panthers 5-4 in overtime to even the series at 2 wins apiece. Edmonton became the first team in Stanley Cup Final history to win a game when trailing 3-0 after the first period. Game 5 of that series is tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern out in Edmonton. Game 4 of the NBA Finals is tonight in Indiana. Tip-off is at 8:30. The Pacers lead the Thunder 2-1. New from earlier this afternoon, the Patriots hired Max Mulitz as their personnel analytics coordinator. Mulitz previously worked as the director of coaching analytics for the Miami Dolphins. The Revolution host FC Cincinnati at Gillette Stadium tomorrow night. Kickoff for that one is at 7:30. And finally, Tristan Lawrence is your second-round leader at the 125th U.S. Open Championship at Oakmont Country Club. Lawrence is currently 5 under par, 1 shot clear of the field, and only 6 players of the 156 are currently under par. Northeastern Savings Bank is the leading alternative to using a big bank for businesses and families in Massachusetts. Upgrade to a local partner. Upgrade to Northeastern Savings Bank. Member FDIC and DIF. I'm Dan Ball. This is trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. More afternoons coming up live from Fenway Park right after this.
The Red Sox station. Go Sox, let's go, baby.
I love the Red Sox. WEEI.
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 New England Sports Original.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. It's just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
20% off sunglasses from Shadon Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shadon. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, going the extra mile for your business pays off. With 5 times membership rewards points on flights and prepaid hotels booked through AmexTravel.com, you can earn more points to help grow your business. And with access to more than 1,400 lounges globally through the American Express Global Lounge Collection, including the Centurion Lounge,
can I get you a refill?
You can stay fresh wherever your business travel takes you. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/AmexBusiness.
Next Level pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, Afoxolaner, Moxidectin, and Pyrantel chewable tablets. The one-and-done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef-flavored chew, so you don't have to use Next Level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next level protection for your dog.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Amazon has everything for every kind of Father's Day. Whether that's a waffle maker for his beloved breakfast in bed,
Come to Papa.
or new pickleball paddles for some friendly father-son competition.
Come to Papa. Yeah!
Or gifts like a steel shaker for his signature Dad Hatton cocktail.
Come to Papa.
From cookware to sports gear, shop everything for Father's Day on Amazon.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Risk is the show where people tell true stories they never thought they'd dare to share. A podcast all about human connection and radical honesty. All through June for Pride Month, Risk will be featuring the stories of LGBTQ folks from all walks of life. You'll laugh, cry, and maybe even end up feeling a little bit better. Go get Risk on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
This is WEEI Afternoons
with Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy-Stevens, and Ted Johnson.
OKC's not going to foul. Now Siakam inside, and that will do it. Finishing touches. The Pacers dream of their first NBA title very much alive. They're 2 wins away from a championship.
2 wins away from a championship. Did you think those words would be ones that you would have uttered at the beginning of the 2024-2025 season?
Yes, sir.
The Indiana Pacers are 2 wins away from a championship. I'm with you, Stiz. I've been rooting for the Pacers. I wanted them to win. I thought they had a shot. Everyone said, no. It'll be a gentleman's sweep at worst for OKC. Here's the thing about Oklahoma City versus the Pacers, and we'll get a little bit into how good the Stanley Cup Finals have been as well momentarily here on WEEI Afternoons. The OKC, incredible regular season, one of the best regular seasons ever. Making their way through the playoffs, a little bit of a test from Denver and Minnesota, but otherwise, they haven't been pushed to 7th. They haven't been tested that hard. They've never been to the finals in this iteration of the team. They have never gone. They don't have any experience. So for all of us to just certify and mint them as the next dynasty, as a shoe-in in the finals, when you have a team like the Pacers, now they haven't either, but look how hard they died last year in the conference finals against the Celtics without Tyrese Halliburton. Look how impossible they've been to eliminate all the way up here, game-winning shot after game-winning shot after absolute miracle. And people, Nemhart's become like a legend unto himself. Pascal Siakam is playing like Kevin Garnett 2.0, just absolutely out of his mind. And Halliburton might be the clutchest guy in the NBA, postseason or not right now. It's impressive. My hat's off to them for already making it a series. And I legitimately think, Mego, they have a chance to win it.
Yeah, I think it's tough anytime you get your butts handed to you by a guy named Benedict Mathurin.
It is kind of demoralizing, isn't it?
Benedict, is it Mathurin?
He was.
Wow.
He was fabulous in Game 3. Fabulous, and
they have all the storylines.
I look at OKC in these finals, and it kind of reminds me of the Celtics in the 22 finals.
Mm-hmm.
Such a young team, so much talent. Such a great for the Celtics at that stretch. It was really the second half of that season under Coach Ime Udoka. For OKC, it's really been the last 2 regular seasons, but this spectacular regular season that they had. Obviously, SGA is not playing up to the caliber that they need him to, but you'd think even with that, you'd look at Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren and just the double big lineup that they can go to.
Don't forget about Dort.
And that the Pacers are just they just find something everywhere. That's where it reminds me of these Celtics teams that took a while to get over the hump and finally get the championship last year. All in all, I think with both the finals, the Celtics and the Stanley Cup final, it feels very weird because maybe it's just being so used to having the Celtics around it, or at least the Bruins somehow tied into it beyond the Brad Marchand or just hating the Panthers side of it. It feels detached this year. Especially for I think it's tough because for the NBA, I'm watching these finals. I think it's a great matchup basketball-wise. I think the basketball is actually super fun. It's not 55 3-point attempts per game from one team. So if that's not your style of NBA basketball, you should be into it. And yet, anecdotally, in my everyday life, when I talk to people who are sports fans, it's, maybe I'll watch Game 5. Not really for me.
Yeah, why the
I feel like a lot of people, aside from Halliburton, can't really even name a Pacer. And they're like, well, I know Halliburton's sick. He's clutch. That's cool. But other than that, I don't know. OKC, a bunch of young guys. SGA, he's going to be MVP. It just, I don't know. I'm a little confounded by these NBA finals. I'm worried about it. And all you get, and maybe like some of this is spending too much time on social media, which I definitely do because of what we do. But like anytime that something comes out about like, oh, this is the matchup, these are the ratings it did, people are like dancing all over the graves of these finals. And I just am kind of tired of this perpetual state of everybody looking at it and going, what's wrong with the NBA? Like 3-pointers. What's wrong with the NBA? I love the NBA, so I'm always going to be there for basketball. But I'm like, where is the casual fan like for these finals, and what gets them in?
So, Dan, do you hate? So, Mego and I have talked one and many a time. We both hate the CBA in the NBA. The idea that you can build a super team, or that you can go and get the player that you want, whether you have the most money to offer or you have the most attractive position for him. If you draft well, like the Celtics have over the last decade, and then you get to a point where it's time for their reward and they get their supermax, you get punished for it.
Right.
So now you can't have super teams. You can't keep the band together for as long as you want, because the NBA is like, no. We need you guys to play parity ball and be more like the NFL, which I just think is dumb. Like, you're punished for it. So now this is what you get. Are you happy? You get OKC you get market 27 versus market 33. And everyone's like, this is not what I want. And yet the funny thing is, the caliber of basketball that they're playing is very exciting. And this could be a thrilling finish to a very memorable finals, but no one wants to watch because it's not full of stars.
It just feels like the CBA that you mentioned was constructed almost with the lack of understanding of what made the NBA so great over the last, call it 30 years, from your Jordan, Pippen Bulls all the way through your big three with the Heat into the super teams with the Warriors of the mid 2010s.
Right.
Those teams being kind of the dartboard that everybody was shooting for in the NBA is what made the league so intriguing, and what kind of built in the automatic drama when you got to the playoffs. All right, who's going to take down the Bulls? Who's going to take down the last iteration of the Celtics? And it's really strange to see a league that seems like they constructed their finances around making sure that didn't happen. So I guess congratulations, Adam Silver. You got what you wanted with how this all came about. I don't know. Makes no sense to me.
Mego, the finals that this reminds me of, tell me if you can see any hallmarks of that. I mentioned yesterday on the air, this is starting to remind me of the 2011 NBA Finals, where the Miami Heat came in like minted as the champion. They're the next big thing. Of course, they had just formed the big three, their big three, not one, not two, not three, not four. And they faced a veteran, savvy, resilient Dallas Mavericks team with Jason Terry, got the name right this time, guys, Dirk Nowitzki, and a cast of like gunslingers and veterans. And even though Miami got the first win and the money was still on them, Dallas wins the series shockingly, 4-2. Now, the next year, the Miami Heat came storming back and they won back-to-back titles. And then Brad Stevens' favorite basketball team ever, the 2014 Spurs, served it up to him and basically ended the run of the Miami Heat. Do you think this would be an anomalous win for the Pacers, or have we been if they can pull this off, now up 2-1? Or could they be setting themselves up for a nice run? Are they just a one-off? And I like your point, too, about OKC might just be like, they're not like, we're ready, like we're on our way, but we're not quite ready yet.
Yeah, I think for OKC, it's just as apparent that there's a maturity thing there. I don't mean with attitude or behavior off the court.
Experience.
Just the experience of being there. Being in the finals is a radically different experience than being anywhere else in the playoffs. And you saw it with the Celtics in 2022. That stage was too big for that group at that point. It was just too big. They couldn't get there, and they were up. And so, allow for anything to happen, because they were up 2-1 on the Warriors after being on the road. That was crazy. And so this could still turn the other way for OKC. I don't think, though, when you look at what's happened with the champions over the last decade, that you're going to see anything building from the Pacers either, because the CBA is not kind to dynasties anymore. And again, I have said this multiple times. I think that's so bad for the league. I really do. I don't understand this illogical opinion with any sports league that dynasties, superstars that turn into evil empires are bad for casual fans. It just doesn't compute. It doesn't compute. Was the NFL struggling for 20 years when the Patriots were in the Super Bowl every other freaking season? No, the whole league grew. And now you hear guys like Robert Kraft talking about like, oh, the valuation of how much the Patriots organization went up from when I bought it in the 90s to where I took it with Belichick and Brady, and everybody wants to claim a responsibility for that.
And how much this goddamn statue's costing me.
Like, you know how much the Washington went up? And that was like the most poorly run organization in all of professional sports. I know, because I'm a Washington fan. Like, it's not bad for the leagues. What's bad is when you can't engage casual fans.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that I don't want teams like OKC, small cities, small markets, love OKC as a basketball team, the Pacers to be in it. Like, it is fun to see different teams in it. But I also just am concerned about, I want the health of the league to be good, and I want people to be engaged and know who they're watching. And for whatever reason, like people seem to have a real problem with this year, and it's a bummer because the first 2 rounds of the NBA playoffs were so awesome that I went on the morning show and I got Chris Curtis to admit that it was super fun watching random NBA playoff games.
That's not easy.
Not even Celtics, random playoff games. And I was like, we got him. And now we're sitting here and it's just a bummer, man. Like, it's a real bummer. I don't know. People who hate the NBA, like, you got 1,000 reasons for it, whatever. If it's 3-pointers, you can't point to that in this finals. That's not how these teams play.
And neither the Pacers nor the Thunders are graduates of Missoula ball, just, chucking the ball up from anywhere beyond the 20.
Say, like, NBA doesn't play defense. OKC's defense is next level incredible.
Super
it
good.
doesn't translate to people.
I know. It's too bad people aren't watching, and people aren't also watching Dan Ball's favorite sport, the National Hockey League.
That's nothing new, though.
I know, but, like, it's a really good finals over there, too, as well.
Final.
Even Mego watched last night. Like, I was watching. I was out to dinner. It was 3-0. I stopped watching. Come home later. Like, oh my God, this game's in overtime. Like, neither of these teams want to die. Like, this is a great new rivalry in sports. It could be going on for a long time. You may have like the best team, the returning Stanley Cup champions, going up against the best. Literally, there's a hockey team in Canada where the sport was basically invented, and they haven't won it in 32 years. And you have the 2 best players in the league on the same team. Like, there's every reason why people should be tuning in. I think it would make for great intermittent watching in and amongst the baseball. Like, you know what a big deal was made of, like, last Saturday on Fox, the biggest ratings we've gotten in years for Sox Yankees. Do you know how many people watched? 3.1 million. Like, it's a sad state of affair. Baseball is regional. No one's watching.
Numbers the NFL would laugh at.
Yeah, for their pregame.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure fantasy football today or whatever on ESPN gets more viewers. Like, it's nuts.
Yeah.
It's just a shame no one's watching them. So, listen, from our mouths to your ears, if you get a chance, check out these finals, both the NHL finals and the NBA finals. It's good sport right now.
Or don't, whatever.
Yeah, or don't.
I mean, like, I love it. I love the NBA. Like, I'm not going to be able to convert people who don't love the NBA to loving the NBA.
The same reason why during COVID, when there was a Wednesday night Ravens-Steelers game, I was like, this is awesome because I can't get enough football.
I'm just curious because people will be like, oh, it's LeBron and the Warriors every year. I hate it. And then, oh, it's all 3-pointers. I hate it. This isn't any of that. Is this what you want? Are you not entertained?
Narratives and stories are always only as good as the villain. And when CBAs prevent villainy by making sure that the field is too spread out, this is what you get. So,
are you not entertained? Yes. Are you not entertained?
No, we kind of are, just no one's watching.
Did you ever see Gladiator 2? I didn't see it. It looked too long.
No, I have no
I heard Denzel was the only really good part of it. And I'm like, well, I'll just go watch old Denzel movies.
Yeah, it looks just like a fancier version of the original Gladiator.
Like, Denzel's going to be bad in anything?
Which I think is kind of overrated in the first place. That is a hot movie take. 617-779-7937. It is Friday the 13th. When we come back, our guy Stiz, Stiz Grimy, Stanley Bruno, big horror movie fan. Let's talk superstitions and get some horror movie tips from our guy Stiz before we get into the 5 o'clock hour and get you pumped, primed, and prepared for Sox Yankees here in the flagship station for your Boston Red Sox, WEEI.
WEEI.
WEEI. New England Sports Original.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it. Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Is Dad a golfer? Give him an advantage on the course this Father's Day with Shade-In Precision Eyewear. See Better, PlayBetter.com offers premium golf sunglasses at 20% off with code SPRING so he can play like the pros. Shade-In is so confident in their product that they offer a 30-day money-back guarantee. Don't wait. His next course record is the gift you could give him this Father's Day. Visit SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and get 20% off with code SPRING today.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
Next Level Pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, afoxolaner, moxidectin, and pyrantel chewable tablets. The one-and-done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef-flavored chew, so you don't have to use next-level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next-level protection for your dog.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Save $100 on the Craftsman V26 Tool Power Tool Combo Kit, now at $199. No matter what the project is, Craftsman's high-quality, high-performance products empower you to build on. Stop by your nearest Lowe's store and check out the full line of Craftsman tools today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Amazon has everything for every kind of Father's Day. Whether that's a waffle maker for his beloved breakfast in bed,
Come to Papa.
or new pickleball paddles for some friendly father-son competition.
Come to Papa! Yeah!
Or gifts like a steel shaker for his signature Dad Hatton cocktail.
Come to Papa.
From cookware to sports gear, shop everything for Father's Day on Amazon.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to WEEI Afternoons
with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Stiz, let me guess. As a movie soundtrack nerd, is this the music from the original Friday the 13th?
Nailed it.
There's that iconic. It's good. It's very Bernard Herrmann-esque, the guy who did the music to a lot of the old Hitchcock films, Psycho especially as well. Because it is Friday the 13th, Mego, Dan Ball, everyone listening to WEEI Afternoons as we come to you from our Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio down here on a beautiful Friday night at Fenway Park. This is one of those days. It's Friday the 13th, so you kind of maybe should watch a horror movie, and hopefully that horror movie isn't Garret Crochet getting taken deep again. So we have a resident horror movie expert on our program and our radio station as well.
Occasional horror movie actor, I believe.
That's right.
If you check out IMDb.
Yeah, Stiz, what horror movie were you in?
I was in a film called Black Friday with Devon Sawa, Bruce Campbell, Michael Jai White.
I remember Bruce Campbell was in it for sure, which is iconic because Bruce Campbell is, that's Ash from Housewares.
And couldn't be more nice, right, Nick? Like, sometimes you'll meet bigger stars and like they're kind of, dinks, but super nice, took time to like give you some of his time, which was really cool.
That's great. You watch a lot of horror movies. Great story, bro.
Great story.
There it is. All right, thank you. So, whenever I need a horror movie recommendation, you're my guy that I go to. Mego, you a big horror movie fan?
Oh, yeah. I love scary movies.
Oh,
I've
that's
talked
right.
to Stiz.
Yep,
Stiz and I
that's
have
right.
talked about a couple of very disturbing directors that we enjoy.
And I'll have a question for you, Meg, in a minute here.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Dan Ball?
Big ol' softy. I am out. But I'll learn. I'm always going to learn.
I watch a couple every year. I don't watch, that's not my go-to. Action movies, good comedy, whatever. Sometimes a little melancholy drama mixed into the bag, but not really a big horror. I don't go to horror movies first. However, when it's something super awesome, like a few years ago, Stiz told me to see The Witch. Love that movie. That was outstanding.
And you love John Carpenter.
And I love John Carpenter. You know what? Actually, I'm going this October in Queens. I'm seeing John Carpenter and his band do a night of all of the John Carpenter movie themes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
John Carpenter playing the Escape from New York theme live for some reason on a keyboard, 80-year-old guy up there just like meow, meow.
Halloween.
Somebody there
playing Halloween live or The Thing. Amazing.
Somebody there is going to be on drugs and have the worst experience.
Yep.
Or the best.
It's not going to be me.
No, it's going to be a bad trip.
It's not gonna be me. So it's Friday the 13th. We got to give some horror movie recommendations. Stiz, pretend I am the audience and we haven't caught up to all the latest and greatest horror movies that are legitimately scary or that we need to add to our Friday the 13th queue. Hook us up, guy.
Yeah, and as a horror fanatic, it doesn't happen regularly, obviously, but for my birthday today to fall on Friday the 13th, I've been looking forward to this for like 3 years. So it was really cool. So I put together 5 movies that I think, I could go with classics, The Exorcist, Halloween, Nightmare on Elm Street, and of course those are all great. But
Exorcist is possibly the GOAT.
Yeah, and I think that one still does hold up and is legitimately scary. But I wanted to give the audience some movies that I think are legitimately scary, that you're going to watch, by yourself or with your part, whatever, and it's going to legit creep you out, okay?
Like you're not going to be able to, you may have to sleep with a light on, you may have to see if the neighbors are home.
Exactly.
You're going to still see it when you close your eyes.
Okay, so number 1 on my list, and you guys please let me know if you've seen any of these, is The Strangers.
I have never, and I don't want to because it's going to creep me the blank out.
That's the one with the burlap sacks.
That's right.
Sacks over their face. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's about like a couple. They spend a weekend in a cottage in this remote area in like Maine or Vermont or whatever, and people show up to the house and craziness happens. But a legitimately scary movie. So definitely check out The Strangers. Number 2, Insidious. Insidious, a horror movie that came out, I don't even know, 10 years ago now, maybe?
I think more than that.
Yeah, you're probably right, Mego. And again, this one legitimately
Is that about Bill Belichick?
Scary. Yeah, sure. No, again, just kind of like your typical haunted house movie, but just done very well. Great scares, great sound design, just awesome.
Is that Blumhouse?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
God, yeah, very Blumhouse film.
Man, for what a cottage industry they've turned out to.
Yeah.
Number 3.
They're the John Boy of horror movies.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, them and A24. Hereditary. Has anyone seen Hereditary?
I refuse to because you've told me how many times that the end of the movie is going to live in my mind.
Love Hereditary.
Right,
So
Mego?
good. Oh my gosh. I saw it in theaters. It was a rare moment. It takes a lot for me to be disturbed by a movie. Rare moment in theaters where something happens about 40% of the way through the film, where I just sat there and I was like, oh my God, I have made such a mistake seeing this movie.
And
like,
sometimes,
why am I on this roller coaster? Why am I on this roller coaster?
It's like you're like, oh my God, I can't handle this.
And
This is
sometimes
so crazy.
horror movies get a bad rap because they'll say, oh, the writing is terrible, the acting is terrible, blah, blah, blah. And sometimes that's a fair assessment. But this movie, legitimately great story. You want to talk about great acting? Mego, Toni Collette in that movie, the mom.
She should have gotten Oscar nominated.
She's so good.
One of the
period.
best performances I've seen.
She's like
in a
Kate
horror
Blanchett.
movie.
She's great in everything she's in.
That's right. Okay. My number 4 movie, it came out in 2023. It's called When Evil Lurks. Now, it's kind of like a foreign film. I believe it was an Argentinian filmmaker who
That
made
makes
this
it
one.
scarier.
It is unbelievably scary. It's kind of like a possession movie,
see, that
dealing
always
with like
bothered-
demons and stuff like that. Unbelievably, and it's a film that once it starts, they ram the pedal down to 80 miles an hour and never take their foot off the gas. It is just non-stop scares and action and crazy things that are happening. So
When Evil Lurks,
cannot recommend it enough. And for my last movie, this is a movie that is in theaters right now. You could go out and see this weekend.
Lilo and Stitch.
Super
Terrifying.
Nope.
Terrifying.
Mego, you and I spoke about this on Twitter a few nights ago. Bring Her Back. It's called Bring Her Back.
Was it scary?
Oh my God.
Super messed up, right?
Yes, it is one of the darkest movies I've ever seen. So there's these two brothers, the Filippo brothers. They started as making skits on YouTube and stuff, and then a couple years ago they did their first horror movie called Talk to Me, which is another banger. That one could have very well been on my list. This is their follow-up to that movie. It's called Bring Her Back. Again, kind of deals with possession and bring her back, trying to bring back dead people. Unbelievable. One of the darkest films I've ever seen. Legitimately, every single person that I've told to go see this, I say, text me as soon as you get out, give me your first words. And they're all like swear-filled, like, holy, it's just insane. Keith finally went and saw it last night. I got a Jesus H. Christ from him, text from him. It is insane.
Wow.
It's in theaters right now, and I can't recommend it enough if you love horror movies. Legitimately scary and a great, great, great movie.
Did you rank it? You said you ranked it over Sinners for your movie of the year so far, right?
I did, and Sinners, another great movie, didn't make my list.
Sinners wasn't scary.
Wasn't scary. Exactly. Mego, you took the words right out of my mouth.
But it's not
great
really
movie.
supposed to be, right? It's a thriller.
Kind of. It's like a vampire movie. Great movie. Again, great cinematography, great music, great soundtrack in that movie.
All the Coogler films are beautifully shot. and have
Yeah,
great-
but just
they're-
not
he's awesome.
necessarily scary, but a fun ride nonetheless. But yeah, Bring Her Back. Oh my God, that movie will give you nightmares.
Ever since I saw the Blair Witch Project in the summer of 1999, when it took the world, the horror movie world, the indie film world by storm, and was home by myself for the weekend and fell asleep in front of Sports Center at 4 a.m. on the sofa with all the lights on, I just haven't been able to do horror movies the same. That movie, the final shot of the kid in the corner in the basement and everything, just lives my mind.
And those 3 kids still missing. So I mean, hopefully.
Okay,
All right,
that
it was
very
okay.
confusing because I was like 10 years old when that came out, and I was living in Maryland, and it's supposed to be
Oh, that's
in
right.
Maryland.
It's Maryland, yeah.
And it was very confusing.
I've never
because
looked
the
at
internet,
sticks hanging from a tree.
Yeah, the internet wasn't really the internet, and so for me, I was like, "This is real. This is obviously real." And there's a witch in the woods by my
I
house.
can't show that to my kids. My kids will never like that. No,
That
like
was the
movie-
first of its kind. I mean, that was a
the found
groundbreaker,
footage.
and then opened the doors for films like Paranormal Activity and all these type of found footage films.
Paranormal Activity has such a great payoff.
Yeah, the first one for that's pretty good too.
Horrifying.
Yeah,
Once they
I
got
know.
to like part 11, it kind of.
I just can't. I don't do the possession stuff very well. I don't know why, but just the idea that someone else will come in and like take over my body. Bleh, I just can't do it. Like vampire movies, monster movies don't creep me out as much. But the idea that like the people from beyond take. Stiz, you know what's a great throwback horror film to watch if you've never seen what is it? Oh, Pixels, the Adam Sandler movie. That movie is terrifying.
Oh, poor Sandler.
Hubie Halloween. No, I love Sandman. No, the remake of Invasion of the Body Snatchers with Donald Sutherland from 1976.
I have not seen that.
Great movie, one of the best payoffs, one of the best endings ever.
You know who, like, what I want somebody to do right? Pet Sematary. Pet Sematary is such a good freaking book. It's one of the rare books that is
Not my favorite movie.
No, they've never been able to do it right.
No,
I know they did it in the 80s. They tried it again recently. That book is so freaking creepy and disturbing and makes you want to crawl out of your skin.
That sister character?
They can never get it right. They can never get it right.
It's tough. Meanwhile, a book like The Exorcist, they did get right in the book as well. Don't read that by yourself. Unbelievable. Anyway, we're bleeding into the 5 o'clock hour. So, Stiz, once again, for everyone that's listening now or just tuned in, the 5 horror movies you would tell everybody that they need to see as soon as they can.
All right. The Strangers, Hereditary, Insidious, When Evil Lurks, and Bring Her Back, which is in theaters right now.
All right. Well done, my guy. There's your Stiz Grimy Stanley Bruno 5 horror movies you need to watch on Friday the 13th. Also, it's his birthday. So if you text into the show, say, great list, bro. Also, happy birthday, old man. 617-779-7937. Let's get into the state of the nation versus the Empire. Sox, Yankees from Fenway tonight. It's a big one. You got McDonough and Fleming on the call. I got Mego and Ballgame in here in our Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio to preview it. Lansdowne Street is jammed. People are making their way in the ballpark. What a great night. Let's talk a little bit about it during our 5 o'clock drive here on WEEI Afternoons.
Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson on WEEI.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
There are two types of golfers, those that can hit solid golf shots wearing sunglasses and those that wish they could. Shaden Precision Eyewear is all about better vision and better golf. If you're lacking confidence to wear sunglasses while hitting golf shots, go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and learn why so many tour players and their caddies have switched to the Shaden brand. Use the code SPRING to get 20% off and a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to see the golf course like you've never seen it before.
Your dream getaway,
welcome in,
starts at the airport. With Amex Platinum, you get access to the Centurion Lounge where you can find space to send off that last work email, fill up on premium dining, and finally, relax for up to 3 hours before takeoff. You might even wish your layover could last just a little longer.
Flight to Mexico, now boarding.
Oh, that's me.
That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. For more information, visit americanexpress.com/withAmex.
Next Level Pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, Afoxolaner, Moxidectin, and Pyrantel chewable tablets. The one-and-done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef-flavored chew, so you don't have to use next-level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next-level protection for your dog.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Save $100 on the Craftsman V20 6-tool Power Tool Combo Kit, now at $199. No matter what the project is, Craftsman's high-quality, high-performance products empower you to build on. Stop by your nearest Lowe's store and check out the full line of Craftsman tools today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Baseball is back. The 2025 MLB season is upon us. So what's the easiest way to keep up with all the big stars, top scores, and fun storylines from the night before? What's the solution? Is there a secret?
Chocolate milk and squats. That's the secret.
Not quite, Pete, but there is the Morning Lineup podcast, a quick, less than 10-minute morning highlight show from MLB. It airs Mondays through Fridays on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts. You bring the chocolate milk, we'll bring the baseball news.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? Well, then listen to What We Spend, available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Broadcasting from the WEEI studios. Powered by Verizon. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. An Odyssey Sports Station.
This hour of Afternoons is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
1 on, none out. Crochet is ready. The pitch is swung on and missed. He got him. Fastball up above the zone. The hat trick for Judge. He's smiling in a way coming off the field. He knows that is best on best. Hello, Garret Crochet.
This is WEEI Afternoons.
With Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy Stevens,
and three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson on WEEI.
The nation and the empire set to do battle once again. First round was in the Bronx at the mausoleum that is Yankee Stadium 2.0. Now we're back on our ground. Friendly Fenway Park for a 7:10 first pitch tonight. Ryan Yarbrough against the big pig himself, Garret Crochet, the ace of the Boston Red Sox. Hi, everybody. WEEI Afternoons coming at you. Andy Hart on vacation, Ted Johnson, an extended Father's Day weekend. Hope those boys are relaxing and enjoying themselves right now. As Adam Jones like to say, yeah, I got Fitzy. Yeah, I got Ball Game. Yeah, I got Mego. That's right. The three of us are here with you until 6 o'clock, at which point we throw it on over and pass the baton to Christian Arcan. I don't know, you guys, I will see what I can do tonight. I'm not really that good. So, he'll have his 5-minute show followed by the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show, 7:10 first pitch. Guys, I'm pumped. It's been a great week to be a Sox fan. 2 series wins in a row, even though they're only 6-4 over their last 10. You're playing the Yankees tonight. You took 2 out of 3 from Tampa, 2 out of 3 over the weekend, last weekend from the Yankees as well. Walker Buehler got his stuff together, obviously. Hunter Dobbins, he hates the Yankees. He's obviously the godson of Andy Pettitte. His dad's telling tales to get people fired up. The youth movement is underway. Roman Anthony's up. His sister is the belle of the Boston Ball right now. Everybody's named freaking Anthony. We're fired up like there's some juice back in the season. And we're so excited that we're going to sit Jaron Duran and Marcelo Meyer tonight.
I personally loved it, how Sam Kennedy went on Nesson talking to Tom Caron, the friendliest broadcast he could be on,
of course,
and said, don't you love seeing Rafael Devers take grounders before these games? That guy's ready to go whenever we need him.
Mm-hmm. How much more?
Like we haven't needed him yet.
How much more could he have muddied the waters?
Don't you love that? And then Craig Breslow goes on the Greg Hill show and basically says, I don't know what that was about. To paraphrase, I don't know what that was about. Like trying to come up with new ways to say no comment to every question revolving around Rafael Devers. And by the way, can we stop with the videos, respectfully, of Devers taking grounders at shortstop? He's goofing around, guys. He's playing around before the game. Like, that's how much of a goof this is.
Do you think
he
he's
knows
shoving
he's
it in
never
their
played
face?
defense again. So he's taking freaking even grounders at shortstop. Like, that is nothing. That couldn't be more of nothing. Sorry, I'm getting screechy like Tom Brady.
No,
in the early
yeah,
20s.
Mego's literally jumping up and down. The people that
I've
are
had
out
too much caffeine.
Haven't had enough. People that are lined up outside of our Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio where we're broadcasting from today. By the way, thank you very much to our friends at Ford. It's brought to you by the New England Ford dealers and our F-Series. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. Thank you, Ford. Built Ford tough.
He knows what he's doing, right? By taking ground balls at shortstop with everybody's
If
cameras
you
on
think
him.
Rafael Devers is going back to the field and playing defense, you are an idiot and you deserve to be disappointed.
Bang.
Wow, how about that? So you're in on the fact that he's doing this as a troll job.
Yes. I think he's trolling everyone.
Have you been? I wasn't quite expecting to have to navigate the shark-infested waters of Rafael Devers on this particular afternoon. But are you massively disappointed by his attitude and his efforts? Somewhat disappointed, or are you like Andy Hart, who now all of a sudden believes that there's such dysfunction and such communication issues internally with the Boston Red Sox between general manager, ownership, etc., that now he's almost becoming a Devers sympathist?
I believe that no matter how dysfunctional the organization that you're a part of is, you should carry yourself with dignity. And I don't think that the comments that he made publicly on multiple occasions, including calling out his boss's boss, are demonstrating that. And so
this is awkward.
Yeah.
I think it's really hard to be sympathetic to Rafael Devers, even if they went so far as to tell him one thing in the offseason and do the complete opposite with Alex Bregman. That's inexcusable, but at the same time, like, when you're the highest paid player on the team, you should carry yourself in a different way, in my opinion. That's what my expectation would be. He comes up short of that, and I just can't separate this 1 year and the occasions of it from the entirety of his career, in which every other guy from that big three that came up in 2018 is gone, and they're, like, begging him to be the leader in the clubhouse, and he's just not made of it. Like, he just can't do it.
So some of the new leaders on your team, of course, are the kids that have been called up. Christian Campbell, who's been here all season. We'll see if he gets sent back down to the minors when Willie Abreu comes back off of his 10-day IL stint. Could it be Roman Anthony, as Rob Bradford intimated this week on our very airwaves? That would be a nightmare-level scenario for a lot of fans, not just for Anthony, Leah Anthony, and everybody else in the Anthony family. And, of course, there's Marcelo Meyer, who is rewarded for a game in which he hits 2 400-plus foot home runs in a 4-3 win against the Tampa Rays, with a seat on the bench to watch tonight's game. Here's manager Alex Cora just moments ago discussing how difficult it was to bench Meyer tonight.
Well, Torres playing third and Roman's playing first, so they're doing a good job too. Most likely he'll play third tomorrow. But this is where we're at. We got 13 good position players, and we'll use the roster to our advantage.
Do you guys think that, I know Toro's hitting way above expectation, and Romy is his homie. He nobody loves Romy Gonzalez like Alex Cora loves him some Romy Gonzalez. But do you guys
maybe
think
Will Fleming?
Maybe Will Fleming. Do you guys think that those guys are playing well enough to merit playing time over the kids and the youth movement and the way Marcelo Meyer's played, Dan?
To me, it doesn't matter. I think they are playing well enough to merit playing time, but what about a month from now? And more importantly, what about a year from now? Where we're taking away innings and reps for these guys that are supposed to be, as we were told by the franchise, the future, the core, the leaders, as you talked about, guys who you want to be here for a very long time and hopefully be the centerpiece of the next great era of Red Sox baseball, if that ever comes, unless we're just stuck in 500 hell for the rest of time, which we may be. But if you continue to look at the short-term window and not put any value on the long-term future of these players, then you're never going to get anything out of these guys that are supposed to be your future, that are supposed to be your core. So you want to mix in a Romy Gonzalez or an Abraham Toro once or twice a week and play them against the toughest lefties every now and again. Fine, you can do that. I think that's just good management. But to pull the guy who had the best game out of your lineup out just for the sake of he's a rookie and he's a lefty, I think is extremely short-sighted.
And is that Cora making that decision, Mego, Breslow, the hive mind, or what?
Breslow said that they combine minds on it before every game and like talk through that. So I don't know how much you read into that, but to play devil's advocate there, Dan, wouldn't you say that or wouldn't they say they are looking long term by slow playing the introduction of these guys into the everyday lineup? That they are thinking about these guys long term, their development. Like if they're going to justify it, they're saying like we're being very intentional with what we expose these guys to at the major league level.
Yeah, that's 100% what they're saying, and that's why Cora used the example of Rafael Devers, who is a great hitter at this point. And so I think that I understand where they say they see value with that, but my opinion of development would be let's actually see them continue to get the at-bats and get the reps. And if you think that, well, they can't hit good lefties, well, how am I going to practice that? I can't get that from a batting practice pitcher. And then you watch it for 9 innings and, I don't know, get a feel for the velocity and the movement from the side of the field. I don't think this is just my own personal opinion that I don't think that's the best long-term way to let these guys figure out if they can do it at the major league level or not.
I just want to know where the justification is coming from. Like, I know people point to it and say...
Are the splits so bad? Like, Yarbrough just devours lefties, or like rookies are hitting .097 against him. Like, Meyer was hitting basically the same in AAA against lefties or righties. So, again, let him cut his teeth.
And they'll tell you the lefties in AAA are not equivalent. Smart minds like Lou Merloni will say, nowhere equivalent to lefties in the majors.
Yep.
The lefties will make the jump quickly from AAA up to the major leagues, so it's a totally different game, literally.
Right.
At the same time, I do think it's worth asking, so, what is this the analytics? Is it math that's telling you have to rotate these kids and you can only take the chance of having one of them face a lefty each game, and that's the development course that you should take? Or is it what you think is best for each of these kids individually? Like, I understand rotating the kids. Break down for me whether it's in the best interest of the individual players or the best interest of the team, and what's telling you that, is it just some artificial intelligence that you've plugged in?
Right.
Honestly, because I think that there's more of that going on than a lot of people think.
It does sort of feel like a program or a bot that has had a lot of data and statistics entered into it is telling you, or is telling the team, their greatest likely outcome of success, as opposed to what we hope and what I've always lauded Alex Cora for, which is being able to traverse and navigate dealing with data and analytics and all the advanced research that they do, versus like, I don't know, like he's swinging a hot bat right now. I just got a feel for him in this situation. Like, if you take that away from someone like Alex Cora, who does seem to have such a great natural feel for the game, then you may as well just have, a computer or an AI managing this baseball team. And that sort of feels like the direction this team trends at times. I don't love it.
Well, and also I'd say I want to know about the individual basis, because as high level as all these prospects are, now they're players, but were as prospects. Is Roman Anthony equivalent to Marcelo Meyer? Like, are these guys all just lumped in the same as this is the experience that they have? Like, I don't know. I would like to hear more of the reasoning behind it. They don't owe it to us. They don't owe it to anybody. They can just say we're rotating and this is the plan. But I will say, because of the way that this organization has functioned over the last several seasons, my inclination is not to just look at it and trust that the plan is something that's very well explored and well thought out and going to be executed well.
Well, we're getting to the point with now the previous prospects that have kind of aged out and just become players that you're watching. Tristan Casas on the offensive side, and maybe say like a Tanner Houck or a Brian Bayo on the pitching side, where this philosophy of kind of trusting the analytics and not just going with feel and easing them in and easing them out. And he's a bullpen piece now, but now he's back in the rotation. And same thing with Casas, where you can move them all up and down the lineup. It's just I'm sick of watching these prospects that you've hoarded for years flame out. And it's more just a worry, because we don't have any sample size at the major league level if they can hit or not. But whatever you've been doing is not working with the guys that you have protected and tried to polish and taken through your minor league system and really overvalued compared to signing veterans and trying to supplement them that way. It just hasn't been working. So I'm more of the mind of whatever you're doing still isn't working. So try something a bit different.
This does feel, to me, it feels a measure too precious. It feels like they're like, oh, well, we should get a few righties in the lineup and not expose the kids to like a lefty on a Friday night, big stage, big stakes. Like, that's baptism by fire, trial by fire. That's the only way I think these guys are going to learn. And you may have to take a step back now or accept a loss and maybe a difficult night where they go 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts so that the next time they have to face a weekend full of Yankee lefties, that they're ready for it. This is the only way for them to learn. Look and watch. We could be talking tomorrow morning when you're on with Chime from 9 to 1 here on WEEI Mego. You guys may be recapping a 9-2 Red Sox win in which Toro jacks another long shot over the monster, and Romy's 2 for 4 with 2 RBI, and Meyer doesn't even have to pinch hit or come into the game, and we say like, Cora's now starting to pull all the right strings because Anthony family magic has been sprinkled like Parmesan all over the Red Sox now. Great, awesome, that could be the case. Or it could be a tight game, and you could say like, oh, Yarbrough looked like he was ripe for the picking, but we sat our hottest bat.
I'm just thinking about what the Anthony family, like, if they went to dinner after, how many, like, chicken parms there were. What were the orders?
So many.
Chicken marsala, chicken piccata. I never know the difference between those chickens when I'm ordering them. I got to be completely honest. Like, obviously, you know what chicken
One
parm
involves
is.
Marsala wine, the other doesn't.
There's chicken marsala.
And chicken piccata.
Chicken piccata.
That's like
There's
mostly
another
like,
one.
that's like capers and lemon and all.
There's
Chicken franchise.
Oh, chicken franchise.
What's that one?
That's in the lemon family.
Yep.
They all have lemon on them. That's
Right.
what I'm saying. Like, you sit down at a nice Italian restaurant and you're like, I don't want the chicken parm because I want something a little lighter. All the chickens have lemon on them. They all have some kind of sauce.
There's like
and I'm
capers mixed
Italian
in.
and
Yeah.
I don't know the difference. And I'm just kind of like throwing a dart at these different chickens.
So I'm currently Googling chicken franchise versus chicken marsala.
What's the one that's like kind of the fry batter?
Chicken marsala and chicken franchise are distinct Italian-American dishes featuring pan-fried cutlets, but they differ in their sauces and preparation methods. Marsala is characterized by a rich, nutty, and slightly sweet marsala wine sauce, which often includes mushrooms. Chicken franchise, on the other hand, uses a lighter, buttery lemon wine sauce, and the
think I
chicken
like
is
that
typically dredged in both flour.
What's the piccata?
So piccata and franchise, according to Google, are the same thing, except that chicken piccata has to have capers, while chicken franchise does not.
There it is right there, okay?
There's your.
How did we get there from Yarbrough versus Meyer?
Great question. Anthony.
That's how you know. Stiz, you want to know how you know Mego's hungry? We don't have enough snacks here in the studio.
I brought the goldfish.
I know. It is the
You guys are welcome.
The snack that's
There's a freaking food desert in this.
It is.
studio.
It's terrible. We're surrounded by a ballpark. There's literally just like sausages and hot dogs and
there's street meat everywhere.
Street meat as far as you can see, white sauce or not, pizza and everything else. And we're like 3 of us are trying to suffice off of one tiny bag of goldfish. 617-779-7937 if you want to get in on the Red Sox Yankees conversation. We'll get into how we see the weekend playing out, make our predictions first. But let's welcome in David in the car. David, what's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. So I want to make a couple of comments about the Anthony family, but first about the analytics situation. We are so focused on analytics to run a team that it is so silly, so ridiculous, because we have a bigger issue, which is the technology needs to go to the umpires, replacing some of these umpires with technology because they don't use it enough, and a lot of games get lost, get blown because of stupid calls. And that needs to change. And you can't run a team based off analytics. You can't. You got to go old school, new school, whatever you want to call it.
Don't take two.
No, that's okay. We'll just go ahead and get rid of that. Thank you very much, though. That took a turn.
Goodness gracious.
5 o'clock hour.
I dropped talk about piccata and franchise.
Got out of that. Yeah, let's go back to the chicken conversation.
Just talking about my Italian chickens gets the people.
I know,
all
gets
riled
people
up.
all hot and bothered and riled up. See that? All right, so let's look at these 3 games real quick. So you got tonight, you have Yarbrough over Crochet. Got to win this one tonight.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow, you've got Dobbins versus Rodon. Now, the Red Sox did get a nice piece of Rodon last time they went against him, but Rodon's having a very nice season.
And karma's coming for Dobbins, yes?
Yeah, I feel like karma's coming for Dobbins tomorrow. I feel much better about tonight than I do tomorrow, which then potentially leaves the balance of the series, or the rubber match, if you will, I believe on Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, and that's going to be Brian Bayo against Max Fried, and that dude has been dealing this season. Sub-2 ERA, 9-1 in the season. Going to need your best out of baby Pedro on Sunday Dan Ball if you want to get the dub.
He's certainly been better. You've finally seen him in his last two starts get out of that rut where he simply could not get out of that fifth inning. He's surprisingly been pretty poor in afternoon games versus night games, so that's just a quiet thing in Bayo's game that there's really no explanation for it. He's just been a better pitcher at night, but you're seeing him as the rest of the starting rotation has had two pretty good turns through it, start to finally at least get to that quality start, 6-inning, 3-run kind of spot where you really need him, because you still need to answer that question: who is the number 2 in your rotation behind Garret Crochet? I don't think you really have that at this point.
No, you thought it might be Walker Buehler. You were hoping perhaps it could have been Tanner Houck, but of course he's been injured and also loves giving up 11 runs in 2 1/3 innings. It hasn't been Bayo yet as well, not Dobbins. I would see that's what they need to establish. Mego, big point we made, and I know we got a trend in a second, Dan, but a big point we made earlier this week on the afternoon show was the thing that was really killing the Red Sox. It wasn't the fact they were losing 1-run games. It wasn't the fact that they were striking out too much, even though these are all issues. The 7.12 first inning ERA that they were carrying, devastating. Like, if you can get out of the first inning and not give up any runs and let this offense try to come together with the youth movement injecting some electricity into it, then you have a chance to win. But if it's 2-0, 5-0 like it was last week with Buehler in the Bronx, you're screwed.
Yeah, you put yourself in a brutal hole. It's just that simple.
Yep. 617-779-7937 is your telephone number. Let's catch you up on everything trending in the wide world of sports, Boston and beyond. And when we come back, time to talk a little Father's Day. It is Father's Day weekend. We're going to talk about some of our favorite dads in sports, popular culture, our favorite fictional sports dads, and a tribute to all of our dads here on the show. But first, like I said, sports news happening now. Dan Ball.
Jones and Keefe, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
All right, here's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. Brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. The Red Sox open up a 3-game series at Fenway Park against the Yankees tonight. First pitch is set for 7:10. It's Garret Crochet against Ryan Yarbrough on the mound. Here's your lineup for tonight. Rob Refsnyder leads off in left, then it's Rafael Devers, your DH. Roman Gonzalez at first. Carlos Narvaez is catching. Roman Anthony out in right. Trevor Story at short. Abraham Toro at third. Cedon Rafaela in center. And then Christian Campbell at second base batting ninth. No Marcelo Meyer in the lineup tonight. You can listen to tonight's game on WEEI FM 93.7 and across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's, perfecting the art of fresh. Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian Arcand tonight at 6:10, and Will Fleming and Sean McDonough have the call of the game. Some notes from around the Red Sox from earlier this afternoon. Rob Radford reports that Will Yarbrough swung today, and it went well. Alex Cora expects him to be back during the series on the road against the Giants next week. Meanwhile, Ian Brown reports that Tanner Houck may begin a rehab assignment as soon as Wednesday of next week. In the Stanley Cup Finals, the Oilers came back to defeat the Panthers 5-4 in overtime to even the series at 2 wins apiece. Game 5 is tomorrow night at 8 in Edmonton. Game 4 of the NBA Finals is tonight in Indiana. Tip-off is at 8:30. The Pacers lead the Thunder 2-1. The New England Revolution host FC Cincinnati at Gillette Stadium tomorrow night. Kickoff is at 7:30. And finally, J.J. Spawn is once again your second-round leader at the 125th U.S. Open Championship at Oakmont Country Club. He is 4 under par, 1 shot clear of the field, and only 6 players of the 156 are currently under par. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Dan Ball. This is trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. More afternoons coming up live from Fenway Park right after this.
Tonight, Sox and Yankees. The Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian Arcand starts at 6:10. First pitch, 7:10 on the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
There are two types of golfers, those that can hit solid golf shots wearing sunglasses and those that wish they could. Shaden Precision Eyewear is all about better vision and better golf. If you're lacking confidence to wear sunglasses while hitting golf shots, go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and learn why so many tour players and their caddies have switched to the Shaden brand. Use the code SPRING to get 20% off and a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to see the golf course like you've never seen it before.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
Next Level Pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, afoxolaner, moxidectin, and pyrantel chewable tablets. The one-and-done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef-flavored chew, so you don't have to use next-level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next-level protection for your dog.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? Well, then listen to What We Spend, available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tailgating adding to your waistline? Man boobs got you down? Fast food draining your energy? The solution is simple. Almacet, a natural superfood protein shake that revs up your metabolism. Almacet increases the appetite-suppressing GLP-1 peptide in your body naturally. So forget those pricey shots. Almacet is scientifically proven to keep muscle while you drop the weight. Grab a can of Almacet today at almacet.com. That's ALMASED.com.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts. Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and switch on the NBA Finals. Because fast breaks and threes deserve an exhilarating blast of flavor to go with it.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the do.
Now, more of WEEI Afternoons.
With Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
You are just a mere hour and a half away from the matchup of the night in Major League Baseball. Hell, across the American sports landscape. Yankees and Red Sox renewing the rivalry. The Empire here against the nation. Of course, the Yankees are in first place in the American League East right now. A very comfortable, wow, 9.5 game lead on the Sox. They are 42 and 25 on the season. Yikes.
The rivalry is alive and well.
And the Sox are 34 and 36, 6 and 4 of their last 10 as well. Yarbrough versus Crochet. Guys, I want before I grab this call and then we get into a little Father's Day stuff. Just want to ask real quick. State of the rivalry, Boston, New York. Did the Knicks Celtics add any juice back to Boston versus New York, or are we still kind of like, I won't say flatlining, but is it in the sort of emotional stasis it's been in for the last couple of years?
I don't think it works that way. I don't think it works. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think the rivalry between that kind of existed for a week or so between the Celtics and the Knicks. Like, I don't think that bleeds over into this. I don't know. I wonder more like the Hunter Dobbins awkward caught in his daddy's lies. Did that help the rivalry or hurt the rivalry? Because on the one hand, it's like, okay, you get the fun old school like Boston Herald versus the New York Post. And for some reason, all the Yankees beat writers and columnists are like actually offended by these comments by Hunter Dobbins to the point that they're going through like ancestry.com to find his dad and everything. I know it didn't have to go that far, but go through his draft records and all this stuff and find out that he was lying.
Yep.
Or does it just look so clownish and you're 9.5 games back that you just look like the goofy team that's not even hanging with the Yankees? Like, did it help it or hurt it?
It felt like almost like a caricature of the rivalry. Like the rivalry was trying to, hey, look, we still got it. Look how much we hate each other. And then all the reporters, no, actually, all of this was BS, and all of you are stupid for believing this. So I feel like it was.
The shoe was on the other foot. I was actually talking to Rob Bradford about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Off air. If the shoe was on the other foot,
okay,
do you think that the Red Sox writers would attack a Yankees player this way? I don't think they would. I don't think that they would go as far as being like...
I'd retire before I ever pitch for the Red Sox.
Yeah, if a Yankees player said that, I think a lot of people who cover the Red Sox would be like, yeah, probably. I don't know. Are the Yankees media like more protective and coddling of their team? Because I always heard New York is such a hard place to play. The lights are so bright. Like, Fitzy, you would know more about this. I just feel strongly that if the shoe was on the other foot and somebody was like, screw the Red Sox, I'm never playing for them, a lot of the Boston writers would be like, yeah, I get that.
Yeah, it makes sense. Well, it kind of felt like an effort to like punch up for relevance. Just like, hey, the Yankees are doing so much better. Like, here, I'll stir the pot. I'll shake the beehive a little bit with the Hunter Dobbins stuff. Like, it came out of nowhere, and immediately and initially it endears him to the fan base because everyone's like, yeah, look, this Hunter Dobbins.
Yeah, he's totally playing to the Red Sox.
Spot start. Yeah, he's completely playing to the base. And then when you find out that there may be some truth stretching, some mistruths, some fudging along the way, like, it makes it pretty interesting. I kind of wonder, like, why him and why now? Like, it did just sort of come out of the blue.
What do you mean?
The Hunter Dobbins stuff, like, Pete, like, the timing of, like, haven't we always sort of known that his family had disdain for the Yankees, or did it just recently surface? And then, of course,
I believe it was from a piece that Gabrielle Starr from the Boston Herald, like, she had a conversation and he said it.
And I think it was just a generic, how does it feel to go into Yankee Stadium and play the Yankees question, where he then took it the extra mile. I'm fairly certain that it was not like, hey, say something inflammatory.
And
Tell
look,
us how much you hate the Yankees.
She wrote what he said.
Right.
You know, I don't know.
I'm wondering why then he chose. I guess is he just trying to endear himself to
Yes,
Red Sox fans?
Fitzy, 1,000%.
Is he just trying to get some likes and clicks? Is that a 21st century?
He's being a hardo. He's like 1,000%. I'm Mr. Red Sox. I would retire before I play for the Yankees.
I'm like the biggest Red Sox fan here.
I just think it's
from
so.
Texas.
I just think it's so funny that like the New York writers are like, oh, how dare he not have respect for the pinstripes? And
Because
like,
that's what
I
the
really,
Post, but that's what the Post. I mean, my
It's
God,
so
the Post
goofy.
calling the Post a newspaper.
it's
like
I
calling
love-
me a
I
journalist.
kind of love the Post though.
Well, of course you do.
I worked for a tabloid newspaper. I love that world.
Mego, the Post is like taking your honey wheat pretzels and like dipping them straight in the peanut butter on the couch.
Okay, I eat
With your-
Reese's Puffs for breakfast. So
I'm very worried about you with what you're saying.
I just think that if the shoe was on the other foot, the Red Sox writer's response would be like, "Yeah, we
Yeah,
get
it's
that.
fine. Yeah, we get that.
Yeah, why would you?"
Let's jump back on. Let's jump back on the phones. Brian is in Milton, wants to talk crochet and the atmosphere tonight. What's up, Brian?
Hey, how you guys doing? Let me paint the picture here. We got a sold-out crowd. Fenway, Yankees are in town. It's a Friday night. Let's go. Crochet's on the mound. I'm fired up. All the negativity aside, I'm fired up.
Are you wearing your Hunter Dobbins? Okay, thank you for the call, Brian.
Does Brian know we're here?
Brian.
He's in. What's that?
Does Brian know we're at Fenway Park?
Yeah, Brian, we're here. We can see it. Brian, are you
You know
actually
what?
waiting
see
outside on Lansdowne?
We see a lot of Yankees jerseys.
Yeah.
A lot.
This is not great.
No, this is now.
This is 50-50 at best.
Wait, what? It's probably, it's a big weekend, Father's Day weekend. A lot of fathers and sons coming together, watch a little baseball.
No, there's no excuse. There's no excuse.
Yeah, I know. There really are, Stan. There really are like a lot of Yankees fans.
So apparently, have the prospects not reinvigorated the fan base with the optimism that we were hoping that they would?
I think this was a pre-purchase. I bet you if ticket sales sagged a few weeks ago, or there was a swoon because and the Red Sox lose another one-run game, 4-3 with 17 errors. There probably was. That was Will Fleming doing Castiglione.
Oh, okay. Very nuanced out of you.
Yep, thank you. At that point, maybe there's room. It's not a sellout. Yankees fans see like on Hubstub or wherever else, like, oh, I can just jump in there and get those tickets. Next thing you know, you got all these guys showing up in Judge jerseys and all those ladies showing up in Judge jersey. A Mantle jersey. Come on now, that's a hard-o move. And so that's how you get
That's
this
like
scene.
saying you would never pitch or you never play for the Red Sox. You'd rather retire. What a hard-o move.
Wearing
that
a
was.
Mickey Mantle
I
jersey.
can't get over that, guys. Like, I know I don't think he was intentionally lying. I don't.
I'd rather have my hand cut off than ever pitch for the Yankees, damn it.
I just like.
It is super hard.
Your dad lied about his job for years.
Yeah, and your dad also lied about his. There's a 0% chance. I guarantee you right now, if you blindfold Andy Pettit and then bring in Hunter Dobbins' dad and go like, "Is this man your friend?" And be like, "I've honestly never seen this man."
That's the crazier part of it for sure.
He'd ask, "Excuse me, sir, do you want me to sign something for you?"
And is that age appropriate?
I don't know.
Back to a 2
You might have
o'clock
lied
hour.
about that too.
A 2 o'clock hour conversation we had. 617-779-7937 is your telephone number to connect with your old pals Mego, Ballgame, and Fitzy here at the WEEI Ford Clubhouse Fenway Studio. When we come back, we will wrap it up with some odds and ends, and those odds and ends are going to be tributes to our favorite fictional and real-life sports dads. A nice way to wrap up what's been a very energetic and fun show here for WEEI Afternoons.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
Next Level Pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, a Foxalaner, Moxidectin, and Pyrantel chewable tablets. The one-and-done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef-flavored chew, so you don't have to use next-level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next-level protection for your dog.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Right now, get a free select tool when you buy the Craftsman V20 2-pack battery kit. Whether it's the backyard, the bathroom, or beyond, Craftsman has the tools to help you power through and get the project done right. Because DIYing is unpredictable, but your tools shouldn't be. Shop Craftsman at Lowe's today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
What We Spend is a new podcast that explores something we almost never talk about. Every week, you'll hear a different guest share everything they spend their money on. What We Spend is available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a backseat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a backseat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and switch on the NBA Finals. Because fast breaks and threes deserve an exhilarating blast of flavor to go with it.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
WEEI Afternoons with Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy Stevens, and Ted Johnson.
Wrapping up a very fun WEEI afternoon show here at our Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio. Most of the fans that have lined up on Lansdowne Street have made their way inside the ballpark. First pitch is not for another hour and 20 minutes or so. Don't forget, you got Christian Arcand on the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show here on WEEI and the Red Sox Radio Network. First pitch, 7:10, and a great tandem tonight, Sean McDonough and Will Fleming on the call. Time now for Odds and Ends, of course, which is brought to you by our friends at Cars for Kids, your trusted charity for car donations. They also accept donations of boats, RVs, motorcycles, and real estate. Call today, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K or carsforkids.org. And guys, we wrap up today with some odds and ends. Just talking dads, because it's Father's Day weekend. Mego, your dad, how will you celebrate, pay tribute to, do the Father's Day weekendy stuff for your dad?
He's hanging out in Maryland with my other siblings.
Yeah.
So he does not care to spend Father's Day with me.
No, So he's with all the fun Ottolinis? Wow. I just feel like I sat... Should I have been writing stuff down on a yellow legal pad? That got awkward. Sis, where's the drop on that one, huh?
And how does this make you feel is the question.
I'm the middle child. I'm used to it.
Oh,
we're taking a family vacation in like a week and a half. So
family vacation.
I'm sure
Where
we'll
to?
celebrate there. Outer Banks, North Carolina.
Nice.
One of my
I
favorite
have
places
never
in the world.
been. I've always wanted to go.
Yeah, dog. You got to go to the north part of it, though. That's where it's at.
North part,
Yeah.
Outer Banks.
Ducking North.
Mm-hmm.
Ducking North. That's
Okay.
where you got to go.
So when and if I do go, I will consult you for travel advice.
Oh, yeah. I've been going there since I was like 7
Really?
years old, so I've got everything down for you.
Yeah, still just a Cape Cod loyalist right here.
Yeah,
I
Cape
see-
Cod's beautiful too.
I
You know,
smell
I
the
love
salt
Maine.
air. I see the bridge and the heart rate and the blood pressure go down and the joy factor just skyrockets. Soft serve, mini golf, cookouts, steak tips, fish sammies, shoreline fun. It's always
boys. All the important things.
All the important things. How about you, Dan?
So we were just talking. Won't be on the air this weekend, so headed back to Connecticut to spend some time with the family. Going out to a nice family dinner. Get all the dads involved on the Ball family extended, and it's really nice. And this Father's Day is going to be a lot of fun because we grew up listening to WEEI together. So it's been a really fun year for the whole family. So a lot to celebrate for sure.
I always think Father's Day is such a great time. I always think back, that I get to now be a dad as well. It's my favorite. It's not like I need any one day. Like I don't need any one special day to be celebrated as a dad.
We should be celebrating you every day, Nicholas.
No, it's the most ridiculous decision you'll ever make. It's the best decision you'll ever make. It makes you so tired, so crazy. You only really understand, like when your parents used to always say, like, one day you'll understand, like why your father and I are, why we're so crazy, why we never sleep, why we are the way we are. And then eventually you have kids. And then you get several years into it and you're like, oh my God, that's what my mom and dad meant. I get it now. I made them crazy just like my kids are making me crazy now. But it's the most fun thing in the world. I wouldn't know what to do. Like, it's just one of those things where it either happens or it doesn't. The switch goes on or the switch doesn't flip when you have kids. And it flipped for me. And I've turned into a huge softie and such a complete pushover ever since I had kids. But I can't help it because it's so much fun. But I think back to a lot of the lessons that my old man taught me, and he never really did a very direct, like, hey, Nico, here's how you have to navigate this in life, or here's how you have to do that. He just led by a lot of like really awkward examples, like I behave myself in public. Sports was a huge thing, as obviously my dad was a degenerate gambler,
100%,
huge sports fan as well. That's where I always knew it was a big event when my dad would grab the TV from the kitchen and stack it on top of the TV in the living room, and he would invite over more friends, and you really couldn't see either of the TVs through the pyramid of beer cans or through the cloud of cigarette smoke in the TV room. But like my old man, like I behave myself in public because my dad, once in a AAA Little League game at Watson Park in Braintree, there was a close play at the plate, and we got bumped out of the playoffs. The kid was safe by at least 5 feet. And the ump wanted to get out of there. Must have had dinner reservations or a place to go, and called the kid out. And my dad from the stands just yelled, "Out! What are you, effing blind?" And then ran down there and argued with the ump. And then my dad was told, you can never come back to watch a Little League game in the town of Braintree ever again.
Great story.
You understand, Stiz, there's a million of them. The
Yeah,
attention
I know.
to
I'm only
I
messing
know. The attention to detail that I got because my dad used to always fill up the cat litter box with cat food. It was just so many different things. Sadly gone for a little over 3 years now, but I always think of all the funny stuff on weekends like this. Just completely ridiculous. Did I ever tell you, Dan, that when my dad was, this is how bizarrely intertwined sports was into our life. When my mom was like, well, I've had enough of it. You can only show up to Nick's Little League games with so many of your secretaries before eventually I'm going to have to kick you out of the house. So she kicked him out of the house in '86, and my dad, to pay for the house in Braintree and then try to figure out exactly how he could work his way back into the house or not go broke, he rented an apartment in Quincy, kind of like you.
Oh.
It was really the original Dan Ball, except I'm not really.
Some are saying, yeah.
Except I'm not really sure if you paid for that apartment and then helped pay the mortgage on the house by letting your pal Richie the bookie come in every night from 6:30 to 7:30 and take all of his bets. He would walk in a tracksuit, basically looking like the most stereotypical extra from any Boston movie, especially something filmed in the late 60s, 70s, early 80s. And he would come in, Richie would walk in, ring the doorbell or knock 6:30, come in, plug in his phone. Hey, Nicholas, how are you? Maybe like throw me a buck or something like that. Take his bets for an hour right at 7:30, unplug, give my dad some cash and walk out. And that's how my old man supported us.
You know, we've only worked together for about 6 months. I'm really interested to continue peeling back the metaphorical onion that is Nick Fitzy Stevens.
Yes,
this is extremely
there is a lot that goes with it. So anyway, I'm going to spend the day Sunday eating, golfing with my kids, thinking about the old man, watching the Sox, listening to the game as well. Quintessentially Americana Father's Day. Speaking of awesome dads, let's cross it on over with our pal Christian Arcan. Arcan, happy early Father's Day to you, my guy. How are you going to spend your Father's Day weekend?
Thank you, Fitzy. I'm going to spend my Father's Day weekend with Mego's dad in his special train house. Have you asked? Do you know about this? Do you know about the train house?
You got the invite?
Yes. I know, it's very hard. It's like getting invited to the Met Gala, basically. But I'm not doing that. Tomorrow we're going, the only thing I ever want to do, I told my family, I tell them this every year, I don't want anything for Father's Day. I just want to go to Woodman's. And so we go to Woodman's. That's what we're going to do tomorrow.
Love that spot.
Oh, wait, what is Woodman's? I'm sorry.
What is Woodman's? Woodman's is a fried clam shack up in Essex. It's pretty well known, I would think. It's been around for a long time.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it is. It's one of those. Arcan, we all have these bizarre cultural and dietary blind spots where it's like, how have you never been to blank? Or how have you never seen this or whatever? So sometimes those are mine.
Well, it's up north. You were down south. You know what I mean? You were down
I'm a South Shore kid.
Exactly.
So if you were to be like, oh, I just want to go hang out at Cesswood Harbor and have fried clams and a lobster roll tomorrow, you might be like, really? Where's that? Like Mego's nodding, going, yes, I will. I want to go to there. How you feeling about the series this weekend, big guy?
Pretty good, honestly. Honestly, I'm feeling pretty good. Even though Aaron Judge is the hottest hitter I've ever seen in my entire life right now, and is really making it hard to drum up the type of appropriate hate that you want to have. He's the squeakiest, cleanest he's been. Like even with Derek Jeter. Like Derek Jeter was very squeaky clean. At least you knew he was out with girls all the time. Aaron Judge has been married. He's got kids. Like he doesn't do anything controversial. He's very, very boring. Like there's no Brett Gardners or Gary Sanchez's or Scott Brociouses. There's no one to hate on this team. That's what I'm most frustrated. They're good and they're hard to hate. So I'm gonna try and drum up some hate here for about 8 minutes, and then we'll go right to Red Sox pregame.
That's a great point, Arcan. We were discussing the state of the rivalry and the fact that Red Sox, Yankees, Boston versus New York ain't even anything close to resembling what it used to be. And a lot of it is, aside from the fact that everyone's too damn chummy these days, we don't have enough sports hate. I need someone to get plunked. I need someone to yell at the other dugout. I need, I also need Marcelo Meyer to play tonight. Maybe he'll come off the bench and hit a walk-off home run and then tell the Yankees they can suck it afterwards. So we'll see how it goes. Anyway, Mego, thank you so much for filling in today. Dan Ball, great job as always doing all those Dan Ball things. Happy birthday, Stanley. Great job back in the studio as well. Andy Hart's vacation continues through the weekend, through Father's Day, all next week as well. Ted Johnson will be off on Monday. He'll rejoin the show on Tuesday. Until next time, this is your old pal, Nick Fitzy Stevens, signing off for WEEI Afternoons. Don't you guys go anywhere. Christian Arcan is coming up with a micro Christian Arcan show. And then, of course, the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show. Have a great weekend, everybody. Happy Father's Day to all the dads, and let's go Red Sox.
And then you hear from Rob Bradford, and then you don't even have to chew. You just pour it in your mouth. Big deuce. One of them accidentally dropped his footlong.
Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson on WEEI.
Thumbtack presents Project Paralysis. I was cornered. Sweat gathered above my furrowed brow, and my mind was racing. I wondered who would be left standing when the droplets fell, me or the clogged sink. Drain cleaner and pipe snake clenched in my weary fist, I stepped toward the sink and then... Wait, why am I stressing? I have Thumbtack. I can easily search for a top-rated plumber, read reviews, and compare prices, all on the app. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
Do you ever find yourself playing the budgeting game? Shifting a little money here, a little there, and hoping it all works out? Well, with the Name Your Price tool from Progressive, you can be a better budgeter and potentially lower your insurance bill too. You tell Progressive what you want to pay for car insurance, and they'll help find you options within your budget. Try it today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, going the extra mile for your business pays off. With 5 times membership rewards points on flights and prepaid hotels booked through AmexTravel.com, you can earn more points to help grow your business. And with access to more than 1,400 lounges globally through the American Express Global Lounge Collection, including the Centurion Lounge,
Can I get you a refill?
you can stay fresh wherever your business travel takes you. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/AmexBusiness.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't, and you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Save $100 on the Craftsman V20 6-tool power tool combo kit, now at $199. No matter what the project is, Craftsman's high-quality, high-performance products empower you to build on. Stop by your nearest Lowe's store and check out the full line of Craftsman tools today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Broadcasting from the WEEI studios. Powered by Verizon. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. An Odyssey sports station. Time now for the Christian Arcand Show.
Yo, it's Arcand.
On WEEI.
Good evening, welcome in. It's the Christian Arcand Show, WEEI, live in our Brighton studios, powered by Verizon. Nice to have you with us here tonight for a few moments before we get to Red Sox pregame. And I know, right? Let's just get on with it here. Red Sox, Yankees. For the second straight weekend, I must be in heaven. Baseball heaven. Father's Day weekend, I'm going to Woodman's tomorrow. By the way, when I go to Woodman's, I get buck wild. I get a pile of fried clams in front of me. I'm like Tony Montana with this pile of clams. It's kind of gross, but I can't wait. I can taste them already. Might even get a lobster while I'm there. It is Father's Day after all. Anyways, happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Happy Father's Day to my dad. And I want to say that while the Red Sox and the Yankees are the best rivalry in sports, I still believe that. Some people think it's, Ohio State, Michigan, or some other thing. Now, I still think it's Red Sox, Yankees. I don't think that's changed. Too much history, too much bad blood. But I can see why people in a year like 2025 are sort of going, rivalry, what's so special about this rivalry? And it's because of the Yankees. The Yankees are a bunch of aside from Jazz Chisholm, who's got a little bit of edge and a little bit of personality, but even he was like, you guys stink, It wasn't exactly Muhammad Ali out there, with the trash talk. But it was, to me, like this Yankee team right now, it's hard to really hate. There's not a lot of hateable guys on the team. You hate anybody that's wearing a Yankee uniform, obviously. But I was going over this last night. Back in 2021, when they played in the ALDS, you had Gary Sanchez, you had Brett Gardner, you had Aroldis Chapman. I mean, you had all these guys that you didn't like at the time. And it was much Luke Voigt, and it was just a bunch of guys that are like, yeah, to hell with these guys. Easy to not like them. Now, I don't know. Who are you supposed to not like? DJ LeMahieu? The kid who went to Nobles? Ben Rice? I don't know. Hey, what am I supposed to do with this? What are we supposed to do with this? The Yankees, one thing about the Yankees is that they always try and neuter their players and kill their personalities. And it's something I hated that the Yankees used to do, and then I grew to accept it as the Patriots did it for 20 years and won many, many Super Bowls doing so. But I always thought making Damon cut his hair and Darnell McDonald had to cut his dreads and everybody has to shave. And I just thought, it's so lame how they do that. They've really accomplished something here, though. Because back in the day, all the Yankees had to do all that stuff. They all had to be well-groomed. But it was guys like Gary Sheffield and A-Rod and Brocious and Paul O'Neill and these guys that you just hated. Oh, you hated with every fiber of your being. It's hard to really drum that up for this particular Yankee team. It just is. Which is why maybe it shouldn't be about the Yankees, the team. I'm sure there are a lot of Yankee fans in town tonight. I shudder to think of what the ratio of Yankee to Red Sox fans is going to be at the park tonight. But one thing that makes me feel a little bit better is that the Red Sox are coming off of series wins over two of the best teams in the American League. The Red Sox are playing a hot stretch of baseball at a time where they absolutely have to. And in a season where they've been accused of things like not really meeting the urgency of the first 2 months of the year and not playing with that type of urgency as they kind of hovered around 500 and then this past month sunk underneath it. That's all true. But now is the time to turn it around. It was exactly at Game 70 last year that they went off on a hot streak and went 15-5 over the, or 18-8, over the last 26 games. 10 games over 500 by the break. And that could easily start tonight with Garret Crochet on the mound. Stick around. Red Sox pregame is next, right here on WEEI.
Yankees. The Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian Arcan starts at 6:10. First pitch, 7:10 on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. It's just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Your dream getaway?
Welcome in.
Starts at the airport. With Amex Platinum, you get access to the Centurion Lounge where you can find space to send off that last work email, fill up on premium dining, and finally, relax for up to 3 hours before takeoff. You might even wish your layover could last just a little longer.
Flight to Mexico, now boarding. Oh, that's me.
That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. For more information, visit americanexpress.com/withAmex.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Save $100 on the Craftsman V26 Tool Power Tool Combo Kit, now at $199. No matter what the project is, Craftsman's high-quality, high-performance products empower you to build on. Stop by your nearest Lowe's store and check out the full line of Craftsman tools today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
two teams face off for the second straight weekend. This time, though, they're doing it at Fenway Park. Last weekend, Red Sox took 2 of 3 from the Yankees in the Bronx in a very high-scoring series. 50 runs plated over the 3 games by both teams. A series win over the first-place Yankees set the scene for a return to Fenway to host the white-hot Tampa Bay Rays, who had won 14 of 18 coming into that series, which started on Monday. After dropping the first game, Sox got a brilliant pitching performance from Lucas Giolito and a big RBI double from the recently called-up Roman Anthony, which takes us to Wednesday's rubber match, the 12th rubber game the Red Sox have played this year. With Walker Buehler on the hill, the Sox jumped on Rays starter Zach Littell early in this one. As a matter of fact, it took Jarren Duran just 1 pitch.
Jarren Duran leading it off against Zach Littell, and a first pitch swung on and driven high and deep into right field, at the track, at the wall. Goodbye! Leadoff homer for Jarren Duran. A moonshot into right, and it is 1-0 Red Sox.
Home run number 5 on the year for Duran. He has been hot in the month of June, a 9-game hitting streak for him. Not in the starting lineup, however, tonight. We'll get to that in just a moment. The Rays would get one back in the second, but then in the bottom of the inning, Marcelo Meyer got a hold of a hanging slider.
Pitch to Marcelo, swinging a drive down the right field line. Adios, Marcelo! His first big fly at Fenway, and the Red Sox go ahead 2-1.
But Marcelo was not done there. His next at bat in the 4th inning, Littell tried to throw a splitter past him.
Littell throws, and Marcelo drives one high and deep. Oh, my! 2 homers for Marcelo. And it is 3-1 Red Sox.
There's your play of last night's game. It's brought to you by Nissan. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan Postgame Show. Nissan is here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinder. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. Meyer with the 2 home runs, so he gets play of the game. But in the interest of fairness, the Rays did get a 2-run shot in the 4th from Yandy Diaz. That tied the game at 3-3. Then in the 5th, Abraham Toro got in on the fun.
2-0 to Toro. The pitch is driven high and deep into center field. It is gone! Toro says adios, and the Red Sox lead it 4-3.
He just keeps going, doesn't he?
That would be the game-winning run as Buehler finished 7 innings, allowing just 3 runs on 6 hits with a walk, 7 strikeouts. Excellent outing for him. A combination of Justin Wilson and Greg Weissert pitched the scoreless 8th inning. Aroldis Chapman hammered down his 12th save of the year, and the Red Sox take the series. Buehler gets the win, improving his record to 5-4. The Sox, who just over a week ago were in dire straits, have now won 5 of their last 7 in 2 straight series against 2 of the best teams in the American League, the Rays and the Yankees. And tonight, those New York Yankees come to Fenway Park for the first time this season, which brings us to tonight's pitching matchup. It's brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Now, this matchup should look familiar. It's the same matchup we saw on Saturday. Garret Crochet going for the Red Sox. He has a 6-4 record, 2.35 ERA in 14 starts. His last start, Saturday against the Yankees. He went 6 innings, allowed 5 runs. That was a season high on 6 hits, 1 walk, 9 strikeouts. Red Sox won that game 10-7. How about this? Crochet still looking for his first career win at Fenway Park. He's 0-3 with a 2.38 ERA in 6 starts at Fenway. Tonight would be a great night to get his first one, wouldn't you think? For the Yankees, Ryan Yarbrough getting the start. He's 3-1 with a 4.17 ERA. Converted from the bullpen, was a reliever, swingman for this team for a while, got promoted into the rotation after they DFA'd Carlos Carrasco. That was back in like the first week of May. He's made 6 starts. Last one was against the Red Sox on Saturday. That same game, he got bombed. 4 innings, 9 hits, 8 earned runs, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Red Sox looking to, of course, repeat that performance tonight at Fenway Park. It's now time for the Herb Chambers starting lineups. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. For the Red Sox, leading off in left field, Rob Refsnyder, Jarren Duran, despite the 9-game hit streak, getting a day off tonight. Rafi Devers will bat second in DH. He'll be followed by Romy Gonzalez in the 3 spot. He's been hot lately when he's played. Carlos Narvaez batting cleanup, doing the catching. Roman Anthony will bat 5th and play right field. After that is Trevor Story, the shortstop. Abraham Toro batting 7th and playing 3rd base. He'll be followed by Ceddanne Rafaela in center. And the number 9 hitter is Christian Campbell playing 2nd base behind the starter, Garret Crochet. For the Yankees, it'll be Paul Goldschmidt leading off at first base, recently acquired this year. Ben Rice, the DH Cohasset native, played high school ball at Nobles and Greeno, will bat 2nd, and DH Aaron Judge, the hottest hitter in all of baseball right now. He was out of the lineup yesterday against Kansas City. He pinch hit and struck out. That snapped a 3-game home run streak. He's been absolutely on fire since the month of May. He will bat third and play right field. Cody Bellinger batting cleanup in center. He'll be followed by Anthony Volpe. The shortstop, Jason Dominguez, your left fielder, batting sixth, followed by DJ LeMahieu at second. Austin Wells doing the catching, and Oswald Peraza will bat ninth and play third base behind the starter, Ryan Yarbrough. First pitch is at 7:10. By the way, you can watch Red Sox pregame on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. It's brought to you by Subaru of New England. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Tonight's first pitch at 7:10, brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. I told you it was all sevens. By the way, baseball isn't boring. 2-Minute Grill with Rob Bradford right now, presented by McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil, including BioHeat, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Here with Rob Bradford is Tanner Houck, who has an update on his rehab.
Just overall, feel a lot better with body, delivery, arm especially. Feel a lot stronger, able to execute my pitches. All in all, good. First day truly like kind of back on the mound.
I don't know if this has been longer than you expected, but how much of a positive sign it is towards you getting back to the field?
I think with recovery and being on the IL, you shouldn't really put expectations. Just try and show up and have a good day each and every day, and get the stuff done that ultimately helps you get back on the field as quick as possible, but in the smart way. And starts from the top down here with the medical staff caring so much about us and not letting us be our own worst enemies at time, because otherwise you'll push yourself too quick and come back a little bit too quick. But all in all, I feel good with where I'm at and feel strong and ready to go.
In terms of the injury itself, did it come on out of nowhere, or was it something sort of been nagging at a little bit?
Had a little bit starting in spring training. All in all, I just want to pitch and want to be out there, and just kind of flared up a little bit more than what feels comfortable or what had felt comfortable. So it was just kind of maybe time to take a step back and trust the other guys.
Did you feel like since it was in spring training that that was fighting your mechanics a little bit because of that, or?
No, I think that was some other things just kind of getting out of whack in terms of delivery-wise. Being a hypermobile guy, it's a lot easier for me to get kind of over-rotated, under-rotated, and not quite get to the points that feel comfortable for me. But all in all, I feel like I've finally gotten back to that point where I feel really connected with the body and in sync.
How close do you think you are to rehab?
I think that hopefully it comes up here soon. I'll be in the middle of the conversation trying to push for to go on one, but ultimately I trust our medical staff here and the front office to help me make the most informed and correct decision.
That was Tanner Houck with Rob Bradford and the rest of the Boston Red Sox beat. Basically, they're talking about his rehab. He's scheduled for a rehab start, and hopefully he'll be able to rejoin the rotation very soon. By the way, in 15 minutes, we'll have Will Fleming sitting down with Alex Cora, which is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. And coming up next, we'll go live to Fenway Park and talk to the voice of the Red Sox, Will Fleming, who has been ducking me all week, but we'll finally get a chance to get his take on this hot streak the Red Sox are on right now. And I want to find out if Will's a little nervous about this game tonight, because I know I am. It's one of those games. I feel like for the Yankees, it's just another series. For the Red Sox, this is of the utmost importance, and I feel like that has bled in to the broadcast as well. So we'll get to that with Will Fleming right after this. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and switch on the NBA Finals. Because fast breaks and threes deserve an exhilarating blast of flavor to go with it.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true.
the do.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Save $100 on the Craftsman V20 6-tool power tool combo kit, now at $199. No matter what the project is, Craftsman's high-quality, high-performance products empower you to build on. Stop by your nearest Lowe's store and check out the full line of Craftsman tools today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. It's the Red Sox and the Yankees, the greatest rivalry in sports. Garret Crochet, Ryan Yarbrough, your starting pitchers, and it's pregame. That means it's time to crack a cold harpoon before our first crack at bat. Find your local packy at harpoon.com. Harpoon, first or forever, must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly. And with that, let's head over to Fenway Park and talk to the voice of the Red Sox. The great Will Fleming joins us here from our Fenway studio. Hi, Will. How we doing?
Good. I'm a little tired. I had 15 7-year-olds in my backyard playing soccer and basketball yesterday, but juiced up to be a part of this rivalry. First time all summer at Fenway Park. Crazy, right? June 13th, the first time these clubs meet here, but always special, especially on these Friday nights. I think it should be a really fun time tonight.
Yeah, and Crochet on the mat. I mean, it's all perfect, beautiful weather. It's all the fixings for a good night at the ballpark. And yet, Will, I'm very nervous about this game. I feel like there is a very big, there's just so much riding on it, so much riding on this series, this hot streak that they're on as they try to climb back up to 500 and get back into this race. It seems like the urgency of this has started to dawn on this team, and you've seen it, I think, reflected in their performance in the last two series.
Yeah, I mean, I also think they've just had better players come up, and they've gotten better starting pitching, right? Sometimes it's just as simple as that. You love the energy that Meyer and Anthony have brought. Roman is in there tonight. Marcelo is not. I think he'll play plenty this weekend. Look, with this team, the way that they've gone this season, and really for 4 or 5 years running, it's hard not to feel, I guess, a little bit uneasy on a series and on a weekend that has this much on the line, especially for like a mid-June series. And I think that, Christian, is one of the undercurrents of this year is that every game you're right around 500, so there's just more stress and strain on every at-bat, every pitch thrown. Whereas the Yankees come in here, they're 17 above. They just swept the Royals. They're flying high. They got in at 4:15 in the morning. They are not feeling any pressure. Sometimes these nights you get in late and you just let it rip. Although, on the other hand, you got Garret Crochet on the mound, so that should really benefit the Red Sox. I wouldn't say nervous is the right word. I would say, skeptical is the word to use with these Red Sox, because until proven otherwise, it's hard to believe that 3, 4, 5 series in a row they're gonna bring their best. But very encouraging what they did in the Bronx, especially the way that series started, and then even more so what they did against Tampa Bay on the mound and just getting big hit after big hit. There's plenty of reason for optimism, and of course with the two monsters the Yankees have in games 2 and 3 of this series, you do need to do it tonight, because otherwise you're looking at Rodon and Fried, and that is not a fun proposition.
No, it certainly is not. You mentioned Anthony and Meyer and the tremendous contributions that they've given this team here in what has been a relatively small sample size, but you remember, Will, the narrative around those two is we don't want to call them up and have them save the day and put that kind of pressure on them. They don't seem to mind that pressure at all. They've been contributing.
I think that's true, and by the way, I agree with that sentiment. You don't want them to have to save a season, but the reason that I said for 2 weeks, and I caught some heat for it, that Anthony needed to be up was that he can help this team. There's a reason when he's in there that Alex Cora trusts him so much to bat him fifth. He's just a different young player. He is. And the poise, the calmness, he put the team ahead with his first big league hit the other way. Even when he's not going to get a lot of hits, he's going to have a really good approach at the plate. I just think, and then Marcelo, he went through his struggles. He's going to see stuff up here that he never did in the minor leagues or never did at any point in his life. But, you saw the 2 homers the other night. He's such a confident player. And for him, I think the most important thing that he brings, Christian, is just total rock-solid defensive consistency. Because so often we've seen these young guys come up, and I mean, Marcelo's playing out of position. He really is not a third baseman, but how impressive it is that he slides over there and is just so confident and dependable. So I don't think they're feeling the pressure. And by the way, we saw that all spring and all of last year when they were in big league camp. These guys, they are built different. And again, that's not to say that at some times during this season they aren't going to struggle, because they are. That's just the nature of baseball in general, but most especially when you come up as a young rookie player. But they both have the it factor. They're both very different people, which I really appreciate. And I don't think people should necessarily lump them together. Of course, we understand why that happens. But they're both fun to watch, and I think they are both going to help this team.
Will, I would like your unfiltered take on the current state of the Red Sox-Yankee rivalry. What's good and bad about it right now?
I think it's all great. I mean, look, it's not. Is it Veritek and A-Rod? No, but I mean, I
not
just,
a lot of violence lately. There's been a shockingly lack of violence, I'd say.
No, but I do think that, first of all, it stinks that Pregame was not a part of the first edition in New York and that he's not tonight, because I do think he'll juice this thing up once he's back. And by the way, he was out running again today with a weighted vest. He continues to say he is way ahead of schedule, and I think Red Sox fans may be pretty shocked with the timeline that he's on. I think he's got a real chance to surprise and come back pretty quickly here on the not too distant horizon. So that's encouraging. Jazz Chisholm is like a perfect foil, and he's not A-Rod, but the way that he was behaving at Yankee Stadium, I think there's real juice in this. I know the media is trying to make a lot out of the Hunter Dobbins things. That is not up to par with rivalry controversies of years past. But the other part about this is sometimes in order for it to be just. Two things need to happen for it to continue to be, the most celebrated rivalry in the game. And that is, number one, both teams need to be really good. Yeah. And really, since that wild card game here 4 years ago, the Red Sox have not kept up with the Yankees in the regular season. I mean, it's important to remind Yankee fans who come in so boisterous and chesty that they've not done anything in the postseason. I know they went to the World Series in a weak American League, and nobody in the Bronx wants to hear that, but the Yankees need to get across the threshold. They haven't won this thing in 16 years, and in that time, everybody knows, the Red Sox have done the job several times. So they need to be both good, and you'd almost need like more villains, and I do think that one of the things that this season reduces a little bit of the rivalries, you don't have Garrett Cole, because the Raffy Devers Garrett Cole thing is right now like the best thing that this rivalry has to offer. It's just fabulous. You can't take your eyes off it whenever the two of them face off. So Cole is done for the year, so we won't see that in this year's edition, but Raffy still owns the Yankees and has now for several seasons running. So I still love it, and I know Fenway will be jamming tonight. So embrace it while we have it, and like you say, hopefully, later in the season when these teams meet, they really do mean a lot.
Absolutely. Before we let you go here, Will, the years that the Red Sox won, since they broke the curse, great closer play. Keith Falk, Papelbon, Craig Kimbrell, and Koji Uehara, of course. What Aroldis Chapman is doing this year is reminding me of all of those guys. And Chapman's a guy who's been around for a long time. This stop he's had here in Boston really seems like a renaissance of sorts for a guy who's later in his career.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I just think that he made some real changes to his physical routine. He's not just trying to blow you away, although, as you know, we heard it at the end. What is it? 102 at the end of the Tampa game. I think he's perfect for what the Red Sox were looking for, and it's pretty remarkable what Greg Weissert has done too. You think about it, the Red Sox bullpen hurt with big time performances and injuries, with Whitlock down, Slayton hurt, and so they're leaning so heavily on all these other guys, and other than Chapman, Weisert's been the steadiest, most dependable guy. So it is amazing. And Christian, one thing, as the Red Sox need to give themselves more breathing room, they need to get above 500 by plenty so that every game's not stressful. And it's also because then Alex Cora doesn't need to go to Aroldis Chapman every night. And I think he's pitched 13 times in a tie game. That you can't have that. You need your best bullpen arm, your closer who's just pitching as well as he ever has, to pitch with the lead in the ninth inning and to lock it down. And how about a 2 or a 3 or a 4-run lead? How wonderful that would be. But for what they've asked him to do, I think he's totally exceeded expectations.
That is the voice of Will Fleming. We look forward to the call tonight. Will, thanks so much.
Thanks, man. See ya.
Okay, that's Will Fleming. We'll hear from him alongside Sean McDonough, who are on the call tonight for us here with the Red Sox and the Yankees, starting off this 3-game weekend set at Fenway Park. Coming up next, Will Fleming, who you just heard from, is going to sit down with Alex Cora. That's presented by your New England Ford dealers, and it's coming your way on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcand. Alex Cora next.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and switch on the NBA Finals. Because fast breaks and threes deserve an exhilarating blast of flavor to go with it.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the Dew.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those 3 listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Ugh, your clothes are too tight, yet you can't lose weight, even though you've tried so many diets. The reason you're having trouble losing weight could be a liver clogged with fat, and that is slowing your metabolism. Introducing Omicid, a natural superfood protein shake that uses natural amino acids and bioactive peptides to help unclog your liver and optimize your metabolism so it's easier to lose weight, and it's been scientifically proven to preserve muscle mass. Find out more and see the university studies at omicid.com. That's ALMASED.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Most people would rather remove a nest of irate hornets than search for auto and home insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. I think I'll wait inside.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
College holds a mythic place in American culture. On the new Campus Files podcast, we uncover the scandals you won't hear on the campus tours. Find Campus Files on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Alex Cora. You are listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcand, and before every game, we interview Red Sox manager Alex Cora. Alex Cora on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. Here with the manager Alex Cora is the voice of the Boston Red Sox, Will Fleming.
For the first time this summer, the New York Yankees come to Fenway Park, and we're here with the manager Alex Cora. It's a City Connect night, a beautiful night to welcome the Yankees. And, you know, Alex, I'm sure when you looked at the season, you probably didn't expect the standings to be this way when the Yankees came to Fenway for the first time. But your club has real momentum, a couple series wins in a row. You must be excited to see the Yanks here tonight.
Yeah, we're playing good baseball. We haven't been that far off during the season, you know, and we just got to keep pitching. That's the most important thing. We do that. We give ourselves chances to win games, to win series, and you know, we got the right guy on the mound. This turn through the rotation was amazing. It started with him on Saturday in Yankee Stadium. Today we start a new turn, and we expect the same thing.
Pretty simple sometimes, isn't it? When you get 5-6 good starts in a row, it's easy to, you know, get big hits and win games.
Yeah, that's the reason they're in first place. That's the reason Toronto is in second place and Tampa is in third place. You know, they have pitched better than us.
Two great series wins against AL East teams, and you get these young kids up here. Have you noticed any difference in energy sort of in your dugout and clubhouse when they've gotten here?
Obviously, they're young and they bring energy, but I think at the end of the day, the energy is coming from the rotation, to be honest with you. We can say all we want about, you know, the lineup and who's playing, who's not. You know, when you get those 5-6 innings and you have the lead and they do what they did in this past turn, it gives us a chance to win. And I think the energy is coming from the rotation, and hopefully we can continue to do that.
I thought Weissert had a huge series for you against Tampa Bay. I mean, he might have had the most important innings in both those games. What do you make about the ability that you have, if you need to stay away from Chapman and go to him?
Yeah, we trust him. This guy, he went to the minor leagues last year. He got demoted and working a few things with his pitch shapes, and he worked so hard in the offseason, body-wise, and he put himself in the conversation. You know, nothing was given to him. He has earned the right to pitch late in games. He's doing a better job with runners on base. You know, he got Caballero. He gave Narvi a chance to throw him out of third base, something he didn't do last year or early in the season. So we're very happy for him, and the guy has become a big part of our bullpen.
Yankees line up all these lefties, and you got a lot of lefties in your order, including some young guys. Duran gets an off day. He kind of looked like he tweaked something, maybe in an ankle or whatever. What have you heard talking to him about that? And how do you pick the spots for your lefties to get days off in this run of lefties?
We'll see if the matchup makes sense. Understanding that Refi and Romy are going to play. And you cannot play every lefty. You know, that's the reason. And we decided today was Roman's day to face a lefty, see how he goes. And good day for JD to reset, you know. 2 off days in a row will benefit him, although he's going to be ready to play. That's you know, if late we need him, he's going to play.
Looking at it, Romy take ground balls right now at first base. He's the last 2 years when he's healthy, Alex, it's incredible, where he might not play all that often, he might come come off the injured list, and he just immediately contributes. What can you say about the growth of him once he's joined your club?
Yeah, he's been good. And he doesn't even have 3 years in the big leagues, so he's still young at this level, and he's learning. I think he has learned how to balance, the workouts and, the ground balls and extra hitting. He understands a lot better, and credit to Rob Refsnyder. He's been kind of like a mentor for him, has put him in a good spot, to learn his craft. It's not an easy job, but both of those guys, and three, actually, with Toro, they've been great for us.
And they have sort of a similar approach. They'll take chances early in at-bats, and then they can shoot the ball the other way, stay alive in an at-bat. It really does bring a maturity to 1 through 9, doesn't it?
Yeah, and, it's a different personnel than 10 days ago. This group swings less, I believe. And to be able to slow it down, to use the whole field is very important. Hopefully the strikeouts keep going down, which is important, and we're able to get the starter out in the 5th or before the 6th inning.
First innings for your starters have been so important to set the tone. That has not really been an issue for Crochet. He was fabulous at Yankee Stadium. I would expect it to be pretty wild when he takes the mound in this rivalry for the first time.
Yeah, he'll be fine. This guy, he doesn't get caught up in the whole hoopla. Yeah. He shows up every day to do his work. Today, it's his turn to pitch. That's the way he sees it. He prepared for 4 days, and he's in a good spot. We just have to make sure we keep him healthy, and if we do that, he's going to be okay.
Well, that's fine. I can get caught up in the hoopla. You have to appreciate that. You've talked about him in these video rooms with your young pitchers and going over approach and everything. What about just the pure attack mode that he shows every time he's on the mound?
Yeah, his stuff is really good, and he understands it. Not too many guys, not everybody throws 97, 98 and pound the strike zone, and he does. He believes that the more he's in the zone, the more swing and misses he's going to induce, weak contact, and the more efficient he's going to be. And since day one, that's something he's been talking about it. We've been talking about it too, and it's been outstanding watching him perform every 5 days.
You did get the off day yesterday. How long do you think, just theoretically, would it take? How many sort of games of normal 6-7 inning starts from your guys would it take to kind of really reset and rest your bullpen?
I believe if we go 6-7 tonight, we should be fine tomorrow, but you never know.
Lastly, though, these Friday nights, you got the new Green City Connects. These are the nights that it's really cool to be at Fenway, and I'm sure to be in this dugout as this club's manager.
Yeah, it's a big series for us. Every series is huge for us. Just go out there, win the first one to put yourself in a position to win the series right away, and it should be loud here in Fenway Park.
We appreciate it. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Will.
That was Alex Cora with the voice of the Boston Red Sox, Will Fleming. By the way, you can watch Red Sox pregame on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. It's brought to you by Subaru of New England. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Every game we have the New England Chevy dealers question of the day. Together we drive. Listen in for that during the broadcast today. And here is your question of the night. You can check it out at Sox Booth on Twitter/X. And the question is, what is Major League Baseball's best division rivalry right now? Option 1, Red Sox Yankees. Option 2, Dodgers Padres. Mets Phillies. Astros Rangers. I know how I'd vote, personally. I'm still Red Sox Yankees all the way. And if I check here, Red Sox Yankees in the lead, although Dodgers Padres right now kind of gaining. There's a lot of love for the Dodgers Padres rivalry. I guess, hey, well, whatever. We'll see what happens. And I think that this weekend series here could do a lot to add to what I think could end up being a fiercely contested rivalry, especially from the perspective of the Red Sox here as they try and get back up over 500. Still to come here on the Mass Mutual pregame show, we've got the lock of the game, we've got the New England scoreboard, and we will have, of course, the Herb Chamber starting lineups. That's all coming up next right here on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and switch on the NBA Finals. Because fast breaks and threes deserve an exhilarating blast of flavor to go with it.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the Dew.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, going the extra mile for your business pays off. With 5 times membership rewards points on flights and prepaid hotels booked through AmexTravel.com, you can earn more points to help grow your business. And with access to more than 1,400 lounges globally through the American Express Global Lounge Collection, including the Centurion Lounge,
Can I get you a refill?
you can stay fresh wherever your business travel takes you. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/AmexBusiness.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash-in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This Father's Day at Lowe's, score free gifts for the greatest dad. Right now, get a free select DeWalt, Craftsman, or Cobalt tool with purchase of a select battery kit. Plus, get a free Werner 2-foot aluminum ladder when you buy an 8-foot fiberglass ladder. Shop these deals and more this Father's Day at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Christian Arcand here with you as game one of this weekend set. Red Sox and the Yankees at Fenway Park gets underway tonight here. First pitch coming your way at 7:10. Garret Crochet and Ryan Yarbrough are the starters. It's time now for the Herb Chambers starting lineups. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars. We help people buy them. For the Red Sox, leading off in left field is Rob Refsnyder in for Jarren Duran, who is on a 9-game hit streak, but out of the lineup tonight against the lefty. Rafael Devers will bat second in DH. Romy Gonzalez in the 3 spot at first base, followed by Carlos Narvaez, the catcher. Roman Anthony batting 5th in right field. Trevor Story at short. He'll be followed by Abraham Toro at third. Ceddanne Rafaela will play center field and bat 8th. Your number 9 hitter is Christian Campbell, the second baseman behind the starter, Garret Crochet. For New York, Paul Goldschmidt will lead off at first base. He'll be followed by Nobles and Greeno alum Ben Rice at DH. Aaron Judge in right field was out of the lineup yesterday. Pinch hit and struck out. That snapped a 3-game home run streak. He has been amazing since the calendar turned to May, and he is in the lineup batting third and playing right field. Cody Bellinger, your cleanup hitter in center. Anthony Volpe will bat 5th and play short, followed by Jason Dominguez in left field. DJ LeMahieu at second. Austin Wells will do the catching and bat 8th. Oswald Peraza is your number 9 hitter and third baseman behind the starter, Ryan Yarbrough. Time now for the Subaru scoreboard update. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. One final to tell you about. It took 10 innings, but the Pirates did not waste a nice start from Paul Skeens. He didn't get the win, but he did go 5 scoreless innings, and they knocked down the Cubs by a final score of 2-1. Couple of games in progress right now. Just getting underway are the Marlins and the Nationals. Marlins jumping out to a 1-0 lead in the top of the first inning out there in D.C. as it was Agustin Ramirez with a solo home run to break the scoring there early on in that one. Top of the first inning in Philadelphia, the Blue Jays and the Phillies are scoreless early in the first. Still to come tonight, a 7:05 start time in Baltimore for the O's and the Angels. The Tigers host the Reds at 7:10. A 7:10 start time at Citi Field for the Mets and the Rays. 7:15, the Braves will get a visit from the Colorado Rockies. At 8:05, Texas will host the White Sox. An 8:10 start time in Houston for the Astros and the Twins. Kansas City Royals will host the A's at 8:10. An 8:10 start time in Milwaukee for the Brewers and the Cardinals. Pretty good in-division rivalry right there. Didn't make it on our poll, though. The Arizona Diamondbacks will play host to the San Diego Padres at 9:40. A 10:10 start time in Seattle for the M's and the Guardians, and the Dodgers will get underway with the San Francisco Giants. A 10:10 start time at Dodger Stadium. And there it is, your Subaru of New England scoreboard. It's time now for the lock of the game presented by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit them online at newenglandmetalroofing.com and never re-roof again. I've been cold, I'm not going to lie. Been cold with my locks, but I'm feeling good about this one. And that is Romy Gonzalez. Now, I'm not going to give you one specific lock, but I can tell you that he is 4 for 5 in his career against Ryan Yarbrough, and these are the odds for him to do certain things tonight. For example, if Romy Gonzalez were to record an RBI, you're plus 145. His anytime home run is plus 680. To hit a double is plus 280, and that might be the one I jump on. And also to score a run is plus 100. So I'm hot on Romy Gonzalez right now. Hopefully that does not cool him off. I guess we'll all find out together here in a few minutes. I'm Christian Arcan. This has been the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. Do not move a muscle as first pitch is coming your way next right here on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
What We Spend is a new podcast that explores something we almost never talk about. Every week, you'll hear a different guest share everything they spend their money on. What We Spend is available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car right in your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. Auto Trader.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This Father's Day at Lowe's, score free gifts for the greatest dad. Right now, get a free select DeWalt, Craftsman, or Cobalt tool with purchase of a select battery kit. Plus, get a free Werner 2-foot aluminum ladder when you buy an 8-foot fiberglass ladder. Shop these deals and more this Father's Day at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
The march to spring training and opening day is upon us. Rob Bradford from Baseballs and Boring here, and we'll have you covered every single day with podcasts that aim to educate, entertain, and inform you as a baseball fan. Follow Baseballs and Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Mike.
And I'm Mark, the owners of Reliable Fence, New England's leading fencing company.
We're a family-owned business that has delivered unbeatable value for over 70 years. Gramps thought that if he gave the best customer service with the best fence product, people would notice. And they have, with a 4.7-star Google rating from over 650 reviews.
That's right, Mike. Our high-quality fences protect and beautify your property, and always at a fair price. Plus, our dedicated year-round staff is always here for all your needs.
And right now, you can save big with our annual Spring Into Savings sale, where you'll save 20%.
If you've been thinking about getting a new fence or replacing an old one, now's the perfect time to take advantage of our awesome Spring Into Savings sale and save 20%.
Just go to reliablefencing.com. That's reliable, FENCING.com for the best fence around.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action. From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is... Red Sox baseball.
Can you believe it?
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And the left field, adios. Sale winds, he fires. Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over. And the Red Sox win on a wall double by Devers. Jump on his back, fellas, the Red Sox win.
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
And Hideo Novo's pitched a no-hitter.
Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining. Arbella. Here for good.
Devers is homered in 5 straight.
Buy cars for kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Ford Trucks. Official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
Strike three, a no-hitter. 23-year-old Clay Buchholz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Duran will score.
Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. cclco.com.
Way back. Grand slam.
Citgo. Club Citgo can save you money every day. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. C&S Wholesale Grocers.
It's gone. Into the bullpen.
Brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. the Department of Veteran Affairs. Hackman Wealth Partners, Boston's premier retirement planning specialist. Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Never re-roof again.
Swing and a miss. He got him. Battle won by House.
McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Northern Bank, your partner for growth.
Here's the throw. Roberts dives, and he is safe.
And by Verizon Wireless, the network Boston relies on. New England Chevy dealers. Together, let's drive.
Goodbye, Christian Campbell.
Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Sean McDonough and Will Fleming.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to a beautiful Boston night. Fenway Park, where for the first time, the Boston Red Sox resume the greatest rivalry in all of Major League Baseball. The Red Sox season off to a disappointing start. However, some momentum building, consecutive series wins against these New York Yankees and the Tampa Bay Rays. Tonight, the Red Sox hand the ball to their ace, Garret Crochet, who absolutely dominated the Yankees 6 days ago. He'll be opposed in a rematch by the left-hander Ryan Yarbrough. Will Fleming, and thrilled to welcome Sean McDonough back into the booth. And Sean, it might not be necessarily the juice of Red Sox and Yankees of days gone by, but the Red Sox have a little something going, and this is a chance to make a statement this weekend.
No question, playing better baseball lately. You mentioned the back-to-back series wins. It's the first time that's happened for the Red Sox in a month. And the Yankees come here playing very good baseball as well. 42-25, 4.5 game lead in the division, and 17 games over is their high water mark of the year. It's always special when these two teams play. You can feel the anticipation in the ballpark. And obviously, the big news of the week is Roman Anthony coming up to join the other youngsters, Meyer and Campbell. And that has definitely, it seems, raised the excitement level for this team around town, and particularly here at Fenway.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And both of them sort of look the part. They do not seem overwhelmed by anything. You wouldn't expect them to be all that moved by the first Yankee trip here at Fenway Park. Just a moment away from the national anthem as the pitchers march out of the bullpens. Meyer is not in there tonight. Roman Anthony is going to play right field. They think the matchup with Ryan Yarbrough is a good one. They've both been so impressive. Before we continue, time now for the national anthem, which is brought to you by BuildSubmarines.com. You'll find stable, sustaining, skilled trades careers helping bring the next generation of U.S. Navy submarines to life. We build giants because it takes one to build one.
All-Stars from Bridgewater Girls Softball. And now, here to perform the national anthem is a saxophonist that you can see perform live on June 22nd on board the Spirit of Boston as part of the City Cruises Live series. Please welcome Elon Trotman.
Well, it's hard to look out on this landscape and not think about the fact that this rivalry and this cathedral is one of the great landscapes in all of American sport. You get a beautiful rendition. By the way, Alon is standing a little bit more upright than he will be when he's on the Spirit of Boston with Kevin Millar, but that was beautiful.
Unbelievable.
Here at Fenway Park.
Do you have any musical talent?
I used to. No. I can sing. Used to play a little guitar, but never like that.
That's incredible. I admire anybody who's musically inclined like that. That was terrific, and what a gorgeous night. I mean, it just seems perfect for the start of this rivalry weekend, that we have as nice a night as we've had here at Fenway Park all year.
Well, and this is something Red Sox fans have not had or seen really going back to the heyday of Chris Sale, and that is a true ace who walks out of the home bullpen right now, and he looks like he so often has this year, like a prize fighter. He's got the towel wrapped around his shoulders. Carlos Narvaez and Andrew Bailey walk alongside him. And Sean, Garret Crochet dominated the Yankees 6 days ago. He'll have the ball tonight. This will be his first taste of this rivalry in this building. I imagine it will get crazy when he jogs out to the mound for the first time. But this is something the Red Sox have needed, and Crochet has delivered on every bit of hope they put on his left arm.
And I'm looking forward to watching him pitch in person. It's the first time I've seen him in person. I've listened to games, obviously, that you've done, and watched some games on Nesson that he's worked. But he's had a very impressive season. A 6-4 record, a 2.35 ERA, among the league leaders in strikeouts and innings pitched. And he's been every bit the ace that the Red Sox hoped he would be when they made the trade to bring him over here. The challenge for the Red Sox is to score more runs for him. They have not done a good job of that at all. He's had 11 of his 14 starts in which he's had 3 runs or fewer of support.
Just amazing. And he's yet to win his first start at Fenway Park, and he has pitched plenty well enough to have won a great many here. Speed Report is brought to you by Verizon. Crochet's fastball this year is just a little bit down, but really there's some intent behind that. He wants to throw more innings, go deeper in games, and he's really started to, after all of the controversy, when he was lifted after just 85 pitches, he's leaned in. They've managed him. He's on an extra day of rest here today, so I think they'll ride him here today. Get to your local Verizon store to check out the latest deals. And Sean, with a struggling team, every single decision and detail gets parsed, especially in this market. And I, at the moment, did not necessarily understand or agree with the decision to pull Crochet, because there's no certainty in the world when you just say, well, if he throws 85 today, then in September he'll be better. In the moment, I did not love the move. Since then, though, he has been pushed a lot. He's taken it to a different gear, and I fully expect that his first Fenway experience against the Yankees, working on an extra day, he'll try to go as deep as he can.
I would think he would. He's done a great job of getting to at least 5 innings in all 14 of his starts, and he is also the 4th Red Sox pitcher ever to strike out 100 batters in his first 14 games with the team. Chris Sale, Pedro Martinez, and David Price, the others. But he's been terrific, and I would expect, as you say, they'll try to push him even deeper.
9 strikeouts through 6 awesome innings. He did give up sort of a Yankee Stadium special home run to Austin Wells, but after that was absolutely outstanding. Red Sox injury report is brought to you by the Ketchus Law Group, champions for the injured, with more than $3 billion recovered for New Englanders, and it was a heartening sign today to see Alex Bregman out running on the outfield grass with a weighted vest on. He said to us 10 days ago, look, this one is way different than the previous quad injury. He fully expects that he's going to be way ahead of schedule in returning, and I won't out him. I won't share what he said, but it's way ahead of the predicted schedule that the Red Sox thought. Here comes Garret Crochet on the mound for the very first time in this rivalry at Fenway Park. The Sox with the City Connect green unis. The defensive alignment behind him, Romy Gonzalez is at first base. Christian Campbell seems like he's settled in to be sort of the everyday second baseman once again for now, as Trevor Story, who's really heated up, is the shortstop. Abraham Toro, what a revelation he's been. He is the third baseman for the Red Sox. Roman Anthony is going to make yet another start, even with the lefty Yarbrough on the mound. He's in right field. Cedon Rafaela in center field with Rob Refsnyder, the leadoff man. First time since 2023 he'll lead off. And he's in left field with the former Yankee farmhand and a wonderful revelation Carlos Narvaez behind the plate. He's got the yellow gear on with the green jersey. And Sean, it's interesting that Alex Cora decides tonight to give Jarren Duran another day off. They say he's fine. He rolled his ankle a little bit swinging the bat, but they picked this spot after the off day to give Jarren 2 days off, and they go with Refsnyder in the leadoff spot.
Well, he's been out there a lot, missed one game all year. That was April 12th at the White Sox, a game in which Martin Perez started for Chicago. So interesting to give him the night off, but obviously a lot of thought goes into these decisions.
Morgan & Morgan starting lineup. First for the Yankees. We'll get to the Red Sox when we get to the bottom of the first. Paul Goldschmidt leads it off. He's been a really sort of a renaissance man this season for the Yankees. He leads it off. He's at first base. Ben Rice, the DH, bats second. Aaron Judge, the right fielder, basically the best living player. He's in right field. He bats third. Cody Bellinger cleans up. He's in center field. Anthony Volpe, the shortstop, bats fifth. The left fielder, Jason Dominguez, is switch hitting. He bats in the sixth hole. Then DJ LeMahieu, the second baseman, bats seventh. Austin Wells catches, bats eighth. And Oswald Peraza is the third baseman, and he bats ninth. The Baldwin Group, insurance, employee benefits, and wealth management. If you can dream it, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible. And as boos rain down, that means Paul Goldschmidt is into the right-handed batter's box. We're in the road gray unis. The Red Sox, again, these City Connects, they've worn them on Friday nights. It's green jerseys above white pants. The home plate umpire tonight is John Tumpane. Jeremy Rayhawk at first base, Chris Conroy at second, and Brennan Miller at third. Crochet's first pitch is grounded to third. Toro gloves, a couple crow hops. He throws to first, picked out by Romy Gonzalez. And on one pitch, there's one away on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball from Crochet. He's been pretty adamant about it, Sean. Crochet he's going to throw fastballs to the first hitter of every single game, and he's stuck to the plan.
It's something that he's been criticized for. I actually kind of agree with the criticism. I mean, the idea you think with every pitch is to try to fool the opposition. It's hard to do when you tell them what's coming.
He needs a new baseball. Ben Rice, the Cohasset kid, lines one on the left side, backhanded by Story. He will, on the run, throw to first in time. And they're two away. I'm with you, Sean. He's got a dominant fastball. You like the mentality, but if you're going to do it, you don't necessarily, I don't think, need to announce it to the press, right?
No, it really doesn't make much sense. But, you know, he's a different kind of guy in a lot of ways, and he embraces that. And as we said, it has, for the most part, worked for him. 65 degrees and beautiful cloudless skies overhead. The time and temperature sponsored by Hatfield. Better care, better pork.
Here's Aaron Judge, who takes a fastball outside for ball one. Crochet challenged and blew Judge away 6 days ago at Yankee Stadium. Struck him out 3 times. The 1-0 is outside 98, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, as you said, he's the best player alive. He's also better than most of the dead ones, too. I mean, he's just having that good a year.
We're getting to that point, aren't we?
Yes.
2-0. Crochet throws, and a strike on the outside corner. You know, the more he stacks these years of being the best offensive player in the game, it is, I think, appropriate to have conversations about his standing all time in the sport.
It's getting to that point. He's doing things that very few people have ever done, particularly this season.
2 balls and a strike with 2 down. Crochet throws, and Judge takes a fastball 98 miles an hour. It's 3-1. All he does is lead the world in average on base. Obviously, that means OPS as well, slugging percentage. 25 homers and 59 driven, and he swings and misses at a fastball 97 miles an hour, and it's 3-2. These moments in this rivalry, Sean, you think about Pedro and Roger and Schilling and Sale against the great Yankee star hitters. 3-2 is swung on and missed. He got him fastball 98 miles an hour. And Crochet blows the Yankees away in the top of the first. No score after half an inning. It'll be Refsnyder for the first time in the leadoff spot, then Devers and Romy Gonzalez. No score after half an inning in the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
A spring day is the most righteous time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and switch on the NBA Finals. Because fast breaks and threes deserve an exhilarating blast of flavor to go with it.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the Dew.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. It's just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Your dream getaway,
welcome in,
starts at the airport. With Amex Platinum, you get access to the Centurion Lounge, where you can find space to send off that last work email, fill up on premium dining, and finally, relax for up to 3 hours before takeoff. You might even wish your layover could last just a little longer.
Flight to Mexico, now boarding.
Oh, that's me.
That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. For more information, visit americanexpress.com/withAmex.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Your smart speaker to play, 93.7 WEEI. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Rob Refsnyder leading it off in the bottom of the first. He takes a strike from Ryan Yarbrough, who will never overwhelm with stuff, 85-mile-an-hour sinker. He's made 14 overall appearances. This is his 7th start. The Red Sox really battered him 6 days ago at Yankee Stadium. Romy Gonzalez, who's in there tonight, hit a homer off him. 0-1 to Rob. Pitch is high with a fastball. Refsnyder, 284, 4 homers, and 12 driven in. Again, it was the summer of 2023. Rob last led off, I should say, for the Red Sox. 1-1 to right-handed hitter. He takes a little bit low. Sinker, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, Red Sox really roughed up Yarbrough last Saturday. He gave up a season-high 8 runs in 4 innings pitched. Red Sox had 9 hits.
For whatever reason, the last few years, they've really handled him well. 2-1. They set up a way, and the pitch is way outside, a cutter. And it's 3-1. He's a guy who lives on the edges of the strike zone. He tries to get you to chase pitches off the plate, and the Red Sox have done a good job avoiding that.
Well, he deserves a lot of credit for a guy who does not throw hard at all. I mean, in this day and age, to top out at 88 miles per hour, you have to be precise. Yeah. And he's been a winner in his career, 56 and 41 lifetime.
33 years old. Started with the Rays and has been to 5 clubs since. The 3-1 is ball 4. That's a great beginning for Refsnyder. Actually, last year with the Dodgers, Yarbrough did handle the Red Sox, but other than that, I mean, his last many appearances the Red Sox have handled him. As Sean said, he is, in his career, been a real winner, and this season, 3 wins, a loss. He made 8 appearances out of the bullpen, but since he came into the rotation, awesome.
Yeah, he was exclusively a relief pitcher last year. He split his time between the Dodgers and Toronto. 98 relief innings, actually led the major leagues, but he's been a valuable guy in that way. You know, back when he was in Tampa Bay, he was one of those
flex guys,
openers.
Here's Devers, 14 homers, 57 driven in. He's owned the Yankees for a couple of years running. He takes fastball outside. Sean, his last 25 games, Devers hitting nearly 400 with an OPS bordering on 1,000. He has just destroyed them. He had a mammoth home run there last Sunday in the Bronx. 1-0 to Devers. Leadoff man aboard in Refsnyder. No score in the first. The pitch is swung and fouled. Sweeper took a huge rip at that.
Well, to your point, 30 career homers for Devers and 77 runs batted in against the Yankees in 116 career games. He leads all active players in homers and runs batted in against the Bronx Bombers.
And you know he's upset that Garret Cole's not here. 1-1. Yarbrough sets. He throws. Raffy loops one into center field. Bellinger is back just in front of the warning track. He's there to make the play. And there's one away. That one just got in on the hands of Devers, who's having about his best season in his career against left-handed pitchers.
He's hung in there very well. Got off to a slow start, obviously, this year with all the stuff in the background about playing third base or first base or DHing. But he's put that out of his mind, focused on being a DH, and he's been a very good one.
And by the way, I don't think it's out of the minds of the fan base, nor necessarily the manager or the front office. Here comes Romy Gonzalez, who launched last time against Yarbrough, and he takes a fastball for a strike. Sam Kennedy sort of said and intimated late this week that is not done. I mean, Alex Cora keeps saying he's my DH, but I think there are a lot of people who would like to see him at least give it a shot over at first base.
I was one of those people.
321 for Romy. He takes a ball down and in. And it's one thing, Sean, if he isn't necessarily immediately going to be great over there, but it's more about the statement of the willingness to go try it.
That's also, I think, the biggest point for the fan base. You're making $300 million plus. You should probably do whatever they ask you to do. At least try.
You can relate to that. 1-1 pitch is a changeup to Romy, and it's 2-1.
I have to take a pay cut, but it's close. Just saying that sentence. He makes $300 million, and we don't even blink or think about it.
Amazing. 2-1 to Gonzalez. 1 on, 1 out. The pitch is outside, but called a strike. That was borderline at best. But John Tumpane says it's a strike, and it's 2-2. Is it weird looking out and seeing grass, not ice?
Beautiful grass. I came to the game a couple of nights ago, Wednesday, with my nephew Patrick, and that's the first thing he said. Wow, the field is just beautiful.
Yarbrough steps off.
But the ice has been pretty good, too. This Stanley Cup final, we alternate years at ESPN with our friends at TNT, and TNT has it this year, and I'm jealous. I watch these games, and I'm still thinking, boy, wouldn't it be great to be calling this Stanley Cup final?
You had some awesome games, though, in those conference finals. 2-2 to Romy. Pitch is line foul down the right field line. I mean, some of those game sevens you did, I mean, they were just
we were lucky last year,
battles.
Jimmy. It was the same matchup. It was a 7-game series. Florida went ahead 3 games to none. We thought it was going to be a sweep. We were all kind of depressed, and then all of a sudden we have a game 7. It ends up a 2-1 game. So last year's Stanley Cup final wasn't bad, but this one I think has the chance to be the greatest of all time.
Incredible comeback last night. Draisaitl. The 2-2 is looped again, foul on the first base side. 1 down in the bottom of the first inning. Just imagine you're sitting in the stands, and in your hands is your first ice-cold Harpoon IPA of the game. If you're not at the game, find a local retailer at harpoon.com. Harpoon, first or forever.
Nice night for a Harpoon.
Why not? We'll take
when
a
is a
delivery.
bad night for a Harpoon, though, come to think of it?
Never. 2-2. Pitch. Romy takes a ball. Change up, and it's 3-2.
It is weird to be sitting here, you mentioned the ice and the grass, without Joe Castiglione.
It is.
That's going to take some getting used to.
He's still got some of his white out on the counter.
He does. And I don't think they've cleaned this booth since he left either. It's like a dust storm over here.
3-2. Ralph Snyder leads at first. Not going. The pitch is swung on and drilled high and deep into center field. Bellinger back on the warning track just to his left of the garage door is there to make the play. Only gave it a ride, but they're 2 down. Yeah, so many parts of this season have just not felt the same. I mean, the booth is named after him. He's always not only in our minds, but he's here. We've seen him 4 or 5 times. But you're right, it's just totally different.
Well, you've done an excellent job. Been very impressed by Will Middlebrooks and his adjustment to radio. Lou Merloni, of course. It's like that year where there were a bunch of us who used to come and go all the time. It was like a bus stop up here for Joe.
Here's Carlos Narvaez, who swings and misses at a cutter.
What was the one year where they had basically guest announcers alongside Joe? I think there were about 10 of us.
Yeah. I did a few with him. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mario Mpemba, Josh Lewin, Dale Arnold.
He rated you 7th out of the 10 that year, he told me, but obviously it got better between the two of you.
1 on, 2 out. 0-1 from Yarbrough to Narvaez, who has just been spectacular for the Red Sox. 6 homers, 22 driven in, and he takes a fastball.
It's unbelievable.
Outside.
I barely heard of this gentleman. And, when the season started, I'm still in Arizona and immersed in the hockey. And when I started paying a little closer attention, like, my goodness, what a job this guy's doing for the Red Sox.
1-1. Here's the pitch. Carlos takes a ball. We talked to Aaron Boone about him when we went to Yankee Stadium last week, and he said,
You're still a name dropper.
I inherited it from you.
Yes, you did.
I learned from the best.
My dear friend, former broadcast partner, Aaron Boone.
who was at my golf tournament with Charles Barkley and 10 others.
We'll get to that later.
Yeah, of course.
August 3rd and 4th.
2-1 to Narvaez, and Yarbrough will step off. He said, look, Booney did, we knew what kind of player this guy was, but we have a catching factory. Love Wells and Escara, and we're in a good spot there, but he's a great worker. Aaron Judge talked a lot about him. 2-1 to Narvaez, who had an awesome batting practice. The 2-1 is low. He's got sneaky power, Narvaez does, and it's a hitter's
big,
count,
strong
3-1.
He's powerfully built.
So is Roman Anthony,
up here.
who's on deck. Yeah, the Red Sox are a much stronger and bigger team this year. No score. Hitter's count, though, for Narvaez. Yarbrough is ready. He throws, and Carlos takes a ball.
Boy.
Yeah, he walks. So
that was close.
Now, Matt Blake is going to come out and talk things over with Yarbrough. That's a pretty patient approach by the Red Sox. And now, for the first time at Fenway against the Yankees, it'll be Roman Anthony's turn.
He just looks the part, doesn't he? We're talking about Narvaez, but back years ago, guys didn't come to baseball players didn't look like football players.
No.
These guys look like football players.
Yep, and nothing seems to overwhelm Anthony. He's just his fourth major league game.
What do they list his height and weight at? I have a media guide right in my hand. I could probably look that up.
He is.
But I don't feel like it.
I think he's going to get only bigger and stronger, too. That's the exciting thing about him. You just project on him. He's 21 years old. His good buddy, Marcelo Anthony. They list him at 6'2", 200 pounds. Roman Anthony.
Yeah.
Like a cornerback? Outside
and
linebacker?
Probably very low body fat, I'm guessing.
It sure looks like it. Not that I can relate. No score, 2 on, 2 out. Anthony is in to the left-handed box. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner.
You have very low body fat, too, I'm guessing.
Yeah. I mean, used to be a lot lower.
You're built like a 3-iron. I mean, there's not a lot of fat on a 3-iron.
Not a lot of fairways on it either. 1-1 to Anthony. Yarbrough sets. He throws, and Roman drives one on the ground hard to the second baseman, LeMahieu. Loud contact, but a throw to first. And Anthony is retired, and the inning is over. 2 walks, 2 left. No score after an inning in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
A spring day is the most righteous time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and switch on the NBA Finals. Because fast breaks and threes deserve an exhilarating blast of flavor to go with it.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the Dew.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
Hey, it's Garret Crochet. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
Garret Crochet is back on the mound. He'll see Cody Bellinger as we go into the top of the second. Red Sox and the Yankees. No score. Crochet, the big leg kick in the first pitch, almost hits Bellinger. He spins out of the way. Of course, we are on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network, and we're thrilled to be joined by the new president of Shaws and Star Market, Ken Rinaldi. Ken, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me tonight, guys.
Who did you take over for, Joe Castiglione?
No one can take over for Joe Castiglione. We all know that.
I thought Joe was the president of Shaws and Star Market.
Joe actually is our biggest customer, and we love Joe.
No doubt. 1-0 pitch to Bellinger. He's a strike on the inside corner. I won't force you on our radio network to talk about which of these teams you might be pulling for in this game. 1-1 from Crochet is fouled off on the third base side, but you must be so thrilled. I know you've had a long life in New England, a long career to really take over. What a great brand it is.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. I've been with Shaw's and Star Market for 30 years, been in the food industry for 40 years, and it's really a privilege and an honor.
Here's a high fly ball into right field. Roman Anthony comes on. He'll be called off by Cedon Rafaela, and Crochet's rolling along. He's only needed 12 pitches to get 4 outs. And Shaw's and Star Market, a lot of big milestones this year, huh?
Yeah, we're celebrating 165 years for Shaw's Supermarkets and also 110 years for Star Market. We have 20 Star Markets right here in the city of Boston, and we also are very excited about 146 total stores throughout New England.
Joe has been to all of them. Anthony Volpe, right-handed hitter, digs in. No score. 1 down in the second. Pitch from Crochet, high and outside.
Joe cut the ribbon at the opening of that first one back in 1860.
And got his own personal lane to go through.
Yeah, he's had it ever since.
1-0 is looped into center field. This is going to be the Yankees' first hit over the head of Campbell and picked up on the turf by Cedon Rafaela. We keep talking about it on our air, Ken. The Grand Slam Summer Sweepstakes. You can win $500. Your kid can be an honorary bat kid. Tell us about Shaw's great sweepstakes.
Yeah, we're really excited about this. Able to give free groceries to our customers for a year. And all you need to do is you shop with us. You spend $50 on participating items. It's a really exciting event, and we're really, really glad that our customers can participate.
1 on, 1 out to Jason Dominguez. And a throw over to first. Volpe can really run quite well. The Red Sox and the Jimmy Fund, Dana-Farber, all the great hospitals in this city. It's a long-standing, beautiful partnership, and I know Shaw's and Star Market do the same thing with Boston Children's as Crochet throws and Dominguez swings and misses. What a great relationship that is, huh, Ken?
It really has been. This summer we're partnering with the Boston Children's Hospital. This collaboration, we're really excited. We're going to be raising, a lot of money thanks to our customers. Our customers, they participate at our registers.
Crochet throws and a pop-up foul side of first. Back of the bag, Romy Gonzalez stumbling is there to make a play. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, it's we call it the Give a Smile fundraising campaign, and it's really to support the kids and the families at the hospital. The campaign actually started today. It runs through July 31st. Last year, we raised $1.4 million, again, from the generosity of our customers, our vendor partners, and, our team members. And this year, our goal is to raise $1.5 million. Yeah.
2 down for DJ LeMahieu. Red Sox and the Yankees in the top of the second are scoreless. Volpe's dancing around at first. Crochet will throw. And a fastball strike on the outside corner. Sean, you've had a long-standing relationship with so many great hospitals and charities in this city. It is a town of giving, isn't it?
It really is. And it's impressive what Shaw's and Star Market has done and continues to do. Part of what makes this city great.
1 outside.
The very charitable nature of our citizenry. If we could just get Joe to go to one of the great locations here maybe once or twice more over the next month and a half, you should hit that goal. Joe does about 50,000.
1-1. It's a strike. And by the way, people laugh about that. It is not a bit. I mean, he is there all the time.
He is. And now I think Lou Merlone is like Joe Castiglione, Shaw's wannabe. Yeah. We were here before the game, Ken. Lou came bouncing in. I have to record my Shaw's ads.
It's a very good time. 1-2 the pitch to LeMahieu is outside with a fastball.
And Lou's very good at it.
Yeah.
He's Mr. One Take. He nails all the right words, emphasis in the right place. I just miss hearing Joe talk about whatever it is, apples or different kinds of beef.
It's one of Aaron Boone's favorite things. 2-2. 1 on, 2 out. Scoreless in the second. Pitch is down and in. Cut fastball 3-2.
If you stop by our Star Market in Marshfield at any given time, there's a good chance you'll see Joe there.
That's it.
Joe's probably there a lot more now. He has a lot more free time on his hands.
Had a wonderful dinner with Joe at Luciano's the other day.
I'm sure you paid. Now he even has a better excuse not to pay.
Some of his Shaw's money.
Basically retired.
Crochet steps off. Volpe's really trying to play some mind games with him. He's taking a sort of a running lead over there at first base. He'll obviously be off here 3-2 with 2 down. Crochet throws, and a swing and a foul on the first base side. I think Crochet's doing a really nice job sort of altering his cadences. Now Volpe does not look all that certain. He held over there at first base.
Yeah, he was slow to take off, as you said, given that he was going to be running on the 3-2 pitch and 2 outs, and with Romy Gonzalez playing pretty good distance away from him.
He'll take off again. Gonzalez plays behind him. He goes. The pitch is grounded towards short. Story plays the second hop. He'll look to second and then throw to first on the run in time. And the inning is over. Ken, congrats. We love the partnership with Shaw's and Star Market. Thanks for coming on, and have a wonderful night.
Yeah, guys, thank you very much. Appreciate being
Great
here.
to see you,
and
Ken.
I just want to thank all of our customers out there that we really appreciate.
They fund all these great initiatives, don't they?
They really do. We appreciate them, and if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to raise the amount of money in New England for the charities that we do. So thank you for all of our customers and all of our team members. And thank you guys. Thanks for having me. It was a thrill.
Always a pleasure. Thanks, Ken. We go to the bottom of the second inning. No score, Sox and Yanks in the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
A spring day is the most righteous time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and switch on the NBA Finals. Because fast breaks and threes deserve an exhilarating blast of flavor to go with it.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
You chose to hit play on this track list today. Smart choice. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer a tool called AutoQuote Explorer that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with rates from other companies. So you save time on the research and can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. Give it a try after this track at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
You don't want vacation to end, but with Amex Platinum, you earn 5 times membership rewards points on prepaid hotels and more booked through AmexTravel.com. So you're already planning the next one. Book your room with fine hotels and resorts through Amex Travel and get an upgrade when available. Plus guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout, so you have time to check out the pool before flying off to what's next. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/with Amex CST 1022318.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Trevor Story leads it off against Ryan Yarbrough. We're scoreless in the bottom of the second as Trevor takes a pitch outside. Yarbrough keeps trying to go out there, and John Tumpain says no, sir. Trevor's been hot since the calendar turned to June. He's 0 for his last 5, but a 3.08 hitter this month, 1-0. Yarbrough works his way up the mound. Pitch is high with a fastball, and it's 2-0.
I just want to commend you on your preparation for that interview with Ken Rinaldi, the president of Shaw's and Star Market. Yeah, that was, you put a lot of time in it. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you had some talking points.
They gave me like a 75-page briefing book. The 2-0 is looped into center field, and that's a base hit.
We literally would have had enough questions for 10 innings if... But that's great. What a nice guy. We so appreciate Shaw's and Star Market, our longtime partners, and as you said, very community-minded as well, which makes it even that much more appealing.
How do you pick the strawberries?
Yeah, we must have one of, you know what we do. Can I do my first Shaw's?
Oh, yes. You most certainly can. Here's Abraham Toro from the right side. He takes a strike.
Now, I know this is your inning. And I don't mean to barge in here, but I swooped in for Game 71, so I've been dying to read one of these Shaw's drops for months.
Oh, and 1 to Toro with Trevor's Story at first. Yarbrough's ready. No score in the second. Here's the pitch. Toro takes the ball.
You mentioned each of these pitchers working with an extra day of rest. I'm on, 9 months rest.
You told me you were going to do the read.
I am. But as you know, I get easily distracted. What read were we talking about?
Look, a cat. 1-1 to Toro. Here's the pitch, and it is swung on a miss. Great changeup, and it's 1-2.
This is timely, too. We want to celebrate Father's Day with big savings at Shaw's and Star Market right now. Save on value-packed beef, New York strip steak, and lamb loin chops bone in when you use the always familiar digital coupon. That's steak and lamb loin chops.
1-2 to Toro. High.
On sale for Dad. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
What a perfect way to say thank you, Dad. How about some lamb chops? Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network.
2-2 to Toro. I'll take a bone-in lamb chop watching the U.S. Open on Sunday. 2-2. Story runs. The pitch is swung on and missed. They will not throw. It actually drops out of the catcher's mitt, but that's not a drop third strike. He just loses it on the transfer. So Story has his 11th steal. That's the 7th batter, which is sponsored by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, get Glassman's. 617 and then all 7s. All right, so Toro strikes out, but Trevor up to second, and now the surging right-handed hitter, Cedon Rafaela. Nobody's yet scored as Cedon looking to change that. Takes a pitch outside for ball 1.
And in honor of another former broadcaster in this rivalry, John Sterling, can we say Cedon Rafaela? He's a really fine fella.
He is.
It's weird to play the Yankees and not see John Sterling over there to our right.
Dave Sims has taken over the spin from Yarbrough. He always used to say that about Gio Urshela, the happiest fella.
Yes.
You know, I will occasionally lose my mind for one player on the Red Sox, and that's Romy Gonzalez. I'll say Romy, my homie. And I did ask John if it was okay to borrow that, since he had that from Austin.
I hope he said no, because you should ditch
the
that.
ground ball up the middle, into center field. That's a base hit. It's going to give the Red Sox the lead. Story scores. Cedon keeps doing it, and it is 1-0 Sox. He is a happy fella right now. The Sox have broken a scoreless tie.
We have about 35,000 happy fans on this gorgeous night at Fenway with the park filled to capacity. 5-game hitting streak now for Rafaela. Got a pretty good pitch to hit right out over the middle of the plate, about mid-thigh high, and he bounced it right up the middle just to the left of the second base bag.
I mean, he's really hitting about 360 for 2 weeks now, as Christian Campbell could use a hot surge. Right-handed hitter digs in. Yarbrough throws, and they got him picked off. Wow. They throw to second, and Cedon is tagged out. Well, he giveth and taketh away. He's caught stealing, and they're 2 down.
Now it's Alex Cora, not such a happy fellow.
No. He just basically guessed and went on first move.
And you know what? You would think, as soft tossing as this pitcher is, that he'd be a pretty easy guy to run against. So if anything, you'd err on the side of caution, trying to get that jump.
Now Campbell with the bases clear, loops one into shallow left center field, sinking on the run and able to make the play as Dominguez losing his hat out there in left. Red Sox do get a run. They run into the second out of the inning. They are gone. However, Crochet takes the mound against the Yankees with a 1-0 lead when we're back for the third on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/AmexBusiness.
Thumbtack presents Project Paralysis. I was cornered. Sweat gathered above my furrowed brow, and my mind was racing. I wondered who would be left standing when the droplets fell, me or the clogged sink. Drain cleaner and pipe snake clenched in my weary fist, I stepped toward the sink and then... Wait, why am I stressing? I have Thumbtack. I can easily search for a top-rated plumber, read reviews, and compare prices, all on the app. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Garret Crochet's first pitch of the third inning is a fastball for a strike to Austin Wells. And for the play-by-play, here's the great Sean McDonough.
Well, thank you very much, Will. Great to be with you. Red Sox leading 1-0. And a swing and a miss at a pitch down and away from Austin Wells, who stands in hitting .228 against Garret Crochet. He's thrown 25 pitches now, 17 of them strikes. Left-handed batter Wells steps out. 11 homers and 42 runs batted in for the Yankee catcher. The pitch swung on and missed, a high fastball. And it's a strikeout for Crochet.
The Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Every strikeout from a Sox pitcher during this year, Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Here for the Jimmy Fund and here for good.
By my math, that's $100. 2 strikeouts. Crochet's been impressive. His first pitch is a little bit low to Oswald Peraza, the Yankees' number 9 hitter, hitting .167, 3 homers and 11 runs batted in. Right-handed batter takes the ball up and away. It's the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Infinity of Westboro. 1-0 Red Sox. We're in the third inning. Gorgeous night at Fenway. Crochet kicks and delivers, and it's swung on and missed. A foul tip at home plate that Narvaez could not squeeze. He flipped the ball over to the Red Sox dugout. 2 balls and a strike, and the pitch from Crochet. Check swing at a fastball up and away, and it's 3-1. Paul Goldschmidt, the leadoff hitter, on deck for New York. A run on 2 hits for Boston, no runs, 1 hit for the Yankees. The pitch is taken a little bit up and away for ball 4. A cutter at 93 miles per hour. We're due for a Subaru of New England scoreboard, Will.
I did not do my job on the drops. We were having too much fun and interviewing Ken Rinaldi. The Tigers, the best team in the American League, are leading the Reds 1-0 in the second inning. Tampa is at the New York Mets. They're red hot again, scoreless in the third.
Crochet comes set now, pitches to Goldschmidt, and it's a ball.
The Phillies blasting the Blue Jays 4-0 in the third.
Blue Jays have played well for a while now. They've moved into second place in the East behind these Yankees. Runner dancing around at first. The pitch to Goldschmidt hit well toward right field, back toward the Red Sox bullpen. On the warning track, Roman Anthony makes the catch. Nice play right on the edge of the warning track, and Anthony fires it back in to hold the runner Peraza at first base. A long opposite field flyout by Goldschmidt, who's had a resurgent year at age 37.
Sean, I love the composure of the kid. I mean, you know, he calls Cedon off and says, I got this thing.
And there was some question, right? He hasn't played a lot of right field in Worcester, and this is a hard right field to play, as we know, with the size of it. In and out of the wall. During the day, the sun can be an issue, but he's looked comfortable. Ben Rice, the batter, he took a ball inside. Left-handed hitter, lefty on lefty. Third baseman tore away off the line, and this one's a called strike with a belt-high cutter. Rice bounced to short with the second out of the game. They went up there swinging. They made the first 2 outs of the night on 2 pitches. Crochet steps off and looks the runner Peraza back to first.
I assume you had a pretty fun time watching Trot Nixon play right field here.
Loved watching Trot play. Loved knowing Trot Nixon, a good person. The set and the pitch from Crochet, swing and a pop up
down the left field line, drifting over into the corner. Refsnyder, and he can't make the catch. It's a foul ball. It hit off that side wall where there's a garage door. So Rice is still alive. Rob went all the way over. Just as he arrived at that side wall, the ball got there. I think if he had gotten there a step or two sooner, could have settled under it. He might have been able to catch it, but he had a very long run. They're playing Rice, the left-handed batter, to pull in both the infield and the outfield. So Refsnyder's basically in left center field. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Peraza leads from first, being held by Gonzalez. Red Sox leading 1-0 here in the top of the third. And the pitch from Crochet, a little dribbler through the legs of the Red Sox pitcher, gobbled up by Story near second, and he throws out Rice to end the inning. The Yankees leave a runner. They've stranded 2 so far tonight. Middle of the third, the Red Sox 1 of the Yankees 0 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Today. Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
It's the bottom of the third here at Fenway Park. The Herb Chambers batting order for the Red Sox is the top of the order. Refsnyder, Devers, and Gonzalez against the tall, slender lefty Ryan Yarbrough. He's given up a run on 2 hits and 2 walks. Throws an off-speed pitch, and Refsnyder's out in front of it for strike 1. Rob walked leading off the ball game. Leadoff hitter tonight, if you're just tuning in, Jarren Duran not in the starting lineup for just the second time this year against the Yankee lefty, who works out of the stretch even with nobody on base. He works off the third base end of the rubber, comes set just above the belt, and his pitch is outside. The sinking fastball for him, that's a heater at 86 miles per hour. Third inning brought to you by Citgo. Here's a club you'll want to get into. Club Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. Another pitch outside, a cutter from Yarbrough. 2 balls and 1 strike. I know you love a good Twitter poll. We got our Chevy dealers, New England Chevy dealers question of the night.
Well, that goes well together. You know, you got Chevy and you got some Citgo gas. Gas up the Chevy and you're good to go. Pitch is a strike taken at the knees, a 4-seam fastball at 88.
What's Major League Baseball's best division rivalry right now? Sox-Yanks, Dodgers-Padres, Mets-Phillies, Astros-Rangers. I know which one it's not.
The 2-2 pitch is just outside with a changeup. Now, this is for Red Sox. Is that one of our polls? Is that on a WEEI Red Sox platform somewhere?
Yeah.
Well, of course, Red Sox, Yankees. What's the point of that? Because it said right now.
Yeah.
So the point of that, maybe this isn't quite what it used to be?
I think that's right.
it's still better than everything else. Pop up very high, center the diamond. The second baseman LeMahieu on the infield grass makes the catch.
I totally agree. I mean, look, the Dodgers and Padres have had some battles, including in the playoffs. But you combine the history, the proximity, the depth of the fan bases. This is the one.
I think so. Well, we don't go to a lot of Dodger-Padre games. Probably some nice weather. Isn't going to beat what we have in the hub of the universe here tonight. Rafael Devers steps in, takes a fastball down and in.
Do you remember, I mean, because you did the Red Sox TV for many years. Do you remember your first taste of it as a kid who grew up here and loved it, what it was like to broadcast it for the first time?
Oh, my goodness, yeah. Opening day 1988 was my first game in the Red Sox TV booth. Fastball has Devers spinning out of the way. And it's 2-0 on Rafi. Fly to center his first time up. We're in the third here at Fenway. Red Sox leading the Yanks 1-0. Yeah, I was a nervous wreck. And I wanted to be a Red Sox broadcaster since I was 5 or 6 years old, idolizing Ned Martin and Ken Coleman, who would have said that word better than I did. Foul ball out of play to the left. And I knew I had the job, obviously, but when I sat in that chair, the old booth downstairs, and looked out at all the opening day bunting, and I thought, oh my goodness, this really is my job. And it was an honor then, and it's an honor still, and always will be, and a blessing for which I am most grateful. 2-1 pitch is a sweeper down and away. Yarbrough dropped down a little bit and missed outside to Devers. 57 runs batted in for Rafi. His second, 2 behind Judge in the American League. His next extra base hit will be his 500th. 3-1 pitch, late swing and a slicing foul to the roof box seats on the left side, and it's a full count. Do we announce the results of that poll later?
Yeah, the 7th inning.
Okay. We are predicting that the Red Sox-Yankee rivalry will win the poll.
Yes.
Going to go out on a limb. No, I really think it's Mets-Phillies. Devers with Gonzalez on deck. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Swing and a chopper toward the third baseman. And up and throwing is Peraza to retire Devers. Peraza well positioned, well off the third base line, basically where the shortstop would ordinarily be.
He's furious with himself, Rafi. I will say, encouraging to see him running down the line. I mean, he's been dealing with a little groin injury. Put it into high gear. I mean, he's not going to ever be confused with Trey Turner or any of the fastest players of the game, but he was, I thought, at least healthy looking going down the line.
If you say so, I'll go with that for now. It's our first night here together this season. Ball 1 down and away to Romy Gonzalez. The reason I think that Rafi was upset with himself is he swung at ball 4. That breaking ball, looking at the replay, was well off the plate. Bottom of the third, 1-0 Red Sox. 2 outs, the base is empty as Boston hits against Ryan Yarbrough.
You're going to get me in trouble, so I'll just clarify and get even deeper in the hole. I think his groin looked healthy down the line.
Okay. How was his elbow looking while they turned? Wasn't Trey Turner? I bet Tina Turner ran well, right? I'm going to stop before we go there. Down to third. Here comes Peraza again, and his throw's not in time. It was a soft chopper on the left side. Peraza charged it, fielded it cleanly, threw on the run, but it was too soft, and Romy, Will's homie, runs well enough to beat it to first base.
You got to offer me that one indulgence. I don't do that much.
Now, does he know that you call him? Because, like, if you guys really are homies, that should be reciprocal, right? If he saw you, he'd say,
Will the Thrill.
Will the Thrill. You fit the bill when it comes to our friendship. Here's Carlos Narvaez, right-handed hitting catcher. An open stance, swing and a miss, had a big cut of a 88-mile-an-hour belt-high sinker.
Yes, he knows. He likes it.
Okay.
I only do it when it's like a big hit.
Well, you know, around here lately, there's been a lot of fact-checking of statements, whether they're truth or false. So we could reach out to Romy.
Go right ahead. Joel Sherman can write an article about it.
That's tomorrow's Twitter poll. Is Will really Romy's homie? Yarbrough steps off. And Romey's back to first, being held on by Paul Goldschmidt.
He's been a super important player for the Red Sox the last couple of years when he's healthy.
Red Sox leading 1-0, batting here in the third. Yarbrough's pitch is a high pop-up. Under it is the shortstop Anthony Volpe on the outfield grass, and he makes a two-handed catch over the top of his head. And the Red Sox strand a runner. Boston is left 3 after 3. The Red Sox won, the Yankees nothing on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
People are singing the praises of the superior, immediate, and long-lasting odor control in Cat's Pride lightweight litter. So we got a choir to sing your real-life reviews.
This 5-star review is from Cody. I went to a friend's house that had previously smelled like a litter box. I thought maybe she had gotten rid of her cat, but she had changed her litter to Cat's Pride, and so did I.
Thanks, Cody. We're glad you love it.
Cody, thank you.
Cat's Pride. Handle odor with ease.
Cat's Pride.
You chose to hit play on this track list today. Smart choice. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer a tool called AutoQuote Explorer that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with rates from other companies. So you save time on the research and can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. Give it a try after this track at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
History That Doesn't Suck is a legit, seriously researched, hard-hitting history podcast told through entertaining stories. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
On to the fourth inning we go. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids, the easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate it today. Your car can be picked up tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. That's Cars with a K. Aaron Judge leads off the Yankee fourth. Big swing and a miss at a Garret Crochet pitch. 92-mile-an-hour cutter. Judge struck out swinging to end the first. A 1-2-3 first frame for Crochet. Needed just 8 pitches. He throws a strike taken over the outside part of the play. That was 97 from Garret. Working very quickly, his 0-2 pitch. Strike 3 called, a fastball in the inside corner. So he strikes out Judge for the second time, and no complaint from the Mammoth right fielder as he strolls slowly back to the Yankee dugout on the third base side.
Welcome to Red Sox Yankees. 5 at-bats, 5 strikeouts of Aaron Judge by Crochet.
And I'm surprised Judge didn't complain, because that was above the belt.
I'm sure Aaron Boone will.
He doesn't take long to heat up a little bit. Here's a ground ball off the bat of Cody Bellinger. It's on the right side, scooped up by Campbell. Gonzalez covers. 4-3 goes the play, and there are 2 outs here in the Yankee fourth. Their Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Lincoln of Norwood and Lincoln of Westboro. Crochet has allowed just 1 hit and 1 walk through 3 2/3 innings. Yankees have had just the 2 base runners, a single by the man at the plate. Anthony Volpe takes a pitch up and away for ball 1, and Peraza walked last inning. Swing and a foul ball. I need you to help me remind me of the protocol.
Which is?
The next promo drop of the 4,210 we are required to do this evening is the 110th pitch of the game. And the pitch taken for a strike at the knees. Now, I don't know. Crochet's thrown 66. I don't know how many Yarbrough's throwing. But do we do it even though it might not be?
The good news is Joe Braverman will be in our ears.
He will tell us when?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I will wait.
Skip it, like I skip all of them.
Yeah, you did. Swing and a miss, and an off-speed pitch down and away. That was nowhere near the strike zone, but Volpe chased it. And an easy 1-2-3 inning for Crochet, knitting a masterpiece here tonight through 3.5 innings. 1-0 Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Most people would rather assemble a 300-piece cabinet than search for insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com.
A spring day is the most righteous time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and switch on the NBA Finals. Because fast breaks and threes deserve an exhilarating blast of flavor to go with it.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Bottom of the fourth, and Roman Anthony leads off against Ryan Yarbrough in the Herb Chambers batting order. Off-speed sweeper taken for a strike. That was 72 tantalizing miles per hour to Anthony, who hit a hard ground ball for an out. The second baseman, his first time up. Now 1 for 13 as a big leaguer, but with 3 runs batted in. Left-handed hitter stands close to the plate, slightly open stance, wearing the number 19. Red Sox leading 1-0. The pitch, swing, and a pretty well hit ball toward left. Dominguez back on the warning track, spinning around. He makes the catch for the first out of this fourth inning. Let's pause for that bell, which is brought to us by Boston's premier retirement planning specialist and the team at Hackman Wealth Partners, with 4 offices around Boston. Didn't quite nail the timing with the bell. We'll get better at that as we go along through the weekend. Red Sox and Yankees all weekend here at Fenway Park. Here's Trevor Story. Swinging, hits a bounding ball to short. Nice backhanded play by Volpe in the hole, and a one-hop throw backhanded by Goldschmidt for the out. Terrific play at both ends by the Yankees. Story hit a hard bounding ball in the hole. Volpe had to go toward the third baseman, and then he made a crosses body throw and a good stretch by Goldschmidt toward the outfield side of the bag to retire Story, who singled, stole second, and scored the only run of this game back in the second inning. The Red Sox still leading 1-0 here in the bottom of the fourth. And the batter is Abraham Toro. Struck out his first time up. It's a hard line drive foul just wide of third past Kyle Hudson.
Trevor Story looks like a different hitter, and how important that is for this lineup, especially without Alex Bregman, to have right-handed power that's kind of grooving a little bit.
One strike pitch. Swing and a miss. Let's pause for station ID on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sean McDonough, Will Fleming at Fenway Park. Red Sox and Yankees. There's a fly ball to center. Pretty well hit, but plenty of room for Bellinger. A couple steps back, and he makes the catch. And the Red Sox go in order for the first time tonight after 4. Boston 1, New York 0 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
You don't want vacation to end, but with Amex Platinum, you earn 5 times membership rewards points on prepaid hotels and more booked through AmexTravel.com. So you're already planning the next one. Book your room with fine hotels and resorts through Amex Travel and get an upgrade when available. Plus guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout, so you have time to check out the pool before flying off to what's next. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/with AmexCST 10222318.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those 3 listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Garret Crochet is back on the mound for the 5th. He has been a model of efficiency, only 45 pitches thrown. The next to Jason Dominguez. He's fouled out of play on the first base side for strike 1. I mean, this is as sharp as Crochet has been. Just one Yankee hit, a little blooper off the bat of Anthony Volpe. Pitch is outside. Garret certainly does seem to embrace everything about wearing the Red Sox uniform, and there is no better marker of that than pitching well in this rivalry. 1-1, the pitch is high. Fastball, and it's 2-1. 48 pitches to this point get 12 outs. It should embolden him to go deep into this game. 2-1. Narvaez sets up on a knee. The pitch is a little bit outside. Carlos has wanted that pitch all night long. It's not been given by John Tumpane yet. Well, extra hold for the Red Sox catcher, but no luck. It's 3-1. Now the pitch is chopped on the left side. Toro cuts in front of Story on the run. He throws to first high. Romy tries to tag him, but can't. So that'll be an error on the Red Sox third baseman Toro. And he actually had a little more time than he thought, and it was just an off-balance throw trying to get his feet underneath him. I think real time, you always are okay with the third baseman cutting in front of the shortstop as he did, but maybe Trevor had just as good a chance to make the play and settle his feet. So there's another error, the 62nd of the year for the Red Sox. Just the second base runner of the game against Crochet, who fires a sinker that misses outside for ball 1. Herb Chambers batting order brought to you by Herb Chambers Jaguar Boston, Jaguar Sudbury, and Jaguar Land Rover Sudbury. 1-0. Leadoff man aboard. Crochet pitches. Runner goes. Throw from Narvaez is not in time. Head first slide for Jason Dominguez. That was stolen off of Crochet. Really good release there by Narvaez. I thought he was safe real time. Red Sox will not take a look. Just a little bit higher leg kick there for Crochet than his customary slide step. So now tying run in scoring position. The error looming large in this inning. As well as the Red Sox have played this week, as big as this one is, that error comes at a bad time with your ace on the mound. Ninth steal of the year for Jason Dominguez, and he grounds it into right field. That's a base hit. They will hold the runner over at third as Roman Anthony comes up throwing. It skips under Romy Gonzalez's glove. And DJ LeMahieu just keeps on hitting.
Yeah, he's been hot. Came in .444 in the last 9 games. And 1 for 2 tonight. You're right, Will. If the Red Sox, we've been talking about this for years now, but if they're going to be a factor in the postseason race this year, the defense has to improve. They went through a pretty good 9-game stretch where they made 1 error, but they reverted back to their usual form. Those 62 errors you mentioned lead Major League Baseball by 6.
So big spot now for Austin Wells. The pitch to him is a strike on the outside corner. Beautiful. That was the 110th pitch of the game, brought to you by 110 Grill, gluten-free dining done right. 110 Grill, proud partner of the WEI Red Sox radio network. 0-1. Pitch to Wells. Foul back. High fastball.
That sounds awesome. Do we know where the 110 Grill is? I would think in the future that should be part of the copy.
I think they're all over the place.
Okay. Because, I hear that. It's like gluten-free dining.
Let's go. Woburn. We can do it. I'll be in Seattle Monday. Otherwise,
I don't think they have them there. A lot of fish, though.
Be throwing fish left and right.
Is fish gluten-free? I don't. Yeah, I'm saying this, but I don't even. I have a rough idea of what gluten-free means. It means it's free of gluten.
We'll have the people from 110 Grill on to.
Yeah.
Yes,
but I think we should put that in the copy. Not that we don't have enough copy already, but if you're going to tell people to go to a fine place, we should know where it is.
0-2. First and third, nobody out. Pitch is swung on and missed. He got him. Sweeper, beauty there from Crochet. That is a big strikeout in a spot they really needed it. And now, in some ways, the key hitter of this whole inning is Oswald Peraza, the 9-hole hitter who walked his first time. Not only because, that second out is so big. It's Garrett's 4th strikeout. But you just run the numbers here. You don't want to face Judge with people on base.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get out of this inning without doing that. Here is Peraza, foul ball on the third base side. Big swing at a fastball, and it's 0-1.
Even if you don't run the numbers, you don't want to face Judge with people on base.
It's true. Not a lot of deep thought required there.
Although he has been really dominated by Crochet in the first 2 at-bats.
0-1 to Peraza. The pitch is fouled back to the screen. How about 98 miles an hour? I think that's the hardest fastball he's thrown. He's got a little extra reserve in the tank. And now,
as I said earlier, the first time I've seen him in person, Crochet, he's impressive.
He is.
Really
Everything
impressive.
about him is mound presence stuff.
The whole part, every part of it, impressive.
Trying to work around an error. First and third, 1 down, 1-0 Sox. 0-2. Pitch. He got him. Fastball swung on and missed. 97 at the top of the zone. If this is not what an ace looks like, I've not seen one. There are 2 away. And you just love it, Sean, that he's doing it against the Yankees as well as he does against anybody.
Mm-hmm. 6 strikeouts now for Crochet.
So here now, Paul Goldschmidt launched the ball deep to right field his last time. He's 0 for 2. First and third, 2 down infield, way backed up now. Pitch is a high fastball. It was way above the zone at 98, 1-0.
I know he plays for the Yankees. I'm glad to see Paul Goldschmidt having a good year.
Yeah.
He looked like he might be kind of at the end of the run last year at 245 in St. Louis, well below what you expect from him.
1-0 is a ball, a fastball. There was some Red Sox rumors around him. Nolan Arenado too.
But he spent a lot of time in Arizona and was much loved in the Valley of the Sun. Very involved in the community and a lot of charities. Really one of the good guys in baseball. 2
balls, no strikes. 1-0 Red Sox lead, but first and third for the Yanks. The pitch is way outside a sweeper. This, of course, is the 3rd time through. Crochet stumbled coming down the mound there.
I think he's fine. He did kick at the dirt a little bit in his landing spot where A little bit of a his ankle spun as he delivered that pitch. I'm a little surprised Alex and the trainer didn't go out.
3-0 is right there, and that's 96, bottom of the zone. And it's 3-1. He is a little bit like a racehorse in that way. He's got these massive thighs and rear end and calf muscles, and he's sort of spindly little ankles. 3-1. Crochet sets at the letters. He throws, and a fastball chopped back up the middle. Shortstop Story coming in. Gloves, throws in time to first. Little stretch there from Gonzalez, and Crochet does pitch around the error. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Crochet doing ace-like things. 1-0 Red Sox in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
Most people would rather assemble a 300-piece cabinet than search for insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com.
You don't want vacation to end, but with Amex Platinum, you earn 5 times membership rewards points on prepaid hotels and more booked through AmexTravel.com. So you're already planning the next one. Book your room with fine hotels and resorts through Amex Travel and get an upgrade when available. Plus guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout, so you have time to check out the pool before flying off to what's next. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/with AmexCST10222318.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Art, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Cedon Rafaela to lead it off for the Red Sox in the bottom of the 5th. Red Sox baseball brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. 1-0 Red Sox. Great play by Trevor Story to bail out Abraham Toro in the top of this inning. Now Cedon, who singled and was caught stealing his first time, takes a changeup down and in for ball 1. 1-0. 258 now for Rafaela. Pitch, swinging a foul. He got a change up there off the end of the bat.
How many years have we worked together now? Back
since
when I
19.
First met,
yeah, so 7.
Okay. Back then you were Flemball. Now you've graduated the big chair over there. But you know we strive for occasional accuracy.
1-1 to Cedon. Here's the pitch, and it is rip foul, first base side.
So our great friend and colleague from WEI, Ken Laird, always corrects our mistakes and apologizes for us and that sort of thing. And he informs us, I have a link. There are scads, literally, not his word, there's more than 30 110 grills around New England.
Let's see. So we got a lot of choices for great gluten-free dining. 1 and 2 to Cedon. High fastball. And scads is a word I've never used nor heard.
I don't remember the last time I've used that. There appear to be a couple in New York State as well, upstate New York. There might be one in the Harvard of Central New York, Syracuse University.
Not a lot of gluten-free there. 2-2 is fouled on the first base side.
The link has these pins. I'm holding it up to you, which is not great radio because you're the only one who can see it. But it has like the little locations, but there's just pins in a
everywhere.
map.
Yeah.
So they could be, if these are actual size, these restaurants are half the size of Connecticut.
2-2. is swung on and missed. He got him with a changeup.
Wow, good pitch.
But
they're all over New England.
Yeah. They are ubiquitous.
Yes. I'm scrolling through the location, the great town of Braintree. Athol, which you have to be very careful when you. It's a great town, but you have to be careful when you pronounce that on the radio. Hopkinton. Yeah, if you're going to run the marathon,
stop in for some gluten-free
nutrition before you take off.
Here's Christian Campbell, one out to pitch, is outside. Sinker, and it's 1-0. The code word of the game, by the way, is slugger. Enter your code word and the member portal today to claim your points. I'm glad it's not Athol.
They're in New Hampshire.
1-0, the pitch. Campbell takes the ball.
Yeah, there are several in New York State.
You're scheming. You're
Albany,
ready to go.
Latham, which I believe is near Albany, Middletown, Poughkeepsie, Rochester, as they say, Syracuse.
You knew it.
Destiny USA Drive. That's in the big mall.
It is by the indoor go-karts.
By the minor league stadium, the Syracuse Mets.
MBT Bank Stadium. The 2-0 pitch is outside. You got your start in minor league baseball there.
1982. They were the Syracuse Chiefs then. The AAA affiliate of the Toronto Blue Jays.
And then they went Sky Chiefs, and now they're back. They were back to the Chiefs. Now they're the Mets.
Yeah. Well, yes.
3-0 is a strike on the outside corner.
I don't know if there was anyone else in between there. There might have been one more. Yeah.
I don't miss going there to that ballpark. 1-0 Red Sox. I do not.
Well, that's.
Pitch is rip foul on the first base side.
What didn't you like about it? You were never at the old ballpark, MacArthur Stadium in Syracuse. That needed to be replaced.
What didn't I like about it? The question is more, what could I ever have possibly liked about it?
Are you going to offend the great citizenry of Central New York?
3-2.
Leave that to us
Pitch
professionals.
Is drilled high down the right field line toward the pesky pole, slicing foul. And out of play. I love the city of Syracuse. They built the ballpark over on the other side of town.
That was a mistake.
By the university. That'd have been
awesome.
awesome.
They built the new one, which is I consider this the new one, even though it's been there for a couple decades now.
But it's out in the middle of nowhere.
They should have put it downtown. It's like 3 miles from downtown.
But there's not much around it other than that mall.
No.
Concrete jungle.
There's a 110 grill, though.
There is.
Right down the street. You could throw a rock.
Pitch is inside, ball 4. So Campbell, that's a good sign. He draws a walk. Red Sox first base runner since the 3rd. And we flip over the lineup card for Rob Refsnyder. Bullpen report brought to you by Interlock Metal Roofing. Never re-roof again, New England Metal Roofing.com.
Is that so? If you get a metal roof?
That's it. One time.
One time?
I wonder whether that would work in Arizona. It seems like it'd be a little hot. The pitch is a strike on the inside corner. But that's why it's New England metalroofing.com.
Now, Ken's going to send you a note saying they do have locations in Arizona and way to sell the metal roof.
It's perfect for New England.
Yes,
0-1.
it is.
Pitch is fouled on the first base side. I had a guy check out my gutters and siding and all this stuff a couple weeks ago. And he said, just start saving your pennies. You're a few years from a new roof. I mean, which is just...
Well, get the metal roof. Then you'll only have to do it one more time.
I need to talk to these folks. 0-2 to Refsnyder. 1-0 Red Sox. Pitch is down and in. Change up. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. The Yankee bullpen is working. The right-hander is throwing. I think that's Loaizaga.
It is. Jonathan Loaizaga.
He pitched yesterday, but only 8 pitches.
They've pitched very well. They got a 1-0 shutout yesterday in Kansas City to finish that sweep. Their 4th 1-0 win of the year. They have 7 shutouts, this Yankee pitching staff, despite the fact they've been without their ace Garret Cole after Tommy John surgery back in March.
Well, don't you think we often just overcomplicate this thing? Who's coming up, prospects, offense. If you pitch, you win.
I agree with that.
And they have. 1-2 to Refsnyder. Pitch is looped down the right field line. This is trouble if fair. Judge coming on. He can't get there. It's a base hit. Judge did well to glove it. Campbell had to hold. He will stop at second base. That was actually really well done there by Aaron Judge. It was a slicing line drive away from him. He didn't dive after it. That can get pretty squirrely down that line, and he just reached out and saved extra bases. And that holds Rob to first. Red Sox in business with 2 on and 1 out.
Matt Blake, the pitching coach, going to the mound. Yarbrough up to 74 pitches. That was well played by Judge. You know, he's a guy who can play all over the outfield as well.
By the way, if you want to win free groceries for a year and prizes like $500 in Shaw's gift cards, or have your kid be an honorary Bat Kid, enter the Shaw's and Star Market Grand Slam Summer Sweepstakes. Spend $50, get your code, and enter. Official rules at GrandSlamSummerSweeps.com.
I would like that. Free groceries, who wouldn't? And I'd also like a free metal roof if Interlochen help. And I'll do it in Arizona. That's where the home is. Well, we'll try it out.
Let's do it. You can be the vanguard out there, as you are with so many other things.
You're too kind.
Here's Raffy, who's thinking about one thing right here. 1-0 Red. First and second with 1 out. Yarbrough is ready. He throws. Devers swings and misses. He was so upset at himself swinging at ball 4 last time. He has been so much more patient. The American leader, American League leader in walks. It's been a huge part of his resurgence.
And it's funny because he was mad at swinging at that 3-2 pitch that was off the plate, and that's the same pitch he just swung at on the first pitch of this at bat.
0-1 is a good take outside. I think that's one of the many things that makes this the most fun game, that cat and mouse between pitcher and hitter, where Devers comes out of the on-deck circle and says to himself, there's no way he's going to do that again. He's going to try to sneak a fastball by me. 1-1 now. 2 on, 1 out. The pickoff play is on at second, but Campbell was all over that. He dives back in head first.
Which does remind me, on my way into the ballpark tonight, walking through the gate, there was a nice gentleman out there who said, could you tell Will that this is not the hardest sport to play, that hockey is the hardest sport to play?
Whoever that nice gentleman is, all due respect, is just wrong.
We have the cat and mouse game in hockey too. There's the shooters and the goalies. Just saying.
1-1.
They're
round
equally
ball,
great.
round bat. I'm in.
Both very hard.
1-1 the pitch. He is swung on a miss. That great sweeper from Yarbrough, and it's 1-2.
Isn't it amazing right in this day and age where everybody throws hard, that this guy goes out there, that I think the liveliest pitch I've seen is 88, and yet he just knows how to pitch. In and out, up and down.
1-2. They lead at first and second. Pitch is strike 3. He fooled him badly. I mean, he was expecting Devers, another breaking ball away, and instead Yarbrough pitching totally backwards, paints a fastball on the corner, a big one, and that's the last pitch he'll throw.
And that's 89, but it looks like it's 95 because everything else is so soft, and that's going to be the last thing that Yarbrough does on the mound tonight because Aaron Boone is on his way out there to bring in Loizaga.
It's an important thing he'll do. So now Romy Gonzalez will hit against Loizaga. Normally Alex Cora does not make changes this early in game, so he'll ride with Romy when we return. 2 on, 2 out, 1-0 Red Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, you could sign up for Ford Pass. It's the app that puts your Ford ownership experience right in the palm of your hand. With the Ford Pass app, you can access complimentary remote features like start-stop, lock-unlock, schedule a start, locate your vehicle, or get your vehicle's status on the Ford Pass app when your vehicle is equipped with Ford Pass Connect. Get started by downloading the Ford Pass app on the App Store or Google Play.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Well, Jonathan Loaizaga is coming on. He'll see Romy Gonzalez. All in all, another really good one from Ryan Yarbrough. Red Sox lead 1-0. Yarbrough departs after 4 2/3 innings. And Loaizaga, who threw 8 pitches in Kansas City to cap off a 3-game sweep of the Royals, is on here. Pitching change and slow down in the action is brought to you by Iserven. And by the way, the league leaders and who's circling the drain, presented by Drains by James, Eastern Mass's leader in residential and commercial drain cleaning and pipelining at drainsbyjames.com. They give a poop about your pipes. I'm just here to report the news, and the news is that Aaron Judge leads the American League with 59 runs batted in, 1 homer fewer than Cal Raleigh. Some of my dear friends do not like it when I point out the greatness of Judge. 2 on, 2 out.
It's impossible to argue.
Pitch is swung on a miss. Great sinking fastball, and it's 0-1.
Good to see Loaizaga back. This is his 12th game. Had elbow surgery early last year, and missed almost a calendar year.
0-1. Pitch is chopped toward third, but foul. Early in his time with the Yankees, when he sort of emerged on the scene, he was kind of the poster boy for their pitching development program, and he owned the Red Sox. They've been better against him lately. But he's ahead of Romy, 0-2.
Gonna have to dial it up a little bit. This gentleman throws a lot harder than his predecessor, Yarbrough.
That's a great point. It is such a transition for these hitters. 2 on, 2 out, 1-0 Sox. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. 96 at the top of the zone. Yarbrough celebrating in the dugout. As we go to the 6th, 1-0 Red Sox in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Your dream getaway,
welcome in,
starts at the airport. With Amex Platinum, you get access to the Centurion Lounge, where you can find space to send off that last work email, fill up on premium dining, and finally, relax for up to 3 hours before takeoff. You might even wish your layover could last just a little longer.
Flight to Mexico, now boarding.
Oh, that's me.
That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. For more information, visit americanexpress.com/withAmex.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
Life can be chaotic. If you're running a retail business, don't let disorganized order fulfillment add to the chaos. Use ShipStation instead. With ShipStation, you never have to worry about shipping and fulfillment again. Whether you're running a business out of your garage or you have multiple warehouses, ShipStation is ideal for every phase of your business's growth. Save time with one login for all your stores and by automating repetitive tasks. Plus, you'll save money with the best shipping rates from global carriers. ShipStation's industry-leading features help you deliver a better customer experience. They'll get accurate and faster shipments along with automated tracking updates with your branding. And with up to 88% off UPS and USPS rates and up to 90% off FedEx rates, ShipStation is the fastest and most affordable way to ship. Calm the chaos. Switch to ShipStation today. Start a free trial at shipstation.com/audio. That's shipstation.com/audio.
The Christian Arcan Show. Weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
It's the 6th inning in a pitcher's duel here at Fenway Park. Boston leading 1-0. The only run of this game came in the 2nd inning. Trevor Story led off with a single to center, stole second, scored on a single to center with 1 out by Cedon Rafaela. Garret Crochet working on a shutout. His first pitch is up and in under the arms of Ben Rice, leading off for the Yankees in their Herb Chambers batting order. He's their number 2 hitter. He's twice grounded to short tonight. Swing and a foul at home plate. Their Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Honda of Boston, Honda of Burlington, and Honda of Seekonk. They're probably all near a 110 grill. He kicks and fires, and it's a fastball that runs inside. Crochet a significant leg kick, the lefty.
Get a CRV and get yourself some gluten-free pizza.
And a metal roof. And it's a heck of a day. Lamb chop from Shaw's. The pitch hit hard on the ground, but right at the second baseman Campbell, who went down to one knee, and he throws him out. Over to Romy Gonzalez. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by the authority of the Boston Red Sox and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of WEI and the Boston Red Sox. Boos cascading for Aaron Judge, who has struck out twice tonight. He takes a fastball high, 97. Crochet, low pitch count, just 69 of them, 43 strikes. And the pitch is taken for a strike. Even with the 0 for 2, he's hitting .389. On-base percentage is .485. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner, taken by Judge, a sweeper at 83. Crochet's already struck him out 5 times this season. That's the most that Judge has struck out against one pitcher in a season since 2019. This could be 6. And it's a foul ball right back to our right.
Well, what's even better about it, Sean, is that's 5 strikeouts in 5 at-bats.
That would, by extension, mean it's been every time. He gets a new ball, does Crochet. Didn't like the one he got after the foul ball. Red Sox leading 1-0. 1 run on 4 hits for the Red Sox. They've made an error. No runs, 2 hits for New York. No errors. We're in the 6th. The pitch, he struck him out again. Swing and a miss at a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Low and away. And the crowd is loving it, as Judge, who's been the best hitter in the majors this year by far, has struck out 3 times against the Red Sox new ace. 2 outs, the base is empty, and that one sails to the backstop. Cody Bellinger had to back out of the way.
So that's good by any measure, obviously. But what I love the most about it, Sean, I'll look back at all of them. I think almost every single one of them has been on straight-up hard fastballs.
And that was his liveliest of the night. 99, swing and a miss at a pitch down and in by Bellinger. Left-handed batter's 0 for 2. So Judge this year against Garret Crochet, 0 for 6 with 6 strikeouts. Bearded left-hander takes a deep breath, and he's ready to go with a 1-1. Swing and a miss at a high fastball. 97 on Bellinger, 253 hitter. Red Sox play him to pull in the infield, straight away in the outfield. 1-2 pitch is outside. The Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. For every strikeout from a Red Sox pitcher this year, Arbella will donate $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. The pitch, he just flipped the bat at it, hit a soft roller to second. Christian Campbell to Romy Gonzalez. And Crochet is cruising right along. The Yankees go 1-2-3 again. In the middle of the 6th, Boston 1, New York 0 on the Shaw's and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Looking for a career that offers a 6-figure income, world-class health benefits, and a fixed benefit pension? With just a high school equivalency certificate in fluent English, you can join us. We have excellent education incentives. I started with just a high school diploma, and now I can provide my family with a great life. The benefits are amazing and the job security is unbeatable. Become a correctional officer by applying today at doc.ri.gov/apply.
Boston sports opinion more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Bottom of the sixth, Red Sox trying to add to a 1-0 lead. Their Herb Chambers batting orders. The middle third, Carlos Narvaez getting ready to lead off against Jonathan Loaizaga. Then Roman Anthony and Trevor Story, who scored the only run of this game. Trevor did back in the second. Loaizaga goes into a deep crouch, kind of has his pitching hand dangled by his side. Then he stands upright. Now he pitches, and it's a breaking ball for ball one. Looked like a pretty good pitch, but it was boxed by the catcher, Austin Wells. Narvaez walked in the first inning against Ryan Yarbrough, and then he popped to short, ending the third inning, stranding a runner. He swings, and it's a high fly ball down the left field line. It's a long run for everybody. The left fielder Dominguez makes the catch right along the foul line in fair territory. Almost overran that ball. That's that familiar spot down in that corner. A lot of times the left fielder goes too close to that side wall, and the ball blows back a little bit, and he actually had to lunge back toward the direction from which he came to make the catch.
And George Steinbrenner is rolling over in his grave. I mean, I think it's a good thing that the Yankees have loosened some of this stuff. He's got like a Ninja Turtle bright green belt on.
He had a beard, right? They also got rid of the facial hair thing. There's a pitch down and in on Roman Anthony. 0 for 2 tonight. Grounded out to end the first. Fly to the warning track and left in the fourth. Loaizaga high set, and his pitch is sliced foul down the left field line. Some talk that Roman wouldn't be in there tonight. It was lefty against lefty to start, and Alex Cora and the Red Sox coaches have made the point, lefties at AAA aren't the same as lefties here. So saying, well, he did well against lefties at AAA, it would project that he'd do it here. It isn't necessarily true. He takes the ball low and it's 2-1.
Like, I think he'll have the day off against Fried on Sunday. We'll see about Rodon. Yarbrough's not quite the same thing.
No, soft tosser. 2-1 pitch. Fastball just inside. Loaizaga wanted it. Stares in for a moment at John Tumpane. Well, and there were the stats in the paper to prove it. You know, on average, I don't remember exactly, but it was, you know, a lefty on lefty fastball, and AAA's 91 point something. Up here, it's 93 point something. The movement on the pitchers is greater up here. Swinging a foul ball back to the screen.
You know, that's the first sign of Roman trying to match Marcelo Meyer, because he's so patient. He's walked his whole life. That was, hey, I'm ready for my first Fenway homer.
I'm laughing because they're on Ness and crowd shots of fans wearing Roman helmets.
It's great.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a changeup at 88 miles an hour. So Roman fans, and they're 2 down here in the Red Sox 6th. Time for a quick scoreboard from Will Fleming. It's our Subaru of New England scoreboard. Insert scores.
Phillies all over the Blue Jays 5-0 in the top of the 8th inning. That was a game started by Kevin Gossman, and he walked 4, gave up 4 runs in 5 innings.
Usually better than that. Pitch runs inside to Trevor Story.
Mets lead the Rays 3-1. That game in the bottom of the 5th in Queens. And later tonight, D-backs host the Padres. Dodgers host the Giants.
Here's a little roller on the left, cut off by the third baseman, Peraza, and he throws out Story, and Loaizaga has an easy 1-2-3 inning. After 6, still 1-0 Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You don't want vacation to end, but with Amex Platinum, you earn 5 times membership rewards points on prepaid hotels and more booked through AmexTravel.com. So you're already planning the next one. Book your room with fine hotels and resorts through Amex Travel and get an upgrade when available. Plus guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout, so you have time to check out the pool before flying off to what's next. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/with-amex-CST 1022318.
A spring evening is the ideal time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and switch on the NBA Finals. Because fast breaks and threes deserve an exhilarating blast of flavor to go with it.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action.
It's the top of the seventh. Garret Crochet still working on a two-hit shutout. 1-0 Boston. His first pitch of the inning is taken for strike one. A fastball to Anthony Volpe, who has one of the two hits. They're both singles. He singled in the second. LeMahieu singled in the fifth. There's a strike. They've had only 4 base runners. One was on an error by Toro. The other was on the only walk issued by Crochet. He's up to 80 pitches. There's a little looping line drive. It's going to fall in left in front of Ref Snyder. So the lead man on for New York. And it's Volpe who can run with 7 stolen bases. It is the second time tonight they've had the lead man on. The only other was in the 5th when Toro made the throwing error. Yankees batting order here in the 7th, brought to you by Herb Chambers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Fiat of Danvers and Millbury. That must be a big dealership. Sliced foul down the right field line. They got a lot of vehicles. Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Fiat of Danvers and Millbury. Named for the great hockey man Mike Millbury. Volpe takes a little bit of a jumping lead from first, and the pitch is just a little bit low and away to Jason Dominguez.
I just wish Mike would ever voice an opinion, you know?
He's awesome. It was Dominguez who reached on that error, stole second. It's a ground ball to second, could be 2. Campbell flips to Story, and it's to first in plenty of time. 4-6-3, and a double play takes care of Volpe. 2 outs and the base is empty. That could not have been more tailor-made. Right at Campbell, who was shading up the middle. Story caught the throw on the run as he came across the bag toward first, and Dominguez was out by a couple of steps. So 2 outs, the base is empty. 1-0 Red Sox. Crochet dealing to DJ LeMahieu, who has one of their hits, and he takes a strike. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan Postgame Show. Nissan's here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. Possibilities are endless. Visit your local Nissan dealer today. Ball down and in. To the veteran out of LSU, DJ LeMahieu. 86 pitches from Crochet, 56 of them strikes. And the pitch, check swing, it's a strike, a fastball down the middle at 97. 1-2. Some of the fans chanting their disdain for the visitors. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a little soft liner foul wide of first down near the tarp. So Crochet again tonight pitching without any run support. He came into tonight having received 46 runs scored by the Red Sox while he was on the mound over his 14 starts. 26 of those came in 3 games. So he had 20 runs in the other 11 starts. And he's had 1 run of support tonight. It might be enough. He missed up and into LeMahieu. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The bases are empty. We're in the 7th. 1-0 Boston. The pitch, swinging a pop foul out of play to the right. Still plenty of gas in the tank for Crochet. That was 98, high and hard. Should LeMahieu reach Austin Wells, the number 8 hitter, would hit next. Garrett wants a new ball and gets one. 7th inning sponsored by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for more than 30 years. If you've been hurt in an accident, you got to call Glassman. Call all 7, 617-777-7777. Line drive to right, caught by Roman Anthony. Took a couple of steps back, and that's it in the 7th for the Yankees. Time to stretch here at Fenway Park. Boston 1, the Yankees nothing on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Your dream getaway,
welcome in,
starts at the airport. With Amex Platinum, you get access to the Centurion Lounge where you can find space to send off that last work email, fill up on premium dining, and finally, relax for up to 3 hours before takeoff. You might even wish your layover could last just a little longer.
Flight to Mexico now boarding.
Oh, that's me.
That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. For more information, visit americanexpress.com/withAmex.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just 2 lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Looking for a career that offers a 6-figure income, world-class health benefits, and a fixed benefit pension? With just a high school equivalency certificate in fluent English, you can join us. We have excellent education incentives. I started with just a high school diploma, and now I can provide my family with a great life. The benefits are amazing and the job security is unbeatable. Become a correctional officer by applying today at doc.ri.gov/apply.
You chose to hit play on this track list today. Smart choice. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer a tool called Auto Quote Explorer that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with rates from other companies. So you save time on the research and can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. Give it a try after this track at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Sean McDonough with Will Fleming. We're at Fenway Park. Gorgeous night in the hub of the universe. Game 1 of this Red Sox-Yankees series. Visit number 1 of this season for the Pinstripes. And they have a new pitcher. Their 3rd of the night. It's Ian Hamilton, the right-hander, making his 20th appearance. He's 1-0 with a 5.06 ERA. He follows Ryan Yarbrough and Jonathan Loaizaga. Abraham Toro leads off for the Red Sox. Switch hitter batting left-handed against Hamilton, who slings up a fastball taken for strike 1. Toro, Rafaela, and Campbell do in the Red Sox Herb Chambers batting order in the bottom of the 7th. Leading 1-0 behind a beautiful outing by Garret Crochet, swinging a little pop fly shallow center. Couple of steps in, Cody Bellinger to make the catch, and Toro is 0 for 3. Celebrate Father's Day with big savings at Shaw's and Star Market. Right now, save on value pack beef, New York strip steak, and lamb loin chops bone in when you use the digital coupon. If you don't use the digital coupon, they're still probably bone in. That steak and lamb loin chops on sale for Dad. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. I think they meant you get the savings when you use the coupon. Hard ground ball down to 3rd off the bat of Rafael, and he's thrown out by Peraza. Rafael now 1 for 3, drove in the only run of this game with a single that brought home Trevor Story back in the 2nd inning. So 2 quick outs here in the home half of the 7th. Will is going to find us the results of our poll from the New England Chevy Dealers question of the day. Here's Christian Campbell at the plate. 0 for 1 with a walk. He takes a strike. The question was, what's the best rivalry?
By a slim majority, 51% say Red Sox, Yankees.
There are 3 other options, though, right?
Yeah.
There's a little looper to right field. Aaron Judge makes the catch. Get a closer look at Chevy's award-winning lineup at your New England Chevy dealers. Find exciting offers on the powerful Silverado and feature-packed all-new Equinox. Red Sox go in order the 7th against Hamilton after 7. 1-0 Boston on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history podcast created by me, Professor Greg Jackson. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash-in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car riding your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Austin Wells swings the first pitch of the 8th and a soft ground ball to the new second baseman, David Hamilton. They say the ball will find you. Most definitely did. A little dribbler. That's great from Crochet. He's now only thrown 92 pitches. Garrett Whitlock is getting lathered up in the Red Sox bullpen. I think if the Red Sox had it their way, they can get these first 2 and then face Goldschmidt again. You got to ride Crochet in this spot. Oswald Peraza digs in and he takes a strike. 97 on the outside corner. It's 0-1.
This is his 27th batter faced. He has thrown 15 first pitch strikes.
Awesome. 0-1 is a broken bat grounder to third. What a play by Toro to avoid the barrel. Glove and throw to first. In time, he got him. That was spectacular. That's not your everyday broken bat grounder. That thing was torpedoing out to him. He had to duck it and then go to his left to glove. Beautiful focus, and they're 2 away.
Yeah, you described it perfectly. I mean, most of the bat went flying in the direction. It was coming at him like a boomerang toward his head. So he had to make sure he wasn't going to take it in the head. And he made a nice play.
And then he knew he had to get more on the throw, and he did. So how about that? What, 4 pitches and 2 outs?
This is great. I mean, Crochet should be able to finish.
Well, if he gets this guy quickly, I'd love to see him in the 9th. Here is Goldschmidt. He fouls it off on the third base side. Paul lost some of his protective equipment. This is the Herb Chambers Maserati of Boston, Maserati of Millbury, and Maserati of Warwick batting order.
Apparently, Paul decided he doesn't need that elbow pad.
Get out of here.
It popped off, and he just threw it to the on-deck circle rather than put it back on.
0-1. Is swung on and driven high in the air to shallow left field. Story back. In comes Refsnyder. They're sort of indecisive, and Refsnyder in the end takes over. He was waiting almost for Story to make the play.
Well, that's about as high a pop-up as you will ever see.
And he makes the play. We'll see. That's 96 pitches thrown.
Bring him back out.
You do have Chapman. Wouldn't it be a cool Red Sox-Yankee moment to see Crochet? We'll see. He is coming into the dugout. No hug yet from Alex Cora. That is a good sign. He's going to the clubhouse. All right, 1-0. Bottom of the 8th is next. on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway, because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Your dream getaway
Welcome in.
starts at the airport. With Amex Platinum, you get access to the Centurion Lounge where you can find space to send off that last work email, fill up on premium dining, and finally, relax for up to 3 hours before takeoff. You might even wish your layover could last just a little longer.
Flight to Mexico now boarding.
Oh, that's me.
That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. For more information, visit americanexpress.com/withAmex.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? Well, then listen to What We Spend. Available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A spring evening is the ideal time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and switch on the NBA Finals. Because fast breaks and threes deserve an exhilarating blast of flavor to go with it.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Now, Sweet Caroline sounded extra sweet tonight as Jarren Duran will pinch hit as we go into the bottom of the 8th inning. Duran on for Rob Refsnyder against Ian Hamilton, who continues in the game. The Red Sox bullpen is quiet. The 0-1 swing and a miss. Slider, and it's 0-2.
Yep, so that means it's going to be Crochet in the 9th, and why wouldn't you? He's below 100 pitches. He has dominated all night long. There hasn't been an extra base hit by either team in this game.
Isn't that amazing? 1-0 Sox. 0-2 to Duran with Devers on deck. Hamilton sets. He throws. Duran swings and misses at a high fastball. He does not pinch hit often. That is not a comfortable or familiar spot for him. I love what Alex Cora did when Garret Crochet came into the dugout. He did not make eye contact. He just made a fist, extended his right arm, and said, "Big boy, this one is yours." And it absolutely should be.
Well, and when you add that Chapman's pitched a lot.
Yes.
Especially lately.
Here's a swing and a foul by Rafi at his sinker, and it's 0-1. Plus, the magnitude of this moment. I know you can't manage with emotion always.
You know what I would like to? Every now and then they thought of the fans instead of the analytics.
Well, I think he is tonight.
Yeah, these people want to see that man come back out, strike out Judge again, and finish off the Yankees.
0-1 is crushed to left field, not high enough. It bangs off the BetMGM sign. It's a wall ball single for Devers. He hit it too hard, if that's a possibility. But he's aboard. With one down in this bottom of the 8th. And he's been efficient and totally dominant. And the great thing about it is Alex Cora is holding his hand up because Marcelo Meyer's going to pinch hit. And this serves two purposes. One, you get the lefty against Ian Hamilton, but also Marcelo is an enormous defensive upgrade on the infield. And, of course, when we last saw him, he hit 2 home runs in the same game. So with Meyer pinch hitting, Aaron Boone is going to come out and counter, but they do not have a lefty up in the bullpen. They'll just go to a different, higher leverage righty here. Alex Cora looks a little frustrated in the Red Sox dugout, as if the Yankees sort of manipulated the cadence there. But Alex always thinking a couple steps ahead. I'm sure he was ready for this matchup no matter what. Hamilton is done. Aaron Boone pointing to that visitors bullpen in the right field corner. And Hamilton does not look happy at all that he's coming out of this game. So, Aaron Boone active in the bullpen. He looks like he's going to go to Fernando Cruz, who's got one of the best split-finger fastballs in all of Major League Baseball. So a chance here for Marcelo. Red Sox lead 1-0. In a lot of ways, this has been a classic Red Sox-Yankees pitchers duel and a fun night at Fenway Park.
No question. Beautiful performance by Crochet. Hopefully he can finish it off, and be nice if the Red Sox could just give him a little bit of run support. We chronicled it earlier. They've given him almost nothing all season long, and most of what they gave him came in 3 of his 15 starts now. So they have an ace, and after 15 starts, I don't think anybody needs any more convincing.
No, and as you know better than anybody, Sean, when you do it against the Yankees, it counts so much more. This is 2 in a row that he's just dominated them.
Without question, and I think he's going to dominate a lot of lineups with this stuff. We had Dave Corris, our longtime friend, used to be our stats guy over in the old WSBK TV 38 days. He's working with the Yankee TV tonight. He brought us over, and now there's only been 2 other pitchers this season who have struck out Judge 3 times in a game. And that's Zach Gallen of Arizona and Dylan Cease of San Diego, 2 really good pitchers. Crochet's done it twice. So that's only 4 times it's happened. He's fanned 3 times a game all year, and he's played in, how many games? Just about every game for the Yankees.
And by the way, everybody wants to crown Tarek Skubal, who's phenomenal and probably the best living pitcher. But Crochet right now, lately, is going toe-to-toe with him for the American League Cy Young.
100%. The numbers are very similar. Now, obviously, the Tigers having a better season have been giving Skubal more run support. Not that he needs much of it, because that guy is nasty.
So, with Devers at first, a chance for Marcelo Meyer.
To your point, Crochet has now gone past Skubal to lead the league in innings pitched.
Here's Marcelo. The pitch is a strike on the inside corner. That splitter is one of the best pitches in the game in its own one.
He's gone past Skubal tonight for the league lead in strikeouts. So comparable in many categories.
1-1 to Marcelo. Devers at first. 1-0 Sox in the bottom of the 8th. Cruz is ready. He throws, and Meyer takes one to the backstop. Raffi belatedly reacts and heads to second on the wildest possible pitch. And the Red Sox have a huge insurance run in scoring position.
Now you wonder if Aaron Boone, if they'll continue to pitch to Meyer with first base open, or pitch to Narvaez and try to set up a double play. It looks like they are going to pitch to the rookie.
1-1 to Marcelo. 2 days ago, 2 homers in a series clinching win. Now, Aroldis Chapman is up and throwing. 1-1. Here's the pitch, and it is swung on and missed. This splitter is so good that we started the series last weekend in New York, and Alex Cora was just effusive. He said, I've got a game plan against this guy. I think Chapman is up as an insurance policy. I think Crochet will have the mound until anyone reaches pace. At the very
just
earliest.
Some leisurely tossing right now. I think you're right. If it starts to get into a situation where they think they need somebody, then at least he's partially warmed up.
1-2 is a foul ball on the first base side. One thing about Marcelo Meyer, he hit his first career home run at Yankee Stadium. The big moment does not seem to overwhelm him.
No, matter of fact, he looks like he embraces it. And Roman Anthony does too. Roman Anthony has off to a slow start, but it doesn't look like he's frozen by the moment.
1-2 to Marcelo. The pitch is high. Splitter that sort of floated up there. It's 2-2. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. Nissan here to help you save this summer. Lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. The possibilities are endless. 2-2 to Meyer. Pitch is swung on and missed. He got him. That's the devastating forkball, and Meyer is gone for out number 2. Ramon Vasquez managed this guy, Fernando Cruz, down to the Puerto Rican Winter Leagues. He sort of flagged it to Alex Cora, said, you got to watch this guy pitch. Matt Blake is going to come out again, which, again, this is not the time for this because it's a beautifully played game. It's a pitcher's duel. It's 1-0 Red Sox. I hate this. You should not be able after one hitter to come back to the mound to talk to a pitcher. There's no other sport where you can do that. That to me that's something we've done a great job changing the rules, speeding it up. That has to go away. Like, I think if you're a pitcher, you got to face 3 batters. I think the pitching coach has got to stay in the dugout for at least
Well, they
that
could have
many.
said, and by the way, when the next guy, Narvaez, comes up, here's what you're going to do.
Well, yeah.
But there are other sports. I mean, you can, in basketball, they call timeout after timeout after timeout.
That's true. 1-0 Red Sox. There's a big spot for Carlos Narvaez. Rafi at second. The pitch is high and in, a splitter. I'll tell you what, I've grown to really appreciate and respect this young man, Carlos Narvaez. He just handles himself such ferocity and class, and he locks in on these games against the Yankees. 1-0. Here's the pitch. Narvaez swings and misses. Sinking fastball. That was way off the plate and in. Perhaps a little overzealous for Narvaez, and it's 1-1.
Just a little bloop would be a very nice thing right now. And if it's to center field, it would almost definitely drop in. Bellinger's playing pretty deep.
1-1. Pitch is way outside. Splitter. It has not been as precise, that splitter, in this outing for Cruz. Of course, if he loses Narvaez, Roman Anthony is out on deck.
Wouldn't you like to see him get a chance at a big spot in his first Red Sox-Yankee game?
Indeed. 2-1 to Narvaez. Pitch is way outside. That's another splitter that missed badly. You wonder whether Cruz may go away from that pitch here. 8 shutout innings by Garret Crochet. Absolute masterclass. Three and 1 to Carlos Narvaez. Pitch is swung on a miss. He did not go away from the splitter. That was way outside, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, that goes to what you're saying about what a good pitch that is, because that was ball 4 way outside, and Narvaez tried to hold up. It was way too late.
3-2. Here's the pitch. Narvaez takes ball 4. That's outside. And here we go. What a cool moment for Roman Anthony.
Well, if you want to really announce your rival as a major leaguer, the stage is yours, Mr. Anthony.
Red Sox with a run, 5 hits, and an error. Yankees, no runs, 3 hits, no errors. Updated box score brought to you by the Mass State Lottery. Make it the best night ever. Grab your friends, pick your numbers, and celebrate the night with Keno and the Mass State Lottery. Roman Anthony barely old enough to play the lottery. Here he is with 2 on and 2 out. 1-0 Red Sox. Pitch is down and in. Splitter for ball 1.
I bet he'd bet on himself.
I'd be right alongside him. Alex Bregman standing in the first base dugout, pounding on that padded railing, looking out intently at Anthony. 1-0. Cruz looks in. The pitch is low. It's such good composure. Splitter, and it's 2-0. Today they moved Anthony's locker directly between Alex Bregman and Jarren Duran. There's just something about the way they feel about this young man. 2 on, 2 out. 1-0 Red Sox in the 8th. Spin and throw to second. Sort of ducks out of the way.
Well, he has just the one major league hit. He's hitting .067. He's 0 for his last 10. He is due. And it isn't like he's just had at bats where he's been overmatched. He's made good contact. He sent one to the warning track earlier tonight.
2-0, and they spin again. And the thing about that with Cruz is, I mean, he's got Devers at second, Narvaez at first. There's no downside. It's not like Devers is thinking about it here. Two and 0 to Roman Anthony. Here's the pitch, and it is way high and outside, and that is ball 3. Now here's where it gets really fun. I know he's a rookie, And I know that you got the veteran Trevor Story on deck. I'm cutting Roman Anthony completely loose here, 3-0.
Well, if he does and he gets a hit, this place will come apart.
3-0. Here's the pitch. Roman takes a fastball in there, top of the zone. I mean, I think in the end, he probably keyholed something. That was not where he wanted it. It's 3-1.
That was a high strike. I will give John Tumpane credit. He has called that pitch around the belt strike all night long.
So now 3-1 to Roman. At the belt, the pitch is a low splitter, and that is ball 4. How's that for composure? A 2-out walk, and the bases are loaded for Trevor Story.
They do have action in their bullpen, but for the moment, Aaron Boone is remaining stationary in their dugout.
You know, Andrew Bailey was up talking to Alex Cora. I wondered what that was about, and now I know. Brennan Bernardino is also up in case the Red Sox blow this thing open. 1-0, bases loaded for Story as Cruz steps off.
It's Scott Efros, a right-hander, warming up in their bullpen, the Yankee bullpen, but he's not going to be summoned, even though Cruz is having a tough time throwing that splitter for strikes.
Loaded up for Trevor. Here's the pitch. It is a ball. Sinker down and in, and Cruz is not sharp. 1-0. Trevor with 4 career grand slams.
He needs to be very selective here. Don't chase a bad pitch when this guy's throwing it all over the place.
Another one would be huge. And again, so would 4. The 1-0 is a ball. He was selective on a close fastball that was outside, and it's 2-0.
He's thrown 19 pitches now, and only 7 of them have been strikes from Fernando Cruz.
Devers at third, Narvaez at second, Roman Anthony at first. 2-0 to Trevor Story. Here's the pitch, and it is swung on and driven high into left field, just in front of the wall. Dominguez is there to make the play.
Just missed it, just a fraction under it, or that was going to go a long way.
He was aggressive, and he flies to left. Inning over. I think Crochet's taking them out. He certainly should. As we go to the 9th inning, 1-0 Red Sox in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway, because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Your dream getaway?
Welcome in.
Starts at the airport. With Amex Platinum, you get access to the Centurion Lounge where you can find space to send off that last work email, fill up on premium dining, and finally, relax for up to 3 hours before takeoff. You might even wish your layover could last just a little longer.
Flight to Mexico now boarding.
Oh, that's me.
That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. For more information, visit americanexpress.com/withAmex.
Set yourself up for success. Their locally owned Benjamin Moore store proudly serves the New England area with more than just paint. They're here to support you and help you find everything you need to bring your projects to life. From expert advice to premium products, they'll help you every step of the way. Enjoy exceptional service and explore a selection of beautiful paint colors designed for lasting results. Visit Triborough Paint Center today and experience the difference that Benjamin Moore's quality products and personalized guidance can make.
Some people play by the rules, but the real game changers break them. I'm Soraya, and on Rule Breakers, we're talking to the risk takers, the rebels, and the ones rewriting the playbook. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Garret Crochet is back to the mound at Fenway Park. Top of the 9th, 1-0 Red Sox. Crochet into the wind, facing Ben Rice. First pitch, down and in, a fastball. His 97th pitch of the night was 97 miles an hour. And it is 1-0. Crochet working very quickly. The 1-0 is swung on and missed, 96. It's 1-1. If you're a Red Sox fan, if you like baseball theater, in a lot of ways, this is as good as it can be in the regular season.
Well, the fans gave him a standing ovation when he ran back out to the mound for this inning.
1-1, a swing and a miss. He couldn't hold up on a fastball, and it's 1-2.
You know, a lot of them are on their feet right now. He has never had a shutout in the major leagues. Of course, prior to last year with the White Sox, he was a relief pitcher.
1-2, swinging a soft ground ball on the right side. It is David Hamilton. He gloves and throws to first, and there's one away.
With the maneuvering, Marcelo Meyer has stayed in the game and has played third base, and Toro, who was the third baseman, has moved to first. Jaron Duran stays in the game in left field.
And here now is Aaron Judge. It's the tying run. 3 times he's come up, 3 times he's struck out.
But that's the thing about him, right? In a one-run game, he can wipe all of that out with one swing.
Here's the pitch to him, and it is high with a fastball. I love that Crochet gets to face him a 4th time.
Me too.
Pitch black skies at Fenway. 1-0 Sox in the 9th. Crochet throws, Judge swings and misses. Cut fastball 95, and it's 1-1.
There are a lot of reasons to leave him in. I mean, they've barely touched him all night long, and he's just barely over 100 now. But 0 for 6 with 6 strikeouts for Judge against Crochet is another reason.
Foul ball on the third base line, and now
broke his bat on that one.
Jammed him big time, and Crochet is 1 strike away from the golden sombrero, and now everybody is going to rise at Fenway.
It's great to see this ballpark like this. Been a disappointing year for the Red Sox, but the Yankees are here on a gorgeous night. And they're watching a masterpiece. Can he strike him out for the 4th time?
He stands tall. Crochet winds. He throws. And a fastball just high. 98 miles an hour with his 104th pitch. Crochet this season won 12 2 starts ago in Atlanta. 2-2. The pitch. Foul on the first base side. That's the best swing that Judge has had against him on 100 miles an hour. You could hear Judge grunt on the foul ball straight back. It remains 2-2.
Yeah, I think it's the first time I've seen the 100 on the gun tonight. He's been at 99 a couple of times earlier.
2-2. Pitch is just inside another 100. Fans are upset. That was a ball.
He's inside. I think this home plate umpire's done a terrific job tonight, John Tumpane.
Crochet and Judge, 1 out in the 9th. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and driven to left field, and this is going to tie the game. Over the National Car Rental sign. Greatness incarnate. Judge ties it at 1 in the top of the 9th. You completely understand the decision to ride with Crochet, but Judge gets him. And that is what MVPs do. It's 1-1.
Well, again, we talked about it earlier. You can wipe out a really rough night with 1 swing, and he just did it. And, you know, there's no argument with leaving Crochet in. He's dominating. That's the first extra base hit of the night for either team.
He's talking as Alex Cora with Andrew Bailey. They want Narvaez to go out because I think they're just making sure that Chapman is ready to come in this game. It will drive Red Sox fans crazy. I don't care. This guy is the best living baseball player on the planet, Aaron Judge.
I would give you an argument with Shohei Ohtani.
Well, sure. He pitches too.
Yes. And what he's done the last few years. Now, this year, he's by far the best player. Aaron Judge, MVP last year. But if you're picking teams and you can pick one guy, I would take Ohtani with as magnificent as this guy's season has been, and it continues to be.
Well, this should be still a great ovation from Garret Crochet.
There will be. I mean, it's, you know, you have to tip your cap to Judge. He's the best player in baseball this year.
He walks off, and here are the fans.
On their feet, as they should be. You know what? Score some runs for this guy.
No kidding.
It should have been easy for him. You shouldn't have to worry about Judge can tie it with 1 swing of the bat, even with nobody on base.
It's such a great call. The Red Sox had the bases loaded in the bottom of the 8th inning and just could not get the job done. Story just missed, and man, yet another chapter in this epic rivalry. Judge goes deep. He was 0 for 6 with 6 strikeouts against Crochet, but he saved his best for last.
Yeah, 0 for 6, and I didn't see the other 3 prior to tonight. But the first 3 tonight wasn't even close. There might have been a couple foul balls. That was about it. What a shame. I mean, he pitched so well again tonight, and they just can't score any runs for him. Now that's this is his 15th start, and they've scored 47 runs.
And he will not win for the first time at Fenway Park. That's amazing. But a dominant outing, 8 1/3, 4 hits, just the 1 run, 1 walk, and 7 strikeouts. It will be a Aroldis Chapman. We'll take a quick break. Pitching change, slow down in the action, brought to you by Iservay, Cody Bellinger, and Chapman. Tie game in the 9th after this in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, it's the perfect time to check out all the great content at buyfordnow.com. Find Ford offers you won't see advertised anywhere else. Search Ford dealer inventory for your dream vehicle. Compare Ford SUVs, trucks, and electric vehicles versus the competition. Calculate your trade-in value and learn about exclusive offers for military and first responders. So, visit buyfordnow.com and then see your New England Ford dealers.
With McValue at McDonald's, you don't just get deals on the drinks, you get deals on McDonald's drinks. So when you're breaking a sweat, embrace the chill without breaking the bank. And when your crew is running on empty, keep your wallet full.
Cody Bellinger against Aroldis Chapman, a high fastball, ball 1, 99 miles an hour. This is a different preparation for Chapman. Normally he takes really about an inning and a half or really, a half inning and a half for accuracy's sake to get ready, but kind of rushed into it here. The 1-0 is drilled down the right field line, but foul. And now he's trying to keep the game tied. Chapman has been nothing short of marvelous for the Red Sox. He was pressed into action Sunday at Yankee Stadium, a game that in the 9th inning started with a 6-run Red Sox lead, but he earned the save that day. 1-1 to Bellinger is just inside. That could have been called a strike. It was not, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, on the Nesson pitch box, it was in the strike zone, but Narvaez was set up on the outside corner. The pitch was in the inside corner. I think the catcher moved so much it threw off the ump. 2-1.
Pitch is outside. Slider. Of course, Chapman spent parts of 7 seasons with the Yankees. Bellinger 1 for 5 against him. Aroldis 12 of 13 in save chances. This, of course, is not one. 3-1. Pitch is fouled back. Garret Crochet's got an iPad in his hand. I'm sure he's looking at the location of that pitch to Aaron Judge.
It's in Kenmore Square.
Yes, when it stopped moving. That's true.
with nothing cheap about it. Yeah, as you said, he was looking at where he threw the pitch.
3-2, tie game in the 9th. The pitch is swung on and fouled back. Bellinger, tell you what, looks pretty well timed up on Chapman here. 2 outs from a shutout, first of his career. And, Crochet will not be that upset about where that pitch was. I just watched the replay, down and in for a strike. 3-2. The pitch is fouled on the third base side, out of play. That was 100 miles an hour from Chapman.
There's really no book on how to pitch Judge, right? I mean, he gets everything.
Yep.
And the home run went 443 feet. As you said, way over everything in straightaway left field.
3-2 to Bellinger. Pitch is a little blooper back of third base. Long run back for Meyer. He makes the play. Story was behind him. They were lucky, and they did well to not collide out there.
They were on a collision course, and it took a long time. Meyer actually now reaches over and gives Story a little bit of a fist bump. It looked for an anxious second or two like they were going to run into each other.
Well, that's 2 career lifelong shortstops going after a ball at the same time. And they're 2 down. Peeking ahead, the Red Sox would have Meyer.
Toro.
Here's the pitch, and that is a strike on the inside corner. Yeah, Toro, Rafaela, and Hamilton in the bottom of the 9th inning. 1-1 on a blast from Aaron Judge. Crochet looks furious.
Yeah, just like a look of disbelief on his face.
One swing and a foul by Anthony Volpe, 100 miles an hour. Like, what more can I do?
There's nothing more he could do. Shouldn't have been in a situation where Judge, with nobody on base, could tie it with one swing, but he's pitching with a 1-0 lead.
0-2. Here's the pitch, and it is high with a fastball. I think this has been a very well managed game on both sides. I think Aaron Boone has pressed all the right buttons in his bullpen, getting some good matchups, and the Red Sox really have not had all that many chances other than the 8th. 1-2, 2 down, bases clear. The pitch is bounced in there, splitter. I mean, that hit both Narvaez and the home plate umpire.
That bounced about 10 feet in front of the plate. He spiked that.
Volpe's had 2 hits and 3 at-bats here tonight. Chapman highlighter yellow sleeves down to a yellow glove in the Green City Connect jersey. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, and it is chopped foul. That was a much better splitter, perfectly positioned. Outside corner, it's 2-2.
I like these Green City Connect uniforms. They really match the green of the Green Monster, the Wolves.
I do too.
Kind of sharp.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Tie game, top 9. Here's the pitch, and it is skied into center field, but Cedon does not have to move much. In fact, half a step back, 2 in. He's there to make the play. What a shame that Garret Crochet does not get a shutout win here, but it stays tied as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Toro, Rafaela, and Hamilton when we come back in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
You don't want vacation to end, but with Amex Platinum, you earn 5 times membership rewards points on prepaid hotels and more booked through AmexTravel.com. So you're already planning the next one. Book your room with fine hotels and resorts through Amex Travel and get an upgrade when available. Plus guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout, so you have time to check out the pool before flying off to what's next. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/with Amex CST 1022318.
So you have a podcast, and you really want to make money with it. Then you need the Odyssey Creator Lab. Check this out. We'll host your podcast for free. You just do your show. We'll use the power of Odyssey's massive expert sales team to place ads in your show and make you money. Does it get any easier than that? Nope. You stay in control of your show, and we help you bring in the money. Sounds like a dream partnership. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com and start earning more from your content today.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash-in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Abraham Toro leads off the bottom of the 9th inning against Fernando Cruz, who remains in the game 1-1. Toro's 0 for 3 with a couple fly balls to center. 1-0. Pitch is popped up behind third base in foul territory. Peraza over on the warning track makes a 2-hand grab, and here's the first out in the bottom of the 9th. The game attendance report brought to you by Crispy Crunchy Chicken. If you're craving some crunch, get fresh hand-breaded chicken tenders or crispy chicken sandwich. Spiced just right here in the ballpark. The Red Sox are staring down the barrel at another extra innings game. They've lost 8 of them already this season. It wouldn't be a Sox game this year without huge drama. Here's Cedon. Pitch is swung on and missed. He was in swing mode there as Splitter dove beneath the zone. And it is 0-1.
You're going to run out after this half inning and get us some of those crispy, crunchy chicken sandwiches.
Or some harpoons, maybe. 0-1 to Cedon. Pitch is fouled back just to your right beneath Susan Waltman, and it's 0-2.
Great to see Susan here tonight with her new broadcast partner, Dave Sims. Great pairing. Hard to top that.
Dave lives in New York, and he's long wanted that job. I would argue we're topping it tonight. 0-2 to Cedon Rafaela. The pitch is a check swing. He did not go. Splitter. And it's 1-2. That was just wonderful baseball theater. And you could brush it more aside if the Red Sox were not 2 games under 500 and had not struggled to get out of the gates this season. That was just best on best, and Judge won that time.
And people here tonight, when they retell that story years from now, say, I was there to watch one of the all-time great hitters do something remarkable.
1-2 to Cedon Rafaela.
Because he's in that conversation now.
Pitch is swung on and missed. Man, that's a splitter that just dives out of the zone, and Cedon is gone. He actually took a right turn out of the baseline. You don't really love that. I mean, why not make it a harder throw? Aaron Boone has seen enough from Cruz. He got the left-handed hitting David Hamilton. All kinds of choices here for David. Tim Hill, the lefty, is up for the New York Yankees, so they'll go left on left. And an out away from extra innings yet again at Fenway Park. Red Sox and the Yankees tied at 1, 2 down in the 9th. Hamilton trying to keep this thing going, tied. In the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, you could sign up for Ford Pass. It's the app that puts your Ford ownership experience right in the palm of your hand. With the Ford Pass app, you can access complimentary remote features like start-stop, lock-unlock, schedule a start, locate your vehicle, or get your vehicle's status on the Ford Pass app when your vehicle is equipped with Ford Pass Connect. Get started by downloading the Ford Pass app on the App Store or Google Play.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturo Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
Now, Tim Hill is on the left-hander with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th inning. Red Sox were 2 outs away from a complete game shutout win on the left arm of Garret Crochet, but Aaron Judge hit a 440-plus foot home run to tie the game, and now Red Sox with David Hamilton due up 2 down in this bottom of the 9th. Need a little magic to avoid yet another extra innings game. It'd be their 13th of the season. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan Postgame Show. Nissan here to help you save this summer. Lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. They're way in on the left side of the infield. The third baseman is anyway Peraza. Hamilton flies so well as he takes a sinker low for ball 1. It wouldn't be the worst idea for Hamilton. The thing about this is with a left-hander who falls off on the third base side of the rubber, if you can just get it past him on the right side, it's a hit. 2 down, bottom 9. The pitch is a strike. It was right there, sinker. No sign of a bunt, and it's 1-1.
Hamilton's faced Hill only once. He's 0 for 1.
3 lefties lined up. Pitch is swung on miss. That was so late on a sinker that almost looked cutterish from Hill, and it's 1-2.
And no maneuverability here for Alex Cora with just Connor Wong left on the bench.
1-2 to Hamilton. 2 down, tie game, bottom 9. Hill throws. Hamilton takes a ball. It's close. Probably could have and maybe even should have been called strike 3, but
It
He
was
gets the break, and it's 2-2.
Yep, should have been. Had the strike zone. Hill thought so. He started toward the Yankee dugout.
2-2. Ground ball foul the other way. I mean, if that thing is inside the bag, he's at second backpedaling with his speed, but instead it's 2-2.
Nice play by Kyle Hudson, third base coach. He snared that, just stabbed at it.
Still a great athlete. 2-2. Pitch is chopped on the first base side foul. Great wide receiver at Illinois. Looks like he could steal 50 bases today.
Still. I mean, no wonder he's a good wide receiver. Those hands, it was a tough play. He just, what do they call those? The Venus flytraps? He just snatched it. He just snatched that right out of midair.
2-2. Swinging a high fly into right field. Judge, though, has room in front of the warning track. He's there to make the play, and the inning is over. Now, because of Judge, we go to extras. 1-1. It's another cardiac game for the Red Sox. 10th inning next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I don't know if you've heard, but IXL is perfect for busy kids like me. It helps me practice everything we do in school. I'm getting ahead in reading and catching up on math. IXL actually makes that fun. Start learning today at IXL.com.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Yes, I love this game.
IXL is actually a learning app that helps them excel in math, science, language arts, even social studies. But it's so fun, my kiddo calls it a game.
Yes, I'm crushing it.
Yeah, you are. He loves the awards and motivating feedback on IXL. It's one of his favorite things to do after school. He loves the challenge. I love the results.
Yes.
IXL, the learning program 16 million students trust. Try it today at IXL.com.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
Hi, this is Garrett Whitlock. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Sean McDonough, Will Fleming. We're at Fenway Park. Disappointed crowd that thought they're about to see a 1-0 Red Sox shutout victory behind Garret Crochet, but Aaron Judge a solo homer in the top of the ninth to tie it at 1. So we head to extra innings. It'll be Anthony Volpe, the runner at second, to start the 10th inning. And the new pitcher for the Red Sox is Garrett Whitlock, once the property of the New York Yankees organization. Herb Chambers' batting order for New York is Jason Dominguez, DJ LeMahieu, and Austin Wells. Batters 6, 7, and 8. Dominguez stands in, switch hitter batting left. Late swing and a miss. And a slider down and in. Dominguez is 0 for 3. Reached on an error. Stole second back in the 5th inning. Came up at a big spot in the 7th. With the man on, he grounded into a double play. Volpe dancing around, so Whitlock steps off and looks him back into second. Garrett making his 25th appearance of the year. All in relief is 4-0 with a 3.21 ERA. Where's the number 22? High set with the glove right in front of his face. The pitch, line foul over by the Yankee dugout. Good thing for those screens that they've put up in recent years to protect the fans, because that was a screamer.
Oftentimes Spike Lee sits right there, but he's busy mourning the New York Knicks, I think.
He's going to say something unpleasant, so I won't. For the first time ever. Pitches up and in. And Dominguez went spinning out of the way. Whitlock's pitched 33 2/3 innings. Allowed 12 earned runs and just 28 hits, 14 walks, 42 strikeouts. The opponent's hitting .222 against him. His pitch is a changeup bounced foul past Travis Chapman, the first base coach.
Actually, I saw Spike at the French Open final, won by Coco Gauff.
Oh, did you? Oh, the women's final.
The men's final was one of the great matches I've ever watched.
Did you watch it?
Yes.
I watched the whole thing.
I mean,
5 hours and 40 whatever minutes it was.
How about the shot making?
And at the very end, I mean, the quality of the tennis never drifted off. Volpe takes off for third. The pitch is a ball to throw. Not in time. Marcelo Meyer jumping up and down.
Tagged him on the helmet. I think he got him, Sean. I really do.
And the Red Sox dugout, they're taking a look at it, and they're asking the umpires to put on the headset. Ooh, I think he's out. I think he's out by a fingernail. He went sliding in head first. He turned his head away. Well, now when we look at the replay from the left field camera, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's two different angles, isn't it?
Yeah, the first angle he looked like he was definitely out. Then the angle they just showed from the outfield side, basically from the left field foul pole back toward third.
I think he's out.
Yeah, the first one they showed seems pretty conclusive that the tag is up around his left shoulder as his left hand is just short of the third base bag.
He's got those oven mitts on, you know, those sliding gloves, and it seems to me there's dirt between the heel of his hand and the bag. Here we go. They already have this thing?
I don't think so. I just think the
fussing with the mic.
Chris Conroy is listening intently to the replay center.
The back angle looked like he was safe, but the first and third, I think he's definitely out.
And here at Fenway, of course, the one replay that they keep showing over and over again is the one that makes it look for sure like he's out.
Yeah, but the left hand is the key hand, and I think it was up above the bag before the tag. I do.
Here's the call.
Review. The call on the field is overturned. The runner is out.
Narvaez with a perfect throw. And Meyer just did get the tag on him between the left elbow and the shoulder as Dominguez was sliding in head first. He turned his head away while he was sliding toward the outfield, but that wasn't a factor. So now the runner's gone, and it's a little blooper foul down the left field line off the bat of Dominguez. Volpe was thrown out at third.
How great is Narvaez been? And Sean, you bring in Meyer, great hands to apply that tag.
Yep. I think I said a couple times it was Dominguez runner. Dominguez is the batter. It was Volpe, the ghost runner, who's out. Swing and a foul. Yeah, Meyer went jumping up and down immediately as if he knew they just barely did get Volpe.
Wow, and Volpe's a good base runner. He was sort of hesitant there at second. If you're going to go there, you better make it.
And he didn't, but it was as close as it could be without making it. So one out, the bases are empty, and Dominguez takes a ball, 3-2. Change up and away. LeMahieu to follow, and then Wells. Red Sox have the top of the order coming up in the bottom of this inning. Strike three called. Sweeper on the outside corner. Dominguez didn't like it. He bent his back and looked skyward before he walked slowly back to the third base dugout. So a couple of nice developments here. The caught stealing and the strikeout of Dominguez, and now 2 outs and the base is empty. That top of the order for the Red Sox in the bottom half is Duran, Devers, and Meyer. Fastball line down the first base line, just foul off the bat of DJ LeMahieu. It couldn't have been by more than a couple of inches. Jeremy Rehack, the first base umpire, very close to it. It landed just past him, not far behind where the dirt ends, and it's all outfield grass.
They want to look. He seems totally certain that it was foul. This is probably, back to the wall. Why wouldn't you challenge?
Well, it was very close. But Rehack had a great look at it. No chalk kicked up.
The call on the field is a foul ball. New York is challenging.
LeMahieu thought it was fair. He was running down the line, so he had a straight line look at it along the first base line. And as soon as Rehak called it foul, he went jumping up and down.
You know, one thing that I think Rehak has done tonight very well is move his body to give himself good angles. He did it when Goldschmidt was trying to keep his toe on the bag earlier in the game. There he danced so that his eyes were right on the line. Well, we have not yet seen a replay. I have a hard time thinking there'll be enough to prove this thing fair.
Well, yeah, I don't know if Nesson doesn't have a good replay look, because the replays we've seen show nothing and they're from far away. I think they keep showing one replay, though, to try to make the point there's no chalk flying up. And if any, it wasn't inside the line for sure. I thought from up here it was just foul and that Rehak got it right. But we have not seen any kind of definitive replay yet.
You can already see in New York they've got angles that we don't have. And it looked to me on a real close cropped shot that it was on brown dirt. Oh, it's so close from the short side angle, but again, they've got so many other looks at it in the operations center.
The other thing I would say as evidence, Travis Chapman, the first base coach, had a close-up view of it too. It wasn't much different than the angle Jeremy Rehak had, and he didn't protest at all.
Yeah. But don't you agree that this is one where Boone says whatever? I mean,
yeah, I think so. It's worth a try. I mean, it was as close could be. And if the Red Sox get this one to go their way, they're living right in this inning, because Volpe was out by a fingernail.
Well, Mike Brenly has told Alex Cora this is foul. That's why he's smiling in the dugout. I think the Red Sox know this thing is foul.
Well, they're having a good laugh, Alex and Andrew Bailey.
That Crochet guy's pretty good, huh?
I think part of the problem is just we haven't seen anything close to a definitive replay yet.
Here we go. This is the... Oh, my. Now, that's crazy.
Now, they're showing a replay that it's super enhanced.
Yeah. I mean, is it possible that two seams got the outside of the line?
It is.
It's just a question of when it actually hits the ground, isn't it?
Yeah. The replay, they're trying to super enhance the zoom in on the line of the ball, but it's also blurry.
Of course, then he would place the runner, I think, at second base if it is fair.
To me, it wasn't definitive, and the call was foul. But here we go.
After review, the call on the field stands. Foul ball. New York will lose its challenge.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron Boone doesn't think so. He's up out of the top step of the dugout now, hollering it. Oh, and he just fired some gum, and he's been ejected. And he just said that is a bunch of baloney in other kind of words. Apparently, they saw in their dugout or from their whatever replays they had access to, and now he's pointing at the center field screen as well, a definitive replay that says it's a fair ball. As soon as they made the announcement, now he's barking from long range at Jeremy Rehak, the first base umpire, made the call while he's standing at the third base line being escorted off by the crew chief, Conroy. But as soon as they made the announcement, he came flying out of the dugout onto the dirt, said something, and then fired what I think was gum, took something out of his mouth and heaved it, and he has been ejected.
He's the most ejected manager in baseball. We both know him and love him. He's always going to do this. He's always going to get his money's worth. This is not the French Open with the technology on the lines. There's no definitive way to say that was fair.
He's still yelling from the dugout. And the home plate umpire, Tumpang's looking at him now as if to say, well, you better go now because you've had more than enough to say.
I think what you said is exactly right. The call was foul, and there's no way it was clear that it hit the line.
Well, he must have seen something he thought was definitive, because the way he was arguing and the language that he was using, and the crowd is enjoying that development as well. So LeMahieu back in the box, and now there's a breaking ball, and he just got a break on a slider that looked like it had the outside corner. It was called a ball.
Well, that's this rivalry, isn't it? And he's also ticked off about the review at third where Volpe gets thrown out.
Mm-hmm. They got that one right, I think. That ball, there's a chopper foul behind the plate. So it's 2 outs. The base is still empty in a 1-1 tie in the 10th inning on a typical Red Sox-Yankee night at Fenway Park. And Boone must be down in the tunnel close enough for the guys in the dugout to hear, because they're looking toward the tunnel and smiling and laughing. So
I laugh at him all the time. He's wonderful.
I worked with him at ESPN for a couple of years, and he is one of my favorite people I've ever known.
Yep.
But he can run hot in a hurry, and he did tonight. changeup bounces out in front of the plate.
Well, he runs hot, but I think in this version, the cool thing about it, if you're a Yankee fan, and most especially if you're a Yankee player, it comes off as if he's completely standing up for his guys.
And I think probably the reason he was screaming at Rehack from the distance was if the call was fair, I think that would have stood.
Me too.
Because there was no conclusive replay one way or the other.
And that's fine, but I guarantee you Aaron will have a cup of coffee tomorrow morning over some breakfast and think, all right, there can be some human error in the game, and I'm not sure that was an error.
I don't know. It's a full count now as Whitlock bounced one up there. 3-2, 2 outs, bases empty in the 10th. Line foul over the Red Sox dugout. LeMahieu could reach. Austin Wells would hit next.
42 times ejected as the manager of the Yankees.
In his 8th season, I believe. A little more than 5 a year. The pitch, line, foul out of play to the right.
Whitlock better be careful because you know LeMahieu kind of wants to prove a point here.
Well, he thought it was fair. He said he was running straight down the line, so he had a straight down the line look at it. He wasn't as close as Rehack. The pitch. Chopped to first, handled by Toro. He'll play it himself for the out. Controversial inning. Both verdicts go the Red Sox way. Now a chance to win it as we go to the home half of the 10th at Fenway. Red Sox and Yankees tied at 1 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't, and you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
As we go to the bottom of the 10th, let's pause for station identification along the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Well, we had another development during the commercial break. After he grounded out to end the inning, DJ LeMahieu said something to the first base umpire, Jeremy Rehack, and he was ejected. So Pablo Reyes, former Red Sox player, is in at second base now for New York. 1-1 game. Red Sox a chance to win it in the 10th. Jarren Duran takes the first pitch, a sinker from Tim Hill for ball one inside. The lefty Hill on. The runner at second base is David Hamilton with excellent speed for Boston. The pitch to Duran, chopped on the right side to the new second baseman Reyes, on to first for the out. But on to third with the winning run with one out is Hamilton.
There's no way they pitched to Devers here, I wouldn't think.
Even lefty on lefty. They do have Scott Efros, the right-handed pitcher who was warming up earlier, warming up again. Devers to bat next.
Boone not in the dugout, so it's a little complicated. They can't pitch to him here.
Brad Ausmus is the bench coach, probably still getting his instructions from Boone. They have ways of communicating. They are going to walk Devers, so he walks down to first. Runners at first and third in a big spot. rookie Marcelo Meyer. Many of the fans on their feet. Red Sox and Yankees tied at 1. 1 run, 5 hits, an error for Boston. 1 run, 4 hits, no errors for New York. And now there'll be a conference to the mound. They're going to talk about how to pitch to Meyer.
Well, and the thing is, the fastest guy on the team is at third base. And now Matt Blake is going to join the chat. I mean, really, Sean, on any ball that's put in play past the pitcher, the Red Sox win the game. That's how fast Hamilton is, barring a double play, of course.
Right. The conventional double play. Meyer came into the game as a pinch hitter. And he struck out against Cruz in the 8th inning. Of course, in the last game prior to tonight, Red Sox had an off day yesterday. It was the best night of his brief big league career for Meyer. He had a multiple homer game Wednesday against Tampa Bay. Solo homer in the 2nd and 4th innings.
Yankees are going to go with a 5-man infield here. They're going to bring, I think, Bellinger on to play first base and get Goldschmidt maybe a different glove, or maybe not. They gave Bellinger a first baseman's mitt. Now Goldschmidt will be the second defender on the right side.
Yeah, he's basically in the hole between first and second. He's looking at the dugout, asking how deep they want him to play. Middle of the infield's at double play depth. So there are 2 outfielders. Dominguez is in left center. Judge is almost in straightaway center. And here's Meyer. The 22-year-old takes ball 1 down and in. Hitting .224 after his strikeout in the 8th inning. The lefty Hill works off the first base end of the rubber, sets and pitches, swing and a miss. 88-mile-an-hour sinker. The tough look for a left-handed batter in Meyer against this lefty. He's one of those arms and legs lefties who drops way down, submarine style. His pitch, swing and a miss, and that one wasn't an encouraging swing by Meyer either. A sinker. Hamilton the winning run at third. Devers at first. 1-1 game, 1 out, bottom of the 10th. Hill comes set. His pitch, swing, and a foul tip, I believe. Yep. Yes, he just got a piece of it, and it banged in and out of the mid of Wells. Most of the fans around Fenway on their feet. The third baseman, Peraza, playing close to the bag, trying to keep Hamilton close. The shortstop shading the middle. The pitch, swing and a miss. And another 88-mile-an-hour sinker. Meyer overmatched in that at bat. And now the bat boy is coming out to give Goldschmidt his first baseman's mitt back and Bellinger his outfielder glove back, and they'll go back to the conventional alignment. Peraza at third, Volpe at short, Reyes the new second baseman, Goldschmidt at first, and the outfield is Judge in right, Bellinger in center, and Dominguez in left. Still a chance to win it for Narvaez. Carlos swings and misses at a pitch nowhere near the strike zone. A sinker way outside and low. This has been the problem all year for the Red Sox. They cannot win the close games. Can they win this one? They were in great shape to start this inning. There's a chopper foul. Now they're down to their final strike of the 10th.
I mean, Duran did his job. And then, of course, they intentionally walk Raffy. And, of course, that is also where you so deeply miss Alex Bregman.
This is the Red Sox played 70 games prior tonight. 36 of them, more than half, been decided by 2 runs or fewer. They're 16-20 in those games. The pitch is a ball low and away, and the runner Devers takes off for second. Gets there with defensive indifference. So now 2 men in scoring position. Doesn't really matter much, although it takes away the chance for a force play at second base for the Yankees. The pitch, swing and a pop foul behind home plate. Wells drifting over, but he won't have a chance. It's about 5 rows deep behind the Red Sox on deck circle. Red Sox 1, Yankees 1, bottom of the 10th. Red Sox led 1-0 after Trevor Story scored on a Rafaela single in the second, and he had lasted till 1 out in the 9th. Garret Crochet was pitching a shutout. He had fanned Aaron Judge 3 times, and then Judge hit a home run. The pitch fouled off the leg of Narvaez. It caromed out toward the mound. But a foul ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Roman Anthony's on deck.
Paul Goldschmidt is way off the line at first. Pablo Reyes, the second baseman, up the middle. We've seen Narvaez time and again, especially in 2 strike counts, shoot balls the other way.
Hill comes set. His pitch hit hard and deep. Left center field. Way back by the wall. Off the wall. The Red Sox win. Narvaez, a wall ball, and the Red Sox win it. Another classic Red Sox-Yankee ball game on a Friday night at Fenway Park. And they're going crazy in those green uniforms out around second base congratulating Narvaez. 2-1 the final. And mercifully, the Red Sox finally on the right side of one of these one-run decisions.
Well, and the former farmhand of the New York Yankees, who caught so brilliantly Garret Crochet tonight, he's done that so many times, Sean. Gets in a 2-strike count, battles, fouls pitches off, finds one he can handle. That is such a big win for the Red Sox.
It sure is. I mean, it's been excruciating, the one-run losses. They were 7-17 prior to tonight in one-run decisions. Only Atlanta had lost more one-run games, 19. And as you said, it wasn't a very promising at bat until he hammered. And that was smashed on a line. Looked off the bat like it might get out. He knew as soon as he hit it, it was at least good enough to get to the wall and win the game. And it landed, hit the wall about 2/3 of the way up to the left of the 379 marker. It just counts as a single and 1 RBI, although both runs would have scored on a traditional play. But once Hamilton crossed the plate, the game was over. And what a game it was.
It was. I mean, you're 2 outs away from a Crochet masterpiece complete game shutout. I'm telling you, Sean, they're now 1 game under 500. This season has not gone the way they wanted. But they would be far further beneath 500 were it not for this kid, Carlos Narvaez, who has been a total revelation. He's been fabulous by all the numbers. He's the best defensive catcher in the sport. Who saw that coming? He worked in Venezuela all winter long to level his bat path, and he has been so impactful. He hit a big 3-run homer last weekend at Yankee Stadium to win him a game. I told you, there's something about these games against his former club that bring out the very best in him. Not to get too far ahead of yourselves.
He's been pretty good in the other games, too.
He has, but I think the Red Sox have their catcher of the future, and that is far and away the biggest swing of his career.
Guy almost none of us had ever heard of. He signed with the Yankees as an international free agent back in 2016. Was in their organization through last year. Got into only 6 major league games. And that was last year. He had 231. He went 3 for 13. And he's 26 years old. So he was made available. Traded to the Red Sox last December 11th in exchange for Elmer Rodriguez Cruz and international bonus pool space. That's great usage of whatever your international pool space is.
That's what you get when you go to New Zealand. The point is, he's a young pitcher who's thrown hard in the minor league system. Fine, we'll take Carlos. And, the reality of this thing, Sean, is how many times this year have we said the Red Sox do not build on momentum? They win a series last weekend in New York. They come home. They beat the Rays 2 of 3. The earlier, maybe June, late May Red Sox, when Crochet gives it up to Judge in the 9th inning with 1 out, they probably don't win this game. But they do tonight, and Carlos Narvaez, I mean, that is just such an exceptional job. Think about this. The rookie Meyer doesn't get the job done. Narvaez is basically a rookie, and he finds it within himself to get the job done.
And the winning pitcher's Garrett Whitlock, thanks to the Yankees for him, too. 2 runs, 6 hits, an error, and 10 left for the Boston Red Sox. 1 run, 4 hits, no errors, and 4 left for the New York Yankees. Whitlock, the winner, 5-0 now. And Tim Hill took the loss 3-2. 2 hours and 57 to play the 10 innings before 36,622 who got their money's worth. A great pitching performance by Crochet. A dramatic moment for Aaron Judge. His greatness on display in the 9th after being dominated by Crochet for 3 strikeouts. Hits the game-tying home run. The great Dave Corris tells us the last Red Sox rookie with a walk-off hit, Michael Chavis, May 15th, 2019 against Colorado with an RBI single in the 10th inning.
Oh, no disrespect. I'm hoping Carlos has a little more staying power with the Red Sox.
Got a lot of staying power.
He looks awesome. And by the way, that's their first walk-off against the Yankees overall since 2022. And, you know, again, the beautiful thing about this, Sean, is that, you know, in April, May, and some of June, you had these brilliant individual performances that you couldn't celebrate because the team kept losing 1-run games. They kept losing in extra innings. Now we can just step back and say Crochet was absolutely spectacular without any caveats. He was great. They didn't lose the game. That was classic. And I'm telling you, you've seen a lot of these guys. You've seen Roger and Pedro and Schilling and Sale in this ballpark. That right there is as good as any starting pitcher has ever been against the Yankees in this rivalry.
I would quibble with that. I was there to watch Pedro pitch at Yankee Stadium, and it was the best game I've ever seen pitched.
Okay.
Yeah. But it was pretty damn good.
Pedro's in a class of his own.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I understand your point, which is it was that kind of a performance.
Yeah.
It was the kind that
embrace it, put it on me.
Yeah, and what I like is clearly he wants to be in these moments. He wants to be here. Some guys don't want to pitch in Boston or play in Boston. He clearly is embracing it, and thank goodness he's as good as he is, because if it was another guy out there tonight, probably would have given up more runs and the Red Sox would have lost the game. You'd hope sooner or later they're going to score some runs for him. They managed to win tonight despite it. But, you know, they're going to have to start winning the close games. But it was just one of those nights that you would hope could send you into a prolonged stretch of winning.
Well, that's a big one for the Red Sox. They win 2. And we'll step aside. We're going to check in the clubhouse in just a moment. Nissan Postgame Show begins next. Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox.
A spring evening is the ideal time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and switch on the NBA Finals. Because fast breaks and threes deserve an exhilarating blast of flavor to go with it.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash-in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
Discover the beauty and durability of Versatex Carefree exterior trim from Riverhead Building Supply. Versatex PVC trim board is low maintenance and stands up to the weather. Learn more at rbscorp.com.
About this Yankee rivalry. Will Fleming, Sean McDonough with you, Garrett. And look, that was just a masterclass by you on the mound. I know you're upset about the home run, although I'm sure you looked at it pretty well located to Aaron Judge. But what was it like being in the arena? You were awesome at Yankee Stadium, but this is your first taste of this rivalry in this ballpark. What was it like to be out there tonight?
It was incredible, man. Going out there for the 9th.
definitely had some extra adrenaline. The crowd really erupted as soon as I took the mound, so that was really awesome. But yeah, just trying to give my team a competitive effort, as long as I can. Furthest I've gone into a game, tough way to call my outing, to a close, but just going big on big to one of the best hitters in baseball. That'll happen every now and then.
Yeah, it sure will. And you're right, Garrett. We talked about it, when we were discussing whether or not you'd come back out. One of the things I said was, at a certain point, this part of it at least is supposed to be about the fans, and clearly they wanted you to be back out there, and they showed that with the standing ovation when you went back out there. But not to dwell on the negative, because it was, as Will said, a masterpiece, and you're clearly an ace and a guy who's going to have a lot of success for a long time and make a lot of people happy, as you did tonight. But you struck out Judge 3 times. So I wonder if you could take us through, what you were thinking as he goes back up there and you're facing a guy who's been the best player in baseball this year by far.
Yeah. And back-to-back starts as well.
6 times in a row you struck him.
Well, that's not what I was getting at. But thank you for saying that. I was more so hinting at the 4-seam usage to Judge as a whole. That was a pitch that I kind of, I guess, tabbed as a quality offering to him, and we were having a lot of success with it. So if there was one that he was going to clip, I'm at least glad that it was that one and I didn't hang one to him. But hindsight's 20/20. Is it execution? Is it pitch selection? But either way, all throughout the night I threw every pitch that I wanted to throw.
Yeah, and Garrett, we all love that you lean on that fastball, because that's not always been the case here, and it's such a weapon for you. I do want to go back to that 5th inning, because Toro's been awesome for this team. A little bit of a weird play there, and it looked like you had a little extra grit on your face to try to work around an error by a guy behind you who's been such a big part of this. Take us through how you were able to battle through and work around that misplay.
Yeah, just laying it all on the line for my team. In order to get to the next inning, I got to get through that one. So for me, it was just, focus one pitch at a time, as cliched as it is. Been in that moment a couple times this year, and, I've gotten out of it before and I've given it up before. So for me, it was just laying it all on the line right then.
Well, you're relatively new to this rivalry, but, this was kind of typical Red Sox Yankees tonight with all the crazy things, the replay reviews, and it was nice to see your team finally catch a couple of breaks and win a 1-run game. How frustrating is the lack of run support?
Not at all. For me, I'm focused on doing my job. The other team's got some good major league quality pitching on their side as well. So, I'm just trying to keep us in it as long as I can. That's all I focus on.
Like I said at the top, Garrett, we really appreciate you taking the time. We know you got a lot of stuff going on. It has been a delight to watch you pitch. We can't wait to watch you do this many more times, not only in the Red Sox uniform, but against the Yankees. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you guys very much.
All right, that's Garret Crochet. Christian Arcand.
Talented and well-spoken,
yeah,
too.
Indeed. And, Christian Arcand's got the rest of the Nissan postgame show in a moment. Sean, I'm with you. Like the 98 to 2000 Pedro run, it's hard to compare anything to that. But what I'm talking about with Crochet is that thing that only the elite ace does with the Boston Red Sox. And it's not just dominating a great hitter like Judge until the end, a great team like the Yankees. It seems like every time he takes the mound, it's to stop a losing streak, to, get the team out of a rut, to try to do something positive. I think in this market, you've lived here longer than I have, the most important thing, other than pure stuff and just competitive badass spirit on the mound, is the willingness to just take it all in stride and say, I'm here for it.
There. Pedro wanted to be out there. Roger wanted to be out there. All the greats, especially in a pressure-packed environment like Boston or New York or these other places, he addressed it in the beginning of the interview. He wanted to go back out there in the 9th, and he fed off the crowd's response to it. He knew they want him to be back out there too. Not because, they just wanted to see him finish out. They knew he was the best choice to finish the game. And there's no question, Alex Cora did the right thing, and I like his sense of humor. The folks listening to the interview didn't hear our conversation break when we were in the commercial break, but he used the expression with the pitch to Judge a shower ball. It's a tough way to go out of the game with a shower ball.
Yeah.
But he just, the look on his face all night, the pace that he works at, and the talent, to go with it too. It's one thing just I want to be out there. You could want to be out there and not have the ability. He has the ability. I wish he wouldn't tell everybody he's going to throw strike, a fastball on the first pitch of the game all the time.
It works.
We want to quibble with something. But, yeah, I mean, that, and I remember, we talked about this between innings when they made the trade. Oh, Kyle Teal, right? Is that the catcher? He's top prize. And people, oh, gosh.
Braden Montgomery and Chase Mydroth and all these guys.
Who did they trade Pedro? Was it Brian Rose and Carl Bravano? I remember telling people, you have guys like that.
Yeah.
So that you hope someday they become Pedro Martinez.
That's right.
Well, you can have Pedro Martinez. So you have Kyle Teal or any of these other prospects hoping they become really good Major League players. Garret Crochet is already an outstanding Major League Baseball player.
Yep.
So do it. And I'm glad the Red Sox did it. They've needed a frontline starter like him. And, now they need to get the rest of the team going. There's, as you said, there's been individual signs of it, but they haven't put it all together. I do think the energy brought by the young guys has helped, even though Roman Anthony is yet really to make an impact. Meyer did the other night. But you get the sense, okay, now they're starting to play like the team we expected them to be from the start of the year.
Yeah, there's no doubt. One last thing on Crochet, and then we'll tie a bow on this thing.
We'll sew it all together?
We will. With a bone-in lamb loin chop.
I could go for one of those crispy chicken sandwiches you were talking about a little while ago.
But one thing he does, which I really like, is it's like Verlander and Bumgarner and Smoltz and all these great pitchers, Pedro, Sale. We remember this with Chris, and certainly Verlander has mastered this, where the first inning it's 96, and all of a sudden you're throwing your 98th pitch and it's 99 miles an hour.
He threw a couple of hundreds at the very end.
Right.
I mean, he had it's just... And Carlos Narvaez.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's not just, he had a nice week. Because I think, Abraham Toro's been good lately, but here's a guy who's been around.
Oh, no, this guy from the jump has been awesome.
Right. This guy, Narvaez, 6 games in the major leagues prior to this year. This was coming into tonight. In 31 games since the start of May, slashing .327 batting average, 14 runs batted in, 3 homers, 15 walks, and as you said, terrific behind the plate. And his expression never changes. And he, even in that at bat when he, it didn't look like it was going very well before he got the game-winning hit, his expression didn't change. There wasn't any of this step out of the box and roll your eyes and look at the sky. He got right back in there with that look on his face, like, I'm going to get a hit. You got to like that guy. I know the Yankee people say, well, we like our other catchers, but thank you. We're glad you didn't have room for him because we'll happily take him.
There's no question. And by the way, let's not forget the fact that he threw out Volpe in the top of the 10th inning. I mean, that was an enormous play.
That was enormous. And it was just one of when you saw them get the call on that, he literally, if Volpe's fingers were a quarter of an inch longer, he would have been safe. There's the ball down I don't think anybody knows for sure if LeMahieu's ball down the first base line was fair or foul. I asked the Yankee announcers between innings, what did you think? They said, well, there was no definitive look at it. And I said to Michael Kay, well, if it was fair, wouldn't some chalk have come flying up? And he said, yeah, that's what we thought too.
We thought there'd be chalk, and we thought Juan Soto wanted to stay with the Yankees.
So the Red Sox losing all these close games, some of it's their own doing, but you're kind of due to catch a break.
Yes.
Sooner or later too. And, I think the umpires got both calls right. The one at third, they definitely